Chapter 443. The shockwaves of this battle spread far and wide. It was a devastating disaster. If it weren't for the formation patterns, even the outer realms would have been affected and crumbled. The strength of the woman in red could be said to be one of a kind in this era. Among the experts fighting her, there was no lack of people who had achieved the Tao with emperor weapons. Their auras were ancient, and they were very cautious. Only one Dharma body came, but it was still very powerful. When they fought the woman in red, they were constantly coughing up blood and retreating. Many of their magical techniques were broken. Some people used supreme magical techniques to transform the law chains here for their own use. However, they were still slapped to ashes by the woman in red. They couldn't resist at all. This was a shocking and horrifying scene. The woman in red kept walking toward the divine city, stepping on blood and bones. Beams of divine light fell on her body, intertwining and bombarding her. However, her aura didn't change at all. It was so powerful that it made people tremble. She had reached another level. Boom! The dazzling brilliance was incomparably dazzling. It exploded again, and many people coughed up blood and retreated. An old monster's face was full of shock. In an instant, the woman in red had arrived at his side. Her slender jade-like hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a chicken without any effort. This old monster was a supreme expert of the Boundary Emperor realm. However, at this moment he was extremely weak. He was extremely frightened. His body shone, and emperor runes appeared one after another to resist the woman in red. But in the next moment, the red-robed female devil gently lifted her hand and twisted his head off his body. Then with a bang it exploded. Red and white, including his divine soul, were instantly annihilated. This is a monster. We can't fight against her. We shouldn't have come here. At this moment, many people felt regret in their hearts. They had witnessed with their own eyes how powerhouses at the level of Tao attainment and quasi-emperors were powerless in front of the red-robed female devil. How could this not make them despair? The woman in red's strength is terrifying, but it's impossible for her to come to our side in a short time. At the eye of the formation, several old monsters whispered. Their eyes were full of shock, and at the same time, they stared at the battlefield in the distance. The woman in red was very strong, but she was bound to be exhausted in a while. Even if she could reach the eye of the array, it was likely that she wouldn't have much strength left. This was an excellent opportunity for them. Amiba, benefactors, for the sake of killing the red-robed female devil, you have risked your life and given up your lives. This is truly admirable. The many ancient monks of Buddha Mountain put their palms together and looked at the battle in the distance with sympathetic expressions. At the same time, they activated the light of Buddha in their hands and gathered it into the eye of the formation to maintain the operation of the formation. Wuxia had always felt that he had underestimated Chan Hongyi's current strength. But judging from what happened today, perhaps he had overestimated her current state. According to his calculations, Chan Hongyi should have already arrived in front of him. But now he was still being held back by a group of experts. They hadn't even activated the rune on the corner. Looks like she hasn't recovered yet. She dragged her injured body and rushed to find me for revenge. But he's still as eager as ever. Wuxia shook his head slightly. He didn't feel sorry for her, but he still felt that she was as stupid as ever. He casually injected a few strands of magic power into the eye of the formation. At the same time, he glanced at the many old monsters around him and then looked at Chan Hongyi. From where he was, he could see Chan Hongyi's figure. Even her snow-white face was stained with blood. Her eyes were still cold and emotionless. She looked at him through the array formation. She saw him. However, Wuxia only smiled casually. Chan Hongyi's eyes once again surged with a terrifying viciousness. Many experts behind her were blasted away by her palm. Her murderous aura surged to the sky, and she was about to kill Wuxia. Boundless hatred erupted, and her power rose by several levels. Cultivators below the supremacy realm instantly exploded under this wave, turning into a bloody mist. It could be said that the power she displayed now had reached a limit. Many cracks appeared on her body, like white jade porcelain that could shatter at any time. Cloth the heavenly gate. Activate that corner of the array. Quick! At this moment, one of the sect leaders of the great sects suddenly shouted. His previous actions were very calm. At this moment, when he found the flaw on the red-robed female demon, his eyes flashed and he took out a forbidden artifact. This forbidden artifact was very different from ordinary forbidden artifacts. The refining process was very complicated and unimaginable. The moment it exploded, it was like a scorching sun exploding on the red-robed female demon's body. When the others heard this, they didn't hesitate and began to use their strongest techniques. They were waiting for this moment and couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, all of them would be killed by the red-robed female demon, and the losses would outweigh the gains. At the same time, the corner of the array where the eye of the array was at began to glow, and dazzling light flowed in all directions. Ancient and sparkling runes of the great Tao circulated like a translucent mirror. They could reflect all kinds of Tao techniques as they descended from the sky. They were ancient golden runes like the carriers of the great Tao. They also seemed to be the evolution of the mysteries of heaven and earth, containing endless divine might. They turned into all kinds of divine weapons, such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, bells, cauldrons, seals. They attacked the red-robed female demon, destined to destroy her. At a higher place, the runes of the great Tao were evolving, turning into a red and sparkling great obliteration millstone. It rumbled with a momentum that made the sky tremble as it crushed down. Strands of golden brilliance poured down, which was an aura that surpassed the emperor's might. The mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the ages turned to ashes. Everyone became excited. Looking at this scene, they felt a sense of hope. The other powerhouses also didn't hesitate. They all activated the forbidden artifacts in their hands and attacked the red-robed female demon together. The four gates of the divine city seemed to be swallowing everything in the world at this moment, integrating all the laws in this place. Then they interweaved into pillars of light that were as thick as mountains and bombarded the red-robed female demon. At this moment, even a crack appeared in the outer space, and endless light rushed out. The stars seemed to have been refined in advance. They were mixed with a vast aura as they fell down. It was as if a catastrophe was descending from the heavens to destroy everyone. The vast aura was mixed with the will to destroy the world. This kind of aura was simply terrifying and unimaginable. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky, even outside the array formation, and spread to every corner in a radius of millions of miles. Many cultivators and living beings who had fled the divine city heard this sound. This was the sound of the great Tao. In the sound, there were even fragments of the great Tao. The red-robed female demon's expression was cold and unperturbed. She didn't dodge and walk toward Guchanga. Therefore, she was almost solidly hit by all the light. Immediately, green smoke came out of her body, and her murderous aura was also scattered. She staggered as if she couldn't stand steadily. Under her feet, the ground shattered, and a terrifying crack that even spread to the underground world was blasted out. On her body, the cracks were even clearer, and blood seeped out from them. The red-robed female demon's physical body was very terrifying, and it had surpassed the realm she had shown so far. No one could hurt her. It was just that her original injuries were difficult to heal, and after being bombarded by this external force, they began to relapse. In everyone's eyes, this scene showed that the red-robed female demon was finally injured. They couldn't help but cheer and let out a long breath. The red-robed female demon was not invincible, and would be destroyed by them sooner or later. The injuries on her body were the best proof. As long as there are a few more attacks like this, the red-robed female demon will be destroyed by us sooner or later. Hope rose in the hearts of many supreme experts, and they planned to cooperate again. It had to be said that the corner of the array pattern was really strange, and it contained an indescribable mysterious power. At the place where the array core was, the group of old monsters also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Looks like this corner of the array pattern is really useful. As they spoke, they once again injected magic power to support the array core. If it weren't for their cooperation, the red-robed female demon wouldn't have been so injured in that attack just now. However, the amount of magic power needed to maintain this array core was huge. Even they felt a little overwhelmed, and began to take out pills and other things, swallowing them all. The group of ancient monks of Buddha Mountain also sat there cross-legged, chanting ancient scriptures, and using some kind of secret method to provide magic power support for the array core. Guchanga cooperated and injected magic power, But his gaze was always on Chan Hongyi. Looking at her current state, he felt that it was about time. Then, a black rune of the Great Tao in his palm followed the magic power and fell into the array core. After doing that, he glanced at the people in front of him with interest. The consumption of the array core is getting stronger. It seems that the red-robed female demon is trying to break through the array here. She might be leaving. At this moment, the expression of an old monster suddenly changed, and he felt a huge suction force coming from the array core. They needed a terrifying amount of magic power to maintain the array. He felt that he couldn't hold on much longer. One had to know that he had just swallowed some divine pills, but the magic power he had consumed couldn't be replenished at all. The amount of magic power needed to maintain the array has increased. With just the few of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue. The expressions of the other old monsters suddenly changed. They had underestimated the magic power needed to activate this corner of the array pattern. In this way, it was very likely that they would be exhausted to death before the red-robed female demon was killed. We miscalculated. I didn't expect to use so much energy to activate this corner of the array pattern. At this moment, Gu Chang's face was slightly pale, and he frowned with a dignified expression. He sighed. If we lose the support here, the battle situation that we worked so hard to turn around will probably change again. An old monster's expression was ugly, and he was very unwilling, feeling that they had miscalculated. It wasn't easy to find an opportunity, so how could they give it up? They were unwilling to give up. Let's hold on a little longer. We should have known that the array pattern that can deal with the red-robed female demon wouldn't be simple. The expressions of the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain also became very solemn, and they sighed. They also felt that their magic power was being crazily devoured by this corner of the array pattern. However, many of the sect leaders were fighting with the red-robed female demon in front of them, and there were heavy casualties. If there was a problem here, it would definitely affect the entire situation. However, after a while, someone couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly stopped, not injecting magic power into the array core to support it. If this continued, it might really damage their source and cause them to be exhausted to death. As someone stopped injecting magic power into the array core, the power of the devouring force became even more terrifying. The rest of the people felt that the devouring power had become even more terrifying. Without sharing the burden, the pressure on their bodies instantly increased by several times. The terrifying devouring force was like a whale swallowing an elephant drinking water, and immediately made their faces turn pale. Even if it was an old monster with a profound cultivation base that could be said to be vast, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly pulled back, not daring to joke around with his own essence at this time. We can only support it with pills, or else who can bear it? This corner of the array pattern is really strange. An old monster couldn't help but curse and hurriedly swallowed many pills. At this time, even the group of ancient monks couldn't take it anymore. They had to shake their heads and stop, and began to replenish their magic power. I'm afraid this can't go on. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and swallowed a pill. He sighed and said regretfully, if there were more people at that time, we wouldn't be so tired now. But at that time, we didn't know that this array pattern would consume so much magic power. It's really a mistake, a mistake. His words were approved by everyone here. Even the monks of Buddha Mountain who disliked him were silent. What happened here was heard by the group of supreme experts who were fighting with the red-robed female demon in front of them. Their expressions changed drastically. Almost instantly, the array pattern that shrouded the sky showed signs of dissipating. The red-robed female demon seized this opportunity. Her cold and emotionless eyes paused on Gu Chang'e for a moment. In the next moment, the runes of the Great Tao began to appear on her jade-like hand, evolving into a simple and natural giant black bell. With a loud bang, it emitted a terrifying bell wave. Before this, she had only relied on her absolute strength to crush her opponents. She wouldn't use her divine ability and so on. But now, she also understood the difficulty of this matter. If the array pattern hadn't suddenly disappeared, she was afraid that she would be in a lot of trouble today. As for how the array pattern disappeared, it wasn't difficult for her to understand with her current state of mind. Boom! The moment the array pattern disappeared, the situation took a terrifying turn. The people who had some chance of winning coughed up blood and collapsed, exploding on the spot. Even an emperor weapon was shattered by the red-robed female demon's palm. It exploded in the air, incomparably dazzling. Run, the red-robed female demon has escaped now. Staying here is just courting death. Seeing this scene, more people chose to flee out of the divine city. They didn't dare to stay, fearing that they would be killed by the red-robed female demon. She had already used strength that surpassed the emperor realm to prove to everyone how terrifying she was. This was no longer a situation where they could destroy her together. Not to mention that there was a problem with the array core. It was even more difficult to deal with her. It was almost impossible. Many powerhouses naturally understood this principle. Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. After all this planning and scheming, in the end it was all for nothing. However, only a few could escape. At this moment, the red-robed female demon's eyes were full of viciousness. Almost all the living things in front of her were slapped to death by her. Even the space was stagnant. The entire world seemed to have stopped. This was a terrifying method. With a sweep of her sleeve, heaven and earth dimmed, and everyone collapsed and exploded. This place was filled with a thick stench of blood. It was difficult to see a living person. They were either corpses or broken weapon fragments. Bathed in blood, she walked towards the array core. The group of old monsters who were recovering had a drastic change in expression, feeling fear and trembling. The red-robed female demon was really too strong. In the current upper realm, perhaps only the most ancient existences who had revived could contend against her. However, in the next moment, in front of everyone, the red-robed female demon suddenly staggered. Large amounts of blood began to appear on her body, and she almost fell to the ground. Looking at it like this, her red clothes were even redder, as if they were dyed in blood. Her originally snow-white face was even more bloodless and had lost its luster. However, that was all. She seemed to be unaware of pain and exhaustion. She's exhausted. It seems that the battle just now has exhausted all of her strength. Now she's no longer a threat to us. This scene stunned the group of old monsters and the monks of Buddha Mountain who were planning to escape. Then, many of the old monsters' faces were filled with surprise. Amitabha Buddha, female benefactor, you've done so much evil. Did you think that such a day would come? Today, Buddha will deliver you and convert you to the realm of eternal bliss. The few ancient monks of Buddha Mountain also stopped their escape. Their expressions returned to being compassionate as they looked at the red-robed female demon, who could be said to be very close to them. After saying that, they continued to sit cross-legged. Just in case, they continued to inject magical power into the array core, intending to use it to kill the red-robed female demon. Brothers, since that's the case, let's make it clear first. How are we going to divide this female demon's body later? In any case, this old man wants a piece. Of course, that's not a problem. If we can find out her secret, it's not a waste for me to spend so much effort to hunt her down. Seeing this, the old monster's eyes flashed and they injected magical power into the array core. Although the consumption was terrifying, they were already at this stage. They no longer cared about the damage to their source. The red-robed female demon stood in front of them, her hair stained with blood. Even when she heard these words, her eyes did not change. She understood these words, but she did not care and did not need to care. At this moment, she was looking at Guchanga, who was in the array core. This was the first time the two of them were so close together after the demon burial abyss. However, on Chan Hongyi's face, there was a vicious aura, baleful aura, hatred and murderous intent. These emotions seemed to have swept over everyone, causing them to tremble in fear. She was cold and silent, and a boundless aura gradually rose from her body. Guchanga was also carefully sizing her up. From her eyebrows, facial features, figure and clothes, there was no flaw. One had to admit that she was very beautiful. Even at this time, her small face was so delicate that there was no flaw to pick out. However, her eyes were cold and emotionless, making people feel like there was an endless sea of blood behind her. Young Master Changa, we can't hold on any longer. Come here quickly. The red-robed female demon has reached this stage and has no power to fight back. Now this is the only chance left. At this time, seeing that Guchanga still had not injected his magical power into the array core, one of the old monsters could not help but become anxious and yelled. However, Guchanga did not pay attention to him. He looked at Chan Hongyi and shook his head. After so many years, you haven't changed at all. You are so stupid. Since you want to seek revenge from me, then you should have the confidence to make a move. You came here so recklessly, do you want me to kill you? His words were casual and did not show any emotion. It was as if he was casually teaching a junior a lesson. Hearing this, the group of old monsters and ancient monks at the array corps were all stunned. They did not understand what this meant. Gu Chang'e was talking to the red-robed female demon in front of him. The next moment they realized what this meant. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. They could not believe it and felt a terrifying chill. You. The old monster who spoke just now could not help but look at Gu Chang'e in horror. His voice trembled. Who are you? You know the red-robed female demon? However, accompanied by a chi sound, a black spear suddenly pierced through his forehead. With a boom, his skull cracked, and his spirit was instantly annihilated. Master. Ada quickly acted. He was very cold and indifferent. His quasi-emperor cultivation erupted and was extremely powerful. After doing this, he stood respectfully behind Gu Chang'e and swept his gaze over the other people who were extremely shocked. Chapter 444. The air trembled as the black spear seemed to be made of nether iron. It was sharp and as fast as lightning, catching people off guard. It seemed to have disappeared into thin air, carrying a terrifying divine power. With just one attack, it pierced through the old monster's forehead. White bone fragments mixed with blood splattered everywhere, including his divine soul. It was instantly destroyed, shocking everyone. Everyone's scalp went numb and their hair stood on end. Ada was tall and muscular. His eyes seemed to be shining with divine light. He was wearing a dark metal armor and holding a black spear. He stood there like a god of war, emitting an aura that made people tremble in fear. So powerful. This scene shocked everyone. Many of the old monsters' expressions changed drastically, as they felt a wave of terrifying coldness that made them tremble in fear. The strength of this hidden guard beside Gu Chang'e had definitely surpassed the Supreme Being realm. They were most likely going to die today. Gu Chang'e had a big plan, but they didn't know it before. They had been kept in the dark by him. Moreover, who was Gu Chang'e? Why did he talk to the woman in red like that? They couldn't help but look at Gu Chang'e in horror. Some people found that the surroundings of this world had been sealed off at some point. Every inch of the void seemed to have been filled with lead water. They couldn't escape. Chan Hongyi naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Chang'e's words. But at that moment there was only hatred in her eyes. Other than that, there were no other emotions. She wanted to kill the man in front of her. Why are you doing this to me? The terrifying evil aura appeared once again. It was like a sea of blood that wanted to drown Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e only waved his sleeve. The wide robe seemed to be made of a universe, containing endless mysteries. The stars in it rotated and the universe appeared, dispelling Chan Hongyi's evil aura. She was no longer as ferocious as before. Her strength was no longer a threat to Gu Chang'e. Chang'e, who are you? Many people were in disbelief and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. The red-robed demoness unexpectedly spoke again, and these words were definitely for Gu Chang'e to hear. Didn't that mean that the woman in red wasn't muttering to herself outside the divine city? Instead, it had found Gu Chang'e's aura and was talking to him like that? After she left the fiend burial abyss, the person she had been chasing was actually Gu Chang'e? Ada kill them. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he casually glanced at the people behind him and did not say anything. Instead, he instructed Ada. He had no intention of letting these people live, so it was fine to let them know a little more. Yes, my lord. Ada's eyes were unusually cold when he received the order. A spear descended, piercing through the heavens like a world-destroying spear. The void froze, bringing with it boundless black light that drowned out everyone. Gu Chang'e. What do you mean by 500? An old monster's heart was filled with horror, raising great waves. He couldn't help but fall backwards, wishing to evade. Boom! However, his speed was still not as fast as Ada's attack. The space seemed to have been frozen at this moment, and there was nowhere to run at all. No, he used all his means, all his cultivation methods, and all his magic powers to perform. However, he was still in despair. He didn't expect to die here today, and his heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have coveted the red-robed demoness' flesh and blood, along with the horrifying sound that shook the heavens and shook the surroundings. The old monster's golden shield exploded, and Ada's spear pierced through it. Then, his whole body was nailed to the void like a stick of candied haw. Ada's arm shook slightly, and the boundless power of chi and blood burst out. A rain of blood spread out, tearing the body into pieces. The rest of the people changed their expressions, and their spiritual souls trembled. They cursed Guchanga in their minds, but they couldn't hide their fear, and they felt cold all over. What Guchanga said to the red-robed demoness just now shocked them, but they didn't have the time to think about it now. Now they were facing the biggest crisis they had ever faced in their countless years of cultivation. Ada was a quasi-emperor, and in his current state it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill everyone present. Moreover, many of them had lost their origin and used up a lot of their dermic power, so they were no longer in their peak state. Guchanga turned around and looked at the shocked people. His expression was still calm, and he said casually, "Can't you see it now? She's not someone you can covet. Guchanga, you colluded with the red-robed demoness to kill us. Could it be that you're the one who tampered with this array pattern?" The old monsters reacted quickly, and they felt that Guchanga's aura didn't change much from beginning to end. Their faces turned pale, and at the same time there was fear, unease, and anger. They immediately figured out the cause and effect, and they were angry and frightened at the same time. Why did Guchanga voluntarily say that he was in charge of guarding the formation core? It turned out that he had other plans and did it on purpose. The reason why they felt that their dermic powers were being drained and could not continue was probably because of Guchanga. However, they didn't suspect him at all, and only now did they realize that Guchanga had a lot to do with this. Back at the bottom of the demon burial abyss, did you deliberately release the red-robed demoness? Guchanga, you're a sinner. Today many experts of the forces have died because of you. After you die, you'll never be reincarnated, and you'll never be reincarnated. The ancient monks of Buddha Mountain also reacted at this moment, and their expressions were very ugly. They could no longer maintain their usual calmness, and they all looked over angrily. At the same time they took out various Buddhist weapons, and for a moment, there was a burst of dazzling Buddhist light, shining in all directions, and the sky was crystal clear. Many Buddhist dharmakayas appeared, tens of thousands of feet tall, and intertwined with the rhythm of Buddha. The phantoms of angry Vajras, benevolent Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas appeared in the void, chanting Buddhist scriptures, and wanting to release the people here. This was an unimaginable Buddhist dharma, which had the intention of purifying all living things, and was the supreme power of Buddha Mountain. All the ancient monks were infuriated. They had always thought that Guchanga was coveting the Buddhist robe, but they were wrong. His purpose was to release the red-robed demoness, and he even tricked them along the way. How could this hatred be tolerated? Who knows what will happen after death? Instead, you will all die here today, with your bodies and souls destroyed. Guchanga smiled casually, and his words were as casual as if he was crushing a few ants. But halfway through he looked at Chanhongyi and said, "Eat to your heart's content. Everyone here today is prepared for you." Chanhongyi's eyes were filled with shocking hostility, and she stared at him with cold and emotionless eyes. A terrifying murderous aura filled the sky, and it turned into rolling blood-red clouds behind her. However, in the face of so many life sources and the nomological Tao runes, it was indeed unbearable for her. Especially now, her condition was not good, and her old injuries had relapsed, and many cracks had appeared on her body. "I'll kill you," she spat out again with a shocking murderous aura, without a trace of emotion. "Then you can give it a try. I also want to know if you've improved after so many years." Guchanga shook his head indifferently, and his expression did not change at all. The next moment, Chanhongyi opened her mouth and roared, and a terrifying devouring force came. The star domain trembled, and red smoke appeared between heaven and earth. This was the gathering of many life essences in this place, each one as vast as a river of stars as they descended from below. She was devouring the life sources. His aura continued to rise, and even his broken muscles were being reconstructed, becoming delicate and fair, sparkling and translucent like snow. Seeing this, Guchanga's expression changed, and he estimated the time in his heart. What? The red-robed demoness was released by Wuxia. The group of old monsters who were fighting were even more shocked when they heard what the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain said. At the same time they kept dodging, not daring to face Ada head-on. They did not expect that the appearance of the red-robed demoness was related to Wuxia. They had always thought that the Bodhisattva of Buddha Mountain had done it, but it seemed that he had taken the blame for Wuxia. Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. If they had not seen it with their own eyes today, they would not have believed the truth of the matter. It could only be said that Wuxia had hidden too well. Perhaps no one had seen his true face from the beginning to the end. Wuxia, you will suffer retribution for doing this. Someone could not help but roar, especially when they heard Wuxia say to the red-robed demoness that he had prepared everyone here for her. Their hearts were cold and terrified to the extreme. Retribution? Then does that count as retribution for all of you? Wuxia looked back at the old monster who spoke and rolled up his sleeves. A golden divine light pierced through the air and instantly pierced through the center of his brows. A golden divine bird could be vaguely seen flying past. This was the primordial true feather obtained from the demon realm. It could even fight against the emperor's weapon, Xianyang Heavenly Blade. Therefore it ended the old monster's life in an instant, along with his divine soul, annihilated in an instant. This was the true feather of an emperor. It was tough and indestructible, comparable to an emperor's weapon. The others were even more terrified. They felt that Wuxia's strength was far beyond that of the black figure. Wuxia, you colluded with the red-robed demoness. This crime deserves to be punished. A group of ancient monks of Buddha Mountain rushed over at this moment like angry Vajras. Their Buddhist dharma was profound, and their faces were full of anger. Seeing that they could not convert Ada, they targeted Wuxia. They held all kinds of Buddhist treasures in their hands. They were incomparably simple and unadorned, gushing with boundless multicolored light. They were like stars that flooded towards Wuxia. Clang! However, it was accompanied by a terrifying sound of a pagoda that penetrated the sky. A small golden pagoda appeared above Wuxia's head. This was the Sky Palm Pagoda. It had a total of 9 floors. Ancient immortal runes appeared one after another. The moment they slowly descended, they continued to extend. A vast surging golden light bloomed. The body of the pagoda was simple and natural. With a light shake, it caused the group of ancient monks to cough up blood and fly backward. They could not attack Wuxia at all. What? This is the Sky Palm Pagoda. It fell into Wuxia's hands. They were shocked. Only then did they remember that Wuxia had countless treasures on him. Even many of the Sky Palm 7 artifacts were in his hands. The defensive power of the Sky Palm Pagoda was more than just terrifying. It was rumored that the Sky Palm Pagoda was an item that had once suppressed the fate of the Immortal Palace. You will die anyway. Now that things have come to this, why do you have to make such a pointless struggle? Wuxia shook his head slightly. His tone seemed to be regretful for them. In the next moment, a long black saber appeared in his hand. Wisps of Emperor Dao laws appeared. They were incomparably majestic, as if they could transform into a peerless emperor at any time to attack the world. Vast black saber chi swept across, and multicolored light gushed out. One rune after another condensed and swept through the heavens and earth. Those were the mysteries of the great Tao, which turned into a thick and majestic offensive power. In just an instant, the people of Buddha Mountain kept coughing up blood. The Buddhist treasures they summoned collapsed one by one. They were no match for Wuxia at all. Even a Tao enlightened one would have to retreat in the face of this saber. Among the people of Buddha Mountain, the one with the highest cultivation was only at the 3rd heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. He was still far from being a Tao enlightened one. In an instant a rain of blood filled the sky. Many people screamed and collapsed. They were filled with regret, despair, and deep unwillingness as their bodies and souls were destroyed. Chan Hongyi had been watching all this indifferently. She watched as Wuxia slaughtered everyone. At the same time she was also devouring the life source here. Thick red smoke soared into the sky, covering all directions and converging toward her. Blood mist drifted. Soon only the 2 of them were left, as well as the respectfully retreating Ada. It's finally quiet. After so many years, don't you have anything to say to me? Gu Chang'e put away the Xianyang heavenly saber and descended from the sky. His black robes were spread open and spotless. It was impossible to tell that he had just returned from killing people. He smiled casually, as if he was chatting with an old friend. At the same time he walked toward Chan Hongyi. When Chan Hongyi saw him coming over, a terrifying evil chi surged in her eyes again. Hatred seeped into her bones. Murderous intent filled the air and shook the sky. "I'm going to kill you." This was all she said. She didn't have any emotions, cold and emotionless. A terrifying aura rose from her body, as if she was going to return to her previous state of killing. After devouring so much of the life essence here, her injuries had indeed improved, but they were only able to slightly suppress her old injuries. However, it was much better than when she had just left the demon burial abyss. But in the next moment, there was a slight change on her face that had never changed. Chan Hongyi stared at Gu Chang'e. The evil chi on her face deepened. She felt that there were other things mixed in with the life source. It was these things that caused her to be unable to use her magic power. Although it was only for a while, she could quickly resolve it. But this short period of time could change many things. Do you feel that you can't use your magic power? Then be a good girl and go to sleep. Gu Chang'e noticed the change on her face and couldn't help but smile. Then a moon-white Buddhist robe appeared in his hand. There were many Buddhist lights on it. It was as if many eminent monks were chanting Buddhist scriptures day and night, blessing her with Buddhist dharma. The Buddhist lights shone down and sprinkled on Chan Hongyi's face. Wisps of evil chi were melting like snow under the scorching sun. At this moment, the Buddhist robe was surrounded by multicolored light. Thousands of rays of Buddhist light and thousands of auspicious lights bloomed continuously, as if to wash away the evil in her. After killing so many people, most of the evil chi has dissipated. It should be able to be suppressed for a while. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and draped the Buddhist robe over her body. Wisps of evil chi dissipated, making a sizzling sound like smoke. Chan Hongyi's evil expression gradually calmed down. She looked around in confusion as if puzzled. She looked at her blood-stained palms and robe and was even more confused. Master. Chan Hongyi looked at the young man in front of her and felt a familiar aura. She couldn't help but mutter. This was an extremely important person to her. Although she had forgotten many things, this name was naturally called out. It had been branded in her life and couldn't be erased. She stretched out her slender white hand, as if wanting to reach over. But halfway through she instinctively shrank back, worried that there would be array patterns lighting up and blasting towards her. This is already outside. Gu Chang'e smiled and grabbed her slender hand. Then, he took out a clean embroidered handkerchief and carefully and gently wiped away the blood on her face and hands. Chan Hongyi looked around in confusion. Her black jewel-like eyes were filled with confusion. She tilted her head, and her black hair drooped down. Outside? Yes, outside. Gu Chang'e nodded. Master, it hurts. Chan Hongyi suddenly shrank back her hand, and her voice was very weak. Gu Chang'e looked at the crack on her hand. He didn't know when it had been there. It had been there for a long time and was very difficult to heal. Previously, it had been corroded by many impure auras, but after this battle it had cracked again. It was a shocking sight. In her previous state, Chan Hongyi couldn't feel any pain at all. Her heart was filled with endless killing intent. Even if her body was cracked, her expression didn't change. She didn't know what pain was, but now she could clearly feel the pain. Her face was faintly pale as she bit her lip. She was dazed and confused, as if she didn't know why it hurt so much. Gu Chang'e was silent for a moment. It won't hurt very soon. Then his expression softened. Wisps of gentle magic power gathered and turned into divine light. It had the nirvana green lotus body of creation, and contained astonishing vitality. Yes, it doesn't hurt anymore. Wisps of green smoke appeared on the wound, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Chan Hongyi's face was pale, and her brows were knitted together because of the pain, but she still nodded. She still remembered that after a battle, she was punished by her master because of the unbearable pain from the injury. So, even if it hurt, she had to say it didn't hurt. Gu Chang'e looked at her and shook his head slightly. He knew why she said that. In his opinion, during the endless time she was sealed in the demon burial abyss, The reason why Chan Hongyi could split into two personalities had a lot to do with this. She didn't know pain and didn't fear pain. She only had hatred, but she could resist the endless loneliness and hurt. Then Guchanga took Chan Hongyi and turned into a divine rainbow and left this place. Here blood mist drifted. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, there were still clouds and broken weapons everywhere, but it had already turned into a land of death and ruins. Along the way, Chan Hongyi was in a daze. There were many things that she couldn't remember, but many things that she could never forget. Master, why did you leave me in that place? You didn't come to see me. I miss you so much. I'm very obedient. Can you not leave me alone? It's so dark there. Chapter 445. The Devil Extermination Conference in the Divine City had attracted the attention of almost all the orthodoxies in the upper world. Many powerful cultivators had brought along their forbidden weapons. Many old monsters that had not appeared for millions of years had appeared. Their momentum was overwhelming as they wanted to hunt down the evil woman in red. Although many people did not participate, they had been paying attention to this event. When the evil woman in red appeared and stepped into the divine city, many cultivators knew about it. They appeared in the sky and looked at the scene from afar. There was a chaotic light that shot into the sky, followed by a dense chaotic fog that spread out. A heavenly sound filled the air and shrouded the world. It was as if that place had become the most ancient era, before the creation of the world. The scene could no longer be seen clearly. Even the cultivators who were extremely proficient in the heavenly eye could not see anything. However, they could vaguely feel the mighty waves coming from there. It was as if there was a supreme war drum being beaten. The sound reverberated in all directions. It was the sound of killing and roaring. The world seemed to be turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their light. The big stars in the outer region trembled and fell down. The heavens seemed to have ruptured. An endless light rushed out. Multicolored light shone resplendently, producing all types of supreme divine weapons. Those were the weapons of many powerful cultivators. They floated in the sky like a great sun or a rolling river. Just a strand of their aura could destroy the stars in the outer region. However, even such a weapon emitted a cracking sound in the end, as if it had been blown apart. Such a scene was extremely shocking. It made people feel shocked and curious. What was the scene inside? What was the situation? Could this plan to hunt down the evil woman in red be realized? However, one had to admit that the formation set up in the divine city was very mysterious. Even the imperishable sects and immemorial royal families tried to disperse the chaotic fog with their weapons. However, they could not see the scene inside and could only wait for the result. The longer they waited, the more uneasy they felt. However, when the formation patterns above the divine city broke through, endless blood light illuminated the sky. There were even strange phenomena in the distance. Blood rain fell from the sky. All living things were crying. Blood lotuses took root in the void and bloomed. Big stars fell down one after another. In the distant lands, even on the ancestral planets of some clans, terrifying strange phenomena appeared. Many people began to cry in grief. That was the sign of the fall of a supreme being. These scenes were reflected in all directions. Only now did many people react. Their faces became incomparably pale, feeling fear and trembling. From the looks of it, this demon extermination conference might not go smoothly. This kind of terrifying phenomenon hadn't appeared for countless years, and today was the first time it was so terrifying. Even the heavens were illuminated in a blood-red color, and a rain of blood poured down. Then endless sounds of battle rang out. Terrifying figures with disheveled hair rushed out of the divine city one after another, their bodies covered in blood. They opened spatial tunnels to escape. This kind of scene caused the people watching from afar to be unable to help but be shocked. This was especially the case when they personally witnessed an incomparably terrifying existence being covered by a blood-red palm print that was chasing after it. After the scene of it exploding in the air, they were even more horrified and their entire bodies turned ice cold. What happened later confirmed everyone's guess. This demon extermination conference shook the upper realm. However, many people did not expect that it would end in such a way. A banquet to hunt the red-robed female demon turned out to be a banquet to send people to their deaths. Many supreme beings from various orthodoxies died tragically. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, including their weapons. Among them, the gods had all died tragically, and no one survived. The once glorious and ancient divine city was filled with clouds and silver waterfalls, but it turned into a land of death within a day. Corpses and weapon fragments could be seen everywhere. Some areas still had remnants of the battle. Cultivators with slightly weaker cultivation bases were likely to be killed by the remnants of the battle. Even the blood of the fallen powerhouses contained unimaginable divine power. As the chains of order intertwined, a single drop could penetrate countless mountains. However, many people also noticed that many of the life sources here had been devoured. Therefore, they guessed that the red-robed female demon might have left in the end. This scene showed the cruelty and horror of that battle. The red-robed female demon's whereabouts were unknown, and no one knew where she was. In this battle, many orthodoxies of the upper realm suffered heavy losses. Many old monsters who wanted to kill the red-robed female demon and steal her flesh also died because of this. Such a scene could be said to be extremely tragic, and no one could see any signs of life. All the runes were obliterated, and the formation patterns were overflowing. Divine light pierced through the sky, and no one could control it anymore. Danger was everywhere. Some of the powerhouses who fled when they saw that the timing was not right felt a chill in their hearts. If they had hesitated a little, they would have died tragically and followed in the footsteps of the others. Regarding this battle, many orthodoxies tried to recreate the scene with secret treasures, but they all failed. The divine city was in chaos. All the rules and order were broken and collapsed everywhere. As a result, they could only reconstruct the battle based on the accounts of those who escaped. Many people realized that there was a problem with the formation core. Because the red-robed female demon tried to rush out of the formation, there was a shortage of people at the formation core, and everyone could not continue to maintain the formation. Otherwise, such a tragic scene would not have happened. Speaking of which, this was a miscalculation. For a time, in many ancient cities of the upper realm, there were cultivators and living beings discussing this matter. They were worried and felt that the red-robed female demon was not dead. Moreover, her traces were hard to find, and no one knew where she was. If she were to suddenly appear, wouldn't it be a devastating disaster for them? What a good opportunity, but it's a pity that we miscalculated. If more people were sent to the formation core, we might have been able to destroy the red-robed female demon. In an ancient city, near the window, a few young cultivators were talking. There were men and women, young and energetic. They wore the same clothes, and it was obvious that they came from a certain orthodoxy. At this moment, when they heard what happened in the divine city, they were shocked and emotional. This kind of thing was too far away for them. With their cultivation base, they were not even qualified to watch. Those powerhouses and old monsters had unfathomable cultivation bases and had lived for millions of years. However, there were also experts who had died tragically within those mountains. I heard that among those who were responsible for guarding the formation core in the divine city, there were Buddha Mountain and young Master Chang'e. There's news from Buddha Mountain, saying that all the monks sent this time have fallen, and their soul lamps have been extinguished. Young Master Chang'e's whereabouts are unknown, and many people suspect that he's also in danger, but we don't know if it's true or not. A few young men and women talked softly when Gu Chang'e was mentioned. They could not help but look at him with respect and admiration, but they could not help but sigh and feel regret in their words. This was because they also felt that Gu Chang'e was doomed this time. Although Gu Chang'e was very strong, he was still a young man. Compared to those old monsters, he was still much younger. His age was not even a fraction of theirs. Therefore, many of the younger generation admired Gu Chang'e for participating in this demon extermination conference. This not only required strength, but also unprecedented courage. However, this time, how many people in the entire divine city escaped? It was said that the person in charge of guarding the formation core fought the red-robed female demon with his origin damaged. What were the chances of winning this battle? In their opinion, it was even slimmer. However, the Longevity Gu clan had not yet sent news of Gu Chang'e's soul lamp extinguishing, so they did not know whether he was still alive or not. Of course, there were also people who guessed that the Longevity Gu clan had concealed this news and found it difficult to accept. After all, Guchanga's level of brilliance could be said to have illuminated the entire Golden Age. Since ancient times, was there anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Many people felt that this was extremely regrettable. In short, there were differing opinions. Many orthodoxies in the upper realm were paying close attention to this matter. If Guchanga did not fall, he would definitely achieve great things in this era. If the immortal gate opened, there would definitely be a place for him in the immortal path. Missing. Suspected to have fallen? While these young men and women were talking. On the other side, slightly closer to the stairs, a woman wearing a conical bamboo hat and white clothes was drinking by herself. However, her fingers hidden under her sleeves were trembling slightly. The woman in white had picturesque features. Her facial features were elegant and beautiful. Her eyes were like flawless gemstones. Her hair was soft and smooth, and her pretty face was fair and sparkling. As she spoke, she was a little uneasy and her eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Don't underestimate that guy's means. Nothing will happen to him even if everyone else dies. You've been with him for so long. Don't you understand this? At this moment, another voice sounded in the woman in white's mind. It seemed to be rather disbelieving and disdainful. I just suddenly feel that this matter is a little strange. But are we still going to look for the red-robed she-devil? The woman in white shook her head gently and asked. Currently, the red-robed she-devil's whereabouts are unknown. If that's the case, let's ignore it for now. When I fell into the demon burial abyss, I owed her a favor and obtained the forbidden demonic technique. Speaking of which, I owe her a favor. If she's in danger, we have to think of a way to help. Also, I keep feeling that the forbidden demonic technique is missing something. If there's a chance, we have to ask her. The other voice in the woman in white's mind explained. Then I'll go to the chaotic star region first to find my sister and exchange our identities. I have to deal with the G family. The woman in white was Su Chinga. Hearing this, she nodded and got up to leave the tea house. During this period of time, she had been searching everywhere for prey in order to break through. Her cultivation had improved very quickly. However, she was still carrying the title of the inheritor of the demonic technique. Previously, many things that the demonic technique organization had done, such as killing many young supreme beings, including the successor of the White Tiger clan and the successor of the Sky Emperor Mountain, were all put on her head. She had to be careful to avoid encountering those who wanted to kill the inheritor of the demonic technique and seek revenge. What puzzled Su Chinga was that during this period of time, the attention that people paid to the inheritor of the demonic technique was obviously much less than before. This was because compared to what the demonic technique organization had done in the beginning, her actions paled in comparison. Over time, although the inheritor of the demonic technique still appeared everywhere, people thought that they had restrained themselves. Naturally, the attention they paid to them decreased. I hope to hear good news about the young master. He has many tricks up his sleeve and is very meticulous. It is indeed difficult for anyone in this world to hurt him. Su Chinga sighed in her heart. She couldn't help but recall what had happened in the Immortal Academy. At that time she had almost exposed her identity. What did Guchanga say to her? She didn't know what he would think and how he would treat her if he knew her identity as the inheritor of the demonic technique. Would he really do what he said at that time to eliminate the demonic technique and uphold justice on behalf of the heavens and solve this disaster? At the same time, at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, huge waves surged up to the sky. The black seawater was as heavy as millions of tons. It contained endless mysteries, as if the world was tumbling thick and majestic. In the Boundary Monument Sea, there were many scattered islands. There were either space cracks or ancient divine islands on them. There were heaven and earth on them, and some ancient existences lived in seclusion. Ancient giant ships could be seen in the distance. Tao patterns were intertwined on them, shining with divine light. They were crossing the sea to fight against the non-contravention force. They were going to conquer the 10 regions in all directions. Guchanga, I didn't expect you to have such a day. If you die in the hands of the red-robed female devil, I can't help but feel a little regretful. A handsome and elegant young man in a blue robe said. He was tall and straight, and his hair was as black as ink. There was a kind of sparkling divine light intertwining around him. He had a sense of confidence and steadiness. When he opened and closed his eyes, there were wisps of divine light. His cultivation was profound. He stood on the ancient warship with his hands behind his back. She begged for fresh flowers. As he spoke, he shook his head and looked at the shore of the boundary monument sea. As long as they passed the area in front, they would reach the border of the 10 regions in all directions. Mansion Master. Guchanga's disappearance this time. Many people think that he might have been kidnapped by the red-robed female devil. The red-robed female devil can use this to negotiate with the Longevity Gu family. After all, according to the rumors at that time, the red-robed female devil has intelligence. An old man appeared behind the elegant young man and reported respectfully. This possibility is not high, but since it is possible, there are naturally other possibilities. Guchanga has actually been killed by the red-robed female devil. It's just that the Longevity Gu family is unwilling to accept it. The elegant young man shook his head slightly. When he mentioned Guchanga, he narrowed his eyes with a hint of deeply hidden hatred. Although he also hoped that Guchanga would die in the hands of the red-robed female devil, he hoped that he could kill this big enemy with his own hands. The destruction of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was still fresh in his mind. Today was different from the past. In the past he still had to rely on others. He was just a prince of a small ancient kingdom, insignificant. But now, he was the youngest cave master of the Most High Cave Heaven. He had already become a supreme being at the age of 300. He had great power and his cultivation was unfathomable. Even a veteran supreme being was no match for him. Cave Master is right. Now that Guchanga is dead, no one in the upper world can fight for your limelight. The elegant young man was Chu Hao. Hearing this, the old man behind him couldn't help but smile and say respectfully. This time the Most High Cave Heaven had appeared again, and they planned to conquer the 8 desolates in 10 regions. The other important thing was to help Chu Hao make a name for himself. A supreme being who was hundreds of years old, this talent could be said to be one of a kind. Even the other young supreme beings of this generation, for example 6 Crown King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Human Ancestor Hall Holy Maiden, Unparalleled Immortal Dynasty's Crown Prince Yu Mingkong and the others, couldn't guarantee that they would be able to break through this realm before they were several hundred years old. So, Chu Hao could be proud. 00 However, in this generation there was a monster Guchanga. He was hundreds of years younger than him, but his cultivation was on par with him. If he was compared to Guchanga, others would only think that he wasn't worth mentioning. If it was someone else, Chu Hao might just laugh it off and not care much. However, this person was his archenemy, Guchanga. His childhood sweetheart Tang Wan was also persecuted by him, causing their relationship to break. All these made him hate Guchanga to the extreme. Woo! At this moment a strange sound was heard. It sounded like some kind of tool whistling through the sky, mixed with a terrifying aura. The sea within a few 100,000 miles started to shake violently, and ripples appeared in the space. However, this voice could only be heard by those with profound cultivations. The weaker cultivators only felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if some kind of aura had swept over them and was trying to take away their souls. At this moment, everyone on the ancient warship, including Chu Hao and everyone on the ancient warship, felt a sense of stiffness. Their hair stood on end and they couldn't move at all. What's that? Chu Hao's scalp went numb, and he couldn't maintain his expression as he stared at the distant area. It was red smoke, and it seemed to have swept over from the distant sea. Its momentum was shocking, and it gathered between the heavens and the earth, as if it could rush out to the outer realm. Chu Hao activated his heavenly eye technique, and he could barely see that thing clearly. It was a small black bottle. It was very blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. As rays of black light fell, it was like a black sun, and the light around it was swallowed and absorbed by it. The billowing smoke was the source of life that had filled the Boundary Monument Sea for countless years. Although it was rare, it was scattered everywhere. Who is this? Who is collecting the source of life in this place? Chu Hao frowned and a chill ran down his spine. He felt that the small black bottle was extremely evil, and the billowing red smoke was being swallowed. He didn't dare to take another look. At this moment he noticed that below the small black bottle, there was a black figure. He was holding a long spear, and he was extremely majestic, as if he was waiting for the small black bottle in the sky. However, Chu Hao felt that the black figure was terrifying. He didn't dare to take another look, and he quickly retracted his gaze. In a place like the Boundary Monument Sea, there were all kinds of terrifying existences, and it was unimaginable. The most important thing now is to find the Supreme Diagram, Chu Hao thought to himself. The origin of the Supreme Grotto Heaven was related to this diagram. However, due to some reason it ended up in that world. Not far from the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, in a secret space crack. In the soul-nourishing place in the Bronze Palace. Red light flickered, and rays of multicolored light intertwined, turning into a majestic soul-nourishing aura, and finally gathered in the pool. The divine spring rolled, and the celestial mist was dense. It had a different kind of holy aura. Master, don't leave me behind, okay? Suddenly, a head popped out from the pool, and her hair was tangled together. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her palm-sized face was even more exquisite, without any flaws. At this moment, that pair of flawless black gemstone-like eyes looked at the back of the figure at the entrance of the palace weakly and confusedly, as if he was about to leave her sight. She couldn't help but want to stand out from the pool and chase after him. I'll be right outside the palace. You stay inside. Guchanga didn't turn back, and only shook his head slightly. Then master, don't leave me. Chanhongyi's head slowly retracted back into the pool, only revealing a pair of eyes, as if she was afraid that Guchanga would leave when she wasn't paying attention. Her gaze didn't change much from before, and no matter what she looked at, she was still confused. She only felt that the pool was very comfortable, and she didn't feel the pain from before. Her injuries seemed to be recovering quickly. Most importantly, she could feel her master's aura. Fan. Chapter 446. The Bronze Palace was grand and ancient, emitting a faint glow. It was unknown what era it was built from, but there were many ancient patterns carved on it. At this moment, many life origins were gathering from all directions, forming life symbols that fell into the pool. The immortal mist was dense, as if the Milky Way was falling. It was incomparably brilliant. Chanhongyi was soaking in it, her hair draped over her shoulders, sticking tightly to her small face. She was still wearing a Buddhist robe, suppressing a terrifying evil aura. Her eyes were like black gemstones, looking in the direction of the entrance of the Bronze Palace. When she saw Guchanga stop there, she seemed to be relieved. Then she revealed a satisfied and happy smile. It was as if to her, as long as she could see Guchanga, it was the most satisfying thing in the world. Master, Hongyi will cultivate well in the future. Don't leave me behind again, she muttered, but other than her eyes, the rest of her body was soaking in the divine spring, and when she spoke, she emitted bubbles. Buzz. However, strands of life origins turned into dazzling lights, filling the void with a misty aura, and gathered on Chanhongyi's body. Those terrifying injuries were slowly recovering. Especially in her dazed eyes there was a hint of life. It was as if as her injuries healed, her divine spirit's injuries were also slowly recovering. Guchanga stood at the entrance of the Bronze Palace, his black robe fluttering. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling the direction of the laws here. After bringing Chanhongyi out of the Divine City, Guchanga deliberately avoided everyone, and then brought her to the soul-nurturing place that he had prepared long ago. There were many heaven and earth origins scattered here, and some had even fallen. There had been countless battles in the Boundary Monument Sea, and the lives that had died were like sand in the Ganges River. Over countless years, the life origins that had gradually gathered here were innumerable. After killing War Immortal Li Xiu, he had engraved many restrictions and array patterns here as a precaution. On one hand, he was worried that someone would notice and destroy this soul-nurturing place. On the other hand, the array patterns here were under his control. If Chanhongyi's evil aura rose again, he could use the array patterns here to trap her in the inner universe. However, this was only a deeper consideration. Unless it was absolutely necessary, this step was not necessary. While Guchanga was deep in thought, a wave of energy fluctuation came from outside the ancient Bronze Palace. A Das figure appeared. A black bottle bobbed up and down in his hand, giving off a tremendous devouring intent. My lord, the collection is complete. He respectfully handed the bottle over. Guchanga casually glanced at it and nodded. This was a bottle of the Great Tao condensed from the runes of the Great Tao. It was as vast as the sea, but at this moment it was already filled with endless life source. A jade-green sea of blood floated within, turning into a red haze that was incomparably hazy. Not enough. However, the origin of life in this place is already very thin. Go to the battlefield at the border. 2 realms are fighting there, and there are many cultivators there. Kill them and fill up another bottle. Guchanga shook his head slightly. Black runes appeared in his hand and condensed into a black bottle of the Great Path. He handed it to Ada. My lord, do we also kill the cultivators and creatures of this world? Ada's golden eyes showed some confusion as he asked respectfully. Kill them all. Guchanga nodded slightly with a calm expression. Yes. The air blurred and a crack appeared. Ada quickly stepped into it and disappeared. Then Guchanga took the bottle of the Great Path and walked into the palace. Wisps of crimson smoke rushed out and converged on Chan Hongyi's body. The origin of life that was already thin around her became dense again, like a sea of blood floating in the air. She looked a bit confused and said in a weak voice, Master, what's wrong? Guchanga glanced at her and didn't stop what he was doing. The black runes of the Great Path fell into the pool. At the same time, he threw in some shining divine medicines, red agate-like fruits, and sacred little trees that glittered with silver light. Are you going to cook me like before? Chan Hongyi stared blankly at the divine spring that was gradually boiling because of the terrifying medicinal properties. The temperature of the water continued to rise, and it even produced gurgling bubbles. In the midst of the dense fog, her small face was a little hot, and a blush rose up like a haze. However, the mist was formed by the origin of life and the peerless divine medicines. Each wisp contained extremely shocking vitality. Even the legendary medicine of the human body couldn't compare to it. Cook. Some memories flashed past Guchanga's mind. He shook his head slightly and said, That's called foundation establishment. How many times do I have to tell you? Oh, that's called foundation establishment. Hongyi remembered. Then, Master, once I'm cooked, will you be able to eat me? Chan Hongyi was still a bit confused. She was unfamiliar with the term foundation establishment. However, she remembered something else very important. Her eyes were like those of a deer. With some caution and some hope, she looked at Guchanga. Eat you? Guchanga raised his eyebrows and walked closer to her. He felt that her confusion was a bit serious. Chan Hongyi nodded. Her confused expression turned serious, as if this matter was very, very important to her. I've already grown up. Master ate me. If Master eats me, I can marry Master, she explained seriously. Guchanga didn't expect that was what she meant when she said, eat me. In his impression, Chan Hongyi's personality was a little straightforward, but it definitely wasn't to this extent. Where did you hear this from? Guchanga put her on her head, and her voice gradually softened. It's the auntie at the foot of the mountain. I asked her when I could marry Master. She said, unless Master eats me. Chan Hongyi's voice was a bit weak and her expression was a bit blank. She seemed to be seriously thinking about it. After saying this, she couldn't help but tug at Guchanga's sleeve. Master, can you not kill Auntie? Auntie is a good person. She even taught me how to cook. I want to cook for Master. In her memory, Guchanga rarely allowed her to interact with outsiders. Many strangers who tried to get close to her were mercilessly killed by him. There was once a young master of a reclusive immortal clan, who was exterminated by Guchanga because of this. I won't kill anyone this time. Guchanga rubbed her head. His eyes were calm and deep. Rest well. Yes, Chan Hongyi nodded obediently. For the next few days, the bronze palace was filled with a faint red mist. Guchanga was paying attention to the news in the outside world. He asked his subordinates to pass the news to him. What interested him the most was that many orthodoxies and forces were guessing whether he was dead or alive. Some said that he was suspected to be dead, while others said that he was abducted by the red-robed female demon. There were many different opinions. The demon extermination conference in the Divine City had shaken the upper realm. There were simply way too many utmost powerful beings who had died. Those who had managed to escape were all severely injured as well, and would require an extremely long period of time before they could recover. Many ancient monks of Buddha Mountain had died tragically. No one was left alive. This led to many people guessing Guchanga's whereabouts. Both the younger generation and the older generation were paying close attention to him. They desperately wanted to know whether he was dead or alive. For Guchanga, this actually did not have much of an effect. That was because he did not need to fake his death to deceive his enemies. There was no enemy in the upper realm that required him to do so. His main concern was the matter of Chan Hongyi. She was a ticking time bomb that was difficult to control. Her violent outbursts were even more unstable. She could turn into what she was like in the Divine City at any time. Moreover, as her injuries healed, her strength would only become more terrifying. Guchanga had examined her injuries. Her recovery was less than 1% of her peak state. It seemed that he had to stabilize her spirit before thinking about other things. The upper realm was different from the previous epochs. It lacked immortal materials, so it was difficult for Chan Hongyi to fully recover. In her current state, it was easy to deal with her when she was in a daze. However, once she fell into a killing frenzy, it would be 100 times more difficult to suppress her. During this time, Chan Hongyi's injuries were recovering. This meant that her strength when she fell into a killing frenzy would only be more terrifying. However, Guchanga still prepared a backup plan just in case. He did not have the means to suppress her when the time came. A few days later, the life origin within 1,000,000 miles of the soul recuperation ground had thinned out. The faint blood-red glow that had once floated above the boundary monument sea had dissipated. It would take at least 10 million years for it to gather again. Guchanga then left with Chan Hongyi. However, her current whereabouts could not be known to the outside world. Guchanga thought about it and left her in the innerverse. He did not plan to return to the Gu clan first. There were still some matters to deal with in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. According to Ada's report, the other child of destiny, Chu Hao, had appeared at the boundary monument sea and was attempting to invade the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Guchanga estimated that after he dealt with Chu Hao, his cultivation would be able to break through to the boundary emperor realm. As time passed, the non-contravention force above the boundary monument sea thinned out. This caused more and more forces to come here. A large patch of dark clouds swept across the sky, shaking the heavens. Those were numerous majestic and vast ancient warships, and there were numerous experts standing densely on them. Multicolored light coiled around their bodies, and divine splendor shone brilliantly. Although it was difficult for the powerhouses to cross over, they had to pay a high price. However, for the younger generation, it was an extremely suitable opportunity for them to train. Almost all the immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects, including the Longevity Gu clan, had sent their younger generation here a long time ago. They headed to the boundary lands to fight with the younger generation on the other side. The last time Guchanga manifested his faith Dharma body, it was a miniature version of a battlefield. Crossing the boundary monument sea was difficult for the other powerhouses. However, for Guchanga, who was proficient in the origin of space, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. Although there were many dangerous places along the way, it was difficult to injure him now. Guchanga's robes fluttered in the wind. His expression was calm as he walked on the waves of the boundary monument sea. It was as if there was an invisible golden path that extended under his feet. It directly suppressed the majestic and heavy force coming from the ground. He was very fast and appeared tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. However, he soon noticed that a 3-headed black dragon appeared in the huge waves in front of him. It was surrounded by black light and looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. It was like a majestic island lying across the sea. It lived in the boundary monument sea and was not afraid of the majestic pressure here. Its body was covered with dense black and green scales that were as tough as immortal gold. This 3-headed black dragon noticed Guchanga's expression. It first bared its fangs and revealed a ferocious appearance, trying to pounce over. However, in the next moment, when a terrifying and vast pressure swept over it, it trembled in fear. Its soul was almost scared out of its body. It kept on drilling into the depths of the boundary monument sea. With the strength of a supreme martial artist, it just so happens that it lacks a mount. Guchanga nodded slightly and walked toward it unhurriedly. At this moment, the shore of the boundary monument sea in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions was a barren and boundless yellow desert. Endless rolling yellow sand submerged heaven and earth. Occasionally, withered bones would be revealed. Countless powerhouses of the 8 Wastelands 10 regions had died in battle here. They all died tragically when resisting the invasion of the higher realm. Buried in the sand for many years, their corpses were still immortal and emitted sparkling white light. Barren hills and mountain ridges spread out in this place. Some mountain peaks were incomparably strange. Multicolored light shone brilliantly and divine splendor lingered around them. Some barren forests stretched across, shrouded in thick miasma and chaotic fog. From time to time, vicious beasts as large as mountains could be seen crossing the horizon and landing here. There were some places where the 8 Wastelands 10 regions experts built war forts long ago. They were as large as stars one after another. However, they had long been damaged, falling from the sky dome, smashing open terrifying craters one after another. When one looked down from above, this place was full of devastation. There were traces of battle everywhere. This was a dangerous place. The mountain region was vast, yellow sand surging. However, there was an extremely strange scene that was hidden within the depths. A group of people were trekking through this place. There were ancient trees that seemed to have already withered, looking like they had long lost their life force. However, they still took root and grew. One could see many black vicious birds building nests on them. Their eyes were like cold blades, piercing through the void with chila sounds. This group of people trekking through this place were extremely cautious. There were quite a few of them, both humans and foreign races. There were 20 to 30 of them. Most of them were young, but there were many elders as well. Precious splendor could be seen on their bodies, their strength extremely terrifying. In the past, it was rumored that our world's spirit gourd supreme expert fought with an unmatched existence from that world called Taishang here. They were evenly matched and in the end a void space was created. In the end the two of them died from exhaustion. However, their inheritances and many things they left behind, including magical artifacts, were all left behind here. However, that void space is extremely strange. It will only appear when there are terrifying battle fluctuations. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't be able to find the entrance normally. A young woman spoke from within this group of people who were currently on their way. Her figure was tall and graceful, long hair like silk, extremely glossy. It was dark green in color, and even her eyes were dark green. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, a rare beauty that could topple cities. Her entire body was suffused with a wave of refreshing plant-like aura, making one feel a sense of peace. Quite a few young men looked at her with gazes full of admiration. This woman was called Lu Luo, from an ancient race from the 8 Wastelands 10 regions. Ancient life deity blood flowed through her body, making her close to nature. All types of nature-related magical techniques were at her fingertips without any hindrance. At the same time, she was an extremely famous goddess from the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, and she had many pursuers. If it wasn't for the shockwaves from the battle between the two worlds reaching here, this void space would not have appeared. That's good for us. Hearing Lu Luo's words, the other young men and women all nodded, and their eyes flashed with divine light. An aura that was completely different from that of the upper realm appeared. Their statuses were not low in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, and their families were very ancient, so they knew many secrets. As such, after some discussion, they had decided to come here to explore that void space. Don't be careless. Since we know about this void space, those people on the other side might know about it as well. At this moment, a slightly younger black-clothed man spoke. His hair was very long, and his face was not very handsome. He was not very tall and he was even a bit thin. However, he gave off an aura that was difficult to ignore. His eyes were filled with divine light, and his palms were covered with faint dragon scales. His knuckles were very large, and there were calluses on some parts of his body. Evidently, he often practiced various magical techniques. He was calm and collected, and he did not panic at all. Since Brother Lin says so, we will naturally be careful. Hearing this, the other young men and women's expressions became serious. They were clearly in awe of the man in front of them. Even a goddess like Lu Luo could not help but show admiration in her eyes. The man was called Lin Wu, and he came from the ancient and mysterious Dragonblood clan. He was a legendary genius in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions. He was extremely dazzling, and could be called one of the undefeatable figures of the younger generation. Lin Wu's background could only be considered average, and he was even born from a concubine of the Lin clan. If it wasn't for the Lin clan's clan leader being muddle-headed and drunk, there would be no Lin Wu today. Before the age of 13, Lin Wu was not very special. In fact, he was far behind his peers and he was not valued by his clan at all. However, at the age of 13, when he awakened the Lin clan's dragon blood, his terrifying talent was revealed and shocked everyone. The sword that could be said to have been honed for more than 10 years now shone with a dazzling brilliance. Just how terrifying was Lin Wu's talent? There was nothing in this world that he could not learn. No matter how difficult a technique was to understand, he could reach the peak of perfection in a short amount of time. In other words, the geniuses of clans were divided into 2 types. One was called Lin Wu and the other was called the others. Under the situation of being behind his peers for more than 10 years, Lin Wu was still able to catch up and become the undefeatable existence of his generation. This could be considered a miracle. However, the most terrifying thing about Lin Wu was his talent. The 8 Wastelands 10 regions today was like a golden age that had been accumulating for a long time. All kinds of terrifying geniuses appeared. The stars of chaos were dazzling. Even Lin Wu could only be considered one of them. I just don't know what our chances of winning this war are. I heard that something happened on the other side, or else there would be more powerhouses coming to kill us. As if thinking of something, Goddess Lu Luo sighed. Her expression was bitter and helpless, and there was a deep sense of dejection and fear. When mentioning the other side, almost everyone's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. It was not the first time that the 8 Wastelands 10 regions were invaded. Since ancient times, such things were not rare. The many damaged battle fortresses on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea were the result of countless years of battle. Very quickly, everyone once again carefully moved forward, avoiding the many fierce beasts here. Goddess Lu Luo saw that Lin Wu seemed to be in a daze and couldn't help but ask, "Lin Wu, are you still thinking about what happened before?" Lin Wu nodded silently. You have to restrain your grief. Brother Qingyang did not surrender at the last moment. He courageously faced death, worthy of the name of Dragon Blood War God of your clan. Lu Luo sighed. She knew that Lin Wu and his brother Lin Qingyang had a deep relationship. However, a while ago, Lin Qingyang fought with a young creature on the battlefield. When he was about to kill his opponent, he was slapped to death by an incomparably terrifying existence behind him. Even an ancestor of the Lin clan died tragically on the spot, turning into a bloody mist without leaving behind any traces. This matter made Lin Wu furious for a long time, his eyes burning with hatred. Chapter 447. Ancient black trees towered into the sky. They were withered and had no signs of life, but they were incomparably tall, towering over the desert. Mountains rose and fell without end, and yellow sand billowed, covering the sky and earth. These ancient trees had absorbed the corpses of countless experts over countless years, and had already become spirits. They sought luck and avoided disaster, and would not provoke any living beings that passed by. However, Luluwa and the others were still very cautious, afraid that a large commotion here would attract other cultivators. Now that the Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions were at war, this place was not far from the border. Therefore, as long as there was any strange movement here, it was likely to be detected by the cultivators with astonishing perception, thus disrupting their plans. Lin Wu, I can understand your feelings, but at this time you still need to restrain your grief, Luluwa advised softly, feeling sympathy for Lin Wu. At the same time, she also had a good impression of this legendary man, and did not want to see him affected by this matter. The terrifying existence that killed Lin Qingyang was definitely not someone that the current Lin Wu could face. Lin Wu's expression was very calm, and he had already restrained his previous silent emotions. He nodded and said, I know Luluwa, you don't need to worry. Just like how Luluwa had a good impression of him, he also had a good impression of the knowledgeable, and beautiful Luluwa in front of him. In the eyes of many, when he and Goddess Luluwa stood together, they were an extremely compatible pair of immortals. The person who killed Brother Lin Wu's brother is said to have an unparalleled position on the other side, and is the leader of that side. No one is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Hearing Lin Wu and Lulua's conversation, the other young men and women could not help but look over. Someone sighed and said helplessly. He was one of the people who had witnessed that scene that day. The Lin clan's ancestor was a quasi-supreme existence, and was an extremely ancient supreme expert in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. However, he was killed by a Dharma body that appeared from an endless distance, shocking the heavens. Moreover, it was said that the other party was about the same age as them. Before this, it was simply an inconceivable matter that they did not dare to imagine. In front of this person, their so-called geniuses were not even comparable to ants. I know that person is very strong. When Lin Shiwu heard this, he appeared very calm. He did not show any fear, nor did he shrink back because of the other party's terrifying strength. Brother Lin Wu, it's good that you understand. The person who had spoken earlier also shook his head. He knew that Lin Wu had not seen that scene with his own eyes, so it was difficult for him to understand how terrifying the other party was. That was a difference of heaven and earth, a feeling of hopelessness and invincibility. However, at this moment, it was impossible for him to persuade Lin Wu to let go of his hatred. There is no genius in this world that I can't catch up to. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Lin Wu's face was filled with confidence as he spoke with a pause between each word. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They felt Lin Wu's determination to press forward. Many young men and women couldn't help but admire him even more. The other elders also nodded in approval. At this time, the invasion of the upper realm was the time for the 8 Desolates in 10 regions to unite. If the younger generation all held the same attitude as Lin Wu, why would they need to worry about not winning this battle? No matter what, we will end up opposing each other. This is unavoidable. Instead of retreating in despair, why not fight to the death with him? Also, other than the boundary monument C, we still have one last obstacle. It's not time for despair yet. Lin Wu continued to speak, regaining everyone's confidence. He said, although the upper realm is strong, since the beginning of time, evil has never suppressed good. This is an unchanging law. We are the side of justice, as if the heavens are helping us. His words were from the bottom of his heart. To be able to get to where he was today, it was as if the heavens were helping him. Lin Wu had a secret that he had never told anyone. It was hidden in the deepest part of his heart. When he was 13 years old, on the eve of awakening his bloodline, he prayed beside the ancient well in the backyard, hoping that he would awaken a decent talent the next day and change his awkward and unvalued situation. In the end, it was as if the heavens had heard his prayer. After a meteor flew across the sky, the ancient well suddenly appeared with 7 colors, as if there was a ball of light floating in it. Lin Wu obtained that ball of light. It was a mysterious space called the martial arts space, hidden in his mind. The martial arts space was very mysterious and contained many unfathomable mysteries. Not only could it help him deduce and control techniques, it could also allow his consciousness to enter it. Time passed very slowly in there, allowing Lin Wu to have several times more time to cultivate than normal people. Thanks to this martial arts space, he could quickly master various techniques and began to rise, becoming a young legend in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Otherwise, his own talent was actually very poor. His dragon blood talent was also gradually improved by relying on the martial arts space. It was because of this that Lin Wu felt that he was favored by the heavens, as if the heavens were helping him. The 8 Desolates 10 regions were going to be in chaos, and the upper realm was invading. Was this not an opportunity? At the same time, above the boundless black Dead Sea, a 3-headed black dragon was riding on the clouds, traveling quickly on the surface of the sea. On top of its head, a young man sat cross-legged. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he looked extraordinary. There seemed to be a chaotic aura lingering in his hair. He seemed to be deducing something. Runes appeared behind him one after another, and then disappeared in the end. It was as if ancient worlds were constantly collapsing and then being reconstructed again. This was a terrifying scene. Just the aura that filled the air was enough to make people tremble. In his palm, there seemed to be billions of worlds being born and destroyed. The three-headed black dragon under his feet only felt fear and trepidation. It was afraid that a strand of aura would fall and turn it into ashes. This young man's strength was so strong that it made it despair. It did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts at all. Are we almost there? Wuxia looked up, glanced into the distance and asked casually. There were no waves on the surface of the sea, and it was exceptionally quiet. The closer they were to the shore, the more they could feel the weakening of the no-violation force. The boundary monument sea was constantly drying up, and it no longer had the binding force it used to have. One could imagine that when the sea here dried up, it would be the time for the army of the upper realm to attack. Reporting to young master, after crossing the area in front, we will reach the border of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Once the two sides fought here. A legendary blacksmith from the 8 Desolates 10 regions forged something called the Battle Fortress. It can connect with the power of the stars in the outer realm, and its divine power is vast. That battle almost sunk this place. When I was still a little dragon, I witnessed that battle with my own eyes. When the three-headed black flood dragon heard this, it trembled and quickly answered. It told Xiaochan everything it knew in detail. The three-headed black flood dragon was a prime and had lived for countless years. Because it lived in the boundary monument sea, it was much stronger than other lifeforms of the same cultivation. However, now it could only be reduced to a steed. The three-headed black flood dragon did not dare to harbor any resentment or unwillingness. The three-headed black flood dragon had personally witnessed a third heaven quasi-emperor ferocious beast charging out and trying to consume the young man before it. In the end, Xiaochan merely casually grabbed, and black talisman scripts gathered in his palm, turning into a black spear. Then the spear stabbed into the void. Rumble. It was like the vast expanse of Wangyang being swept up, washing the sky. That horrifying third heaven quasi-emperor ferocious beast was pierced through the air, collapsing on the spot and dying miserably. It was an instant kill. Hence, the three-headed black flood dragon learned its lesson. It knew how horrifying the strength of the young man sitting on its head was. The battle fortress? It looks like that battle was not easy. The coast gradually appeared in Wuxia's eyes. Indeed, he could see many broken stars there, all of which were weapons that had been refined before. Moreover, from his angle, he could see gray clouds rolling in the sky, and many ancient warships docked there. Almost all of the orthodoxies that attacked the 8 Desolates 10 regions were gathered there. On the contrary, he rarely saw other cultivators along the way. Of course, it was even rarer for someone like him to cross over alone. It seems like Chu Hao didn't come here just to make a name for himself. Looks like he found something good for me again. Wuxia looked into the distance. He had asked Ada to keep an eye on the movements of everyone in the Grand Cave Heaven. Hence, after knowing that Chu Hao had come here, he did not immediately rush to the battlefield, but went to another place. This piqued his interest. According to the usual routine, Chu Hao should have gone to search for treasures. However, he did not know how useful he, the son of destiny of the upper domain, would be in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Moreover, the closer he got to the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the more he could sense the broken Great Path Order fragments, as well as the immortal qi that permeated the void. This made Wuxia doubt the authenticity of the rumors from the upper domain. After the Forbidden Era, the upper domain was shattered, including the worldly order and the Great Path Order. Was the 8 Desolates 10 regions the one with the immortal qi? If that was the case, was the 8 Desolates 10 regions the only way to reunite with the upper domain? What's that? Everyone be careful. Just as Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others were hurrying along, an old man suddenly waved his hand to stop them. He frowned and looked ahead. On top of a towering mountain peak, there was a golden eagle lying in its nest. Its body was not very big, but it looked like it was carved out of gold. Its entire body was golden, and even its feathers were flowing with light, as if it was indestructible. When it opened its enormous mouth, its cry was like a demonic sound that entered one's ears. Even from far away, one's eardrums were about to be torn apart. This was an extremely terrifying vicious beast, possessing many types of powerful innate talents. It had the strength of a half-supreme being, occupying an area like an overlord. No one dared to provoke it. However, right now it was staring at a group of people in another direction with incomparable restraining fear. That group of people's clothes clearly did not belong to the 8 Desolates 10 regions, their auras completely different as well. It was unknown when they arrived here. The one in the lead was a young man, extremely scholarly and steady. Multicolored light swirled around his body, a powerful aura coming from his body, making one not dare to underestimate him. These are the experts from the upper realm. As expected, they came here as well. Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others' expressions were solemn. They felt that this young man's strength was incomparably terrifying. Describing it as unfathomable wouldn't be an exaggeration. It was not something they could compare to right now. He doesn't look that old, but his strength is actually so terrifying. Are all the cultivators from that side this terrifying? Their hearts were heavy, feeling that they were all of the younger generation, so why was there such a great difference in cultivation? The other party's age was at most a few hundred years older than theirs, but their cultivation was far from what they could compare to. They should be the descendant of that existence who fell together with the spiritual gourd's supreme expert back then. Lu Luo stared closely in that direction. She could use all natural plants as her eyes, so even though there was a distance between them, she could still clearly see the pattern on the other party's sleeve. A power called Taishang? The elders looked at each other a bit serious. The other party clearly also came here to search for that void space. With such a distance between them, they couldn't grasp the other party's strength, so they could only carefully hide in the dark and act according to circumstances. Don't act blindly without thinking. Let's carefully follow behind, don't let the other party detect us. The elders looked at each other, forming a plan in their minds. They turned around and said to Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others. They were in charge of protecting the group of young men and women, not letting anything happen to them. After all, these were the geniuses of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the seeds of hope for the future. If they were discovered by those from the upper realm, they definitely wouldn't let them live, all of them would be killed. Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others were very cautious. They nodded, knowing the danger of this matter. All of them carefully followed behind. Very quickly, the golden condor in front was incomparably fearful. Although it tried to escape, it was quickly killed. It let out an unwilling cry, and golden blood sprinkled down from the sky. Pieces of golden feathers were stained with blood, and it sprinkled all over the mountain peak. Lin Wu and the others watched solemnly. The scholarly man's strength was very strong. With just a few attacks, he killed the golden eagle. In the upper realm, he was at least at the level of a leader. Even the clan leaders and other figures behind them were far from this strength, and only the elders of the clan could contend against him. This kind of figure actually secretly came to this place, crossing the boundary monument sea. This made them feel wary and vigilant. In that case, the boundary monument sea was becoming more and more unsafe. Governor, if the location shown by the compass is correct, the lost Taishang too should be here. A short elder held a purplish gold compass in his hand. The needle on it changed quickly, and finally pointed steadily at the barren mountain in front of them. He was a little excited. The scholarly man was Chu Hao, who had crossed all the way from the boundary monument sea. Hearing this, he nodded. Using a secret technique to sense, he could naturally confirm that the Taishang too, the treasure of the Taishang Grotto Heaven, was lost here. Some people said that the origin of the Taishang Grotto Heaven was related to their supreme technique, the Taishang ancient technique of unruffled emotions. However, Chu Hao knew that was not the case. The origin of the Taishang Grotto Heaven was only because of a mysterious map. That map had been passed down for generations, and it contained the deepest mysteries of the Taishang Grotto Heaven. However, it was once carried by an ancestor-level figure, and almost broke through the defense of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Unfortunately, in the end, he still fell, and encountered a powerful figure from the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the Honorable Spirit Gourd. Both parties died of exhaustion. The supreme treasures they carried were also buried in the place where they fought. Chu Hao did not know much about the Honorable Spirit Gourd. He only knew that the treasure was an extremely mysterious gourd, and he did not know where it came from. Every time the lid of the gourd was opened, a peerless flying sword would rush out and kill everything, and it would not return until blood was shed. It was extremely terrifying. Such a treasure could be one of the 7 legendary gourds, and it was nurtured by the killing intent of someone. Its value was immeasurable, and it was even more valuable than an emperor weapon. Although Chu Hao wanted to find the Taishang Grotto Heaven's lost Taishang diagram, he was also thinking about the mysterious gourd. Mansion Master, I found the entrance. Due to the aftermath of the battle, this place is very unstable. The space inside is formed over countless years, and it could collapse at any time. So, we have to find the Taishang diagram quickly. The short elder beside Chu Hao could not help but say seriously. At the same time, he pointed at the misty land in front of him, and he felt that something was wrong. Through this misty land, they could enter the empty space and find the lost Taishang diagram. Then let's go. Chu Hao did not hesitate for long. His luck had never been bad all this time. This time he did not feel that anything was wrong when searching for the Taishang diagram. Just like before, it was surprisingly easy and calm. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, a ripple spread out, and Chu Hao stepped in first. The rest of the people in the Taishang Grotto Heaven looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there was no trace, they followed in. Chapter 448. They've already entered. Should we follow them? Just as Chu Hao and the others from the Supreme Grotto Heaven entered the misty land, Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others appeared from the forest. The one who spoke was a young man called Huarong. He had a head full of crimson red hair, which looked like a burning flame. Even his eyes were a faint crimson light, with the blood of the fire god flowing in them. They were extremely hot. There's no rush. With how cautious they are, they might wait at the entrance. It's better for us to be cautious. They can't find anything in this short amount of time. Hearing this, Lin Wu shook his head and said. He was not in a hurry and seemed to be very cautious. The reason why he could reach this step today, apart from the mysterious martial arts practice space, was because he was unusually cautious. Therefore, he felt that it was better to wait. If that's the case, let's listen to Brother Lin Wu, Goddess Lu Luo said with a smile. She was tall and slender and wore a light green dress. She was extremely beautiful. There was a faint black color in her eyes, and her body was filled with a natural refreshing aura. Hearing her words, the other young men and women nodded. They did not say anything and continued to hide. The few old men looked at Lin Wu with approval. At this step, he did not have any impulse. He planned before acting and was incomparably calm. There were very few young people in the 8 Desolation 10 regions who could be compared to him. If Lin Wu doesn't die, he will definitely stand at the peak of the 8 Desolation 10 regions in the future. As they sighed in their hearts, they saw the distant horizon. There was a black shadow as large as a mountain that was rapidly descending like a meteor. What's that? The group of old men frowned. At first they were stunned, then they were shocked. They felt a terrifying pressure coming from the horizon. Everyone was terrified and could not help but tremble. The young men and women's faces turned pale. They almost suffocated and their legs went soft. Fortunately, one of the elders waved his sleeve and the symbols disappeared, helping them block the pressure that pervaded the air. Otherwise, they would not be able to help but worship in that direction at this time. That was an incomparable pressure. Just by spreading from a distance, it was enough to make one's skin explode. A supreme being level beast, Lin Wu's expression was extremely solemn as he enunciated each word clearly. 3-headed black Jiao dragon. Why would such a terrifying beast come to this place? They were extremely shaken. They carefully concealed their auras, not daring to leak out and attract the attention of others. There's a figure sitting cross-legged on that black flood dragon. There was a faint divine light in her eyes. Her voice was incomparably grave as she said, I can't see its true appearance, but I can feel its terrifying vastness. It's definitely not something we can fight against. Lin Wu nodded as a strange feeling rose in his heart. That blurry figure seemed to have a lot of karma with him, although he had never seen the other person's true appearance. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, seemingly transforming into rules. He activated his heavenly eye divine ability, wanting to see who the figure sitting cross-legged on the 3-headed black Jiao dragon was. But other than a blurry shadow, he couldn't see anything clearly. The other party seemed to be standing in another world, the only god between heaven and earth. It was powerful, mysterious, and inconceivable. He wanted to see more clearly, but he couldn't help but groan as he suffered a backlash. His eyes stung and blood flowed out. Linwu. Goddess Luluo looked at him worriedly. Linwu waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." What a terrifying figure. He's many times stronger than the group of people who just entered. If I'm not wrong, that three-headed black Jiao should be the terrifying overlord of the Boundary Monument Sea. But now, it's actually been captured as a mount. An old man said solemnly. His heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely fearful. The others also had expressions of disbelief. They actually encountered such a terrifying figure one after another in this place. This person's strength was definitely above the Supreme Being realm. I feel that the person just now might have a lot of karma with me. Lin Wu's voice was heavy, and his heart was heavy. Goddess Luluo knew what he was worried about and couldn't help but comfort him. Don't think like that. We're still young. Sooner or later, we'll catch up to such an existence. But this time it seems that we need to be more careful. Under their gazes, the terrifying figure sitting cross-legged on the three-headed black Jiao quickly disappeared in front of the misty space. Perhaps the other party had noticed them. Or perhaps he didn't care and treated them as a group of ants. I'll contact my clan's uncle. He's also nearby. Let's go in first. If we encounter danger, he can come and help us. A young man suddenly said with a heavy expression. He felt a kind of fear and unease. He even wanted to stop here. Hearing this, the others nodded and began to think of a way out. No matter what, after personally witnessing how terrifying that figure was, no one could remain calm. That person was clearly a terrifying figure from the upper realm, although they didn't know why they came here. If they encountered the other party, they would definitely be doomed. It would be difficult for them to escape. Let's go. Then an old man's expression was solemn. After feeling that terrifying aura disappear, he dared to reveal himself. Then Lin Wu, Luluo, and the others carefully approached the misty space. After a moment of dizziness, they slowly disappeared. The leaf of the mysterious gourd of the Spirit Gourd Venerable is in my hands. As long as I follow the direction of this aura, I'll be able to quickly find where the Spirit Gourd Venerable died. After landing again, Lin Wu looked at the vast and boundless forest in front of him and gradually calmed down. Although the other party was stronger than him, they clearly didn't know the exact location of the treasure. As long as he seized the opportunity and obtained the Spirit Gourd Venerable's inheritance, he could quickly leave. At that time, who could find him? Young master, are you not going to care about those ants? On the three-headed black Jiao's back, Guchanga sat cross-legged. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his figure was majestic and motionless. Strands of brilliant divine light and chaotic aura intertwined, mysterious and mysterious. Hearing the three-headed black Jiao's words, he opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Since they're all ants, is there a need to care about them?" "Yes." Hearing this, the three-headed black Jiao lowered its head and continued to move forward into the vast and desolate forest. Although that group of young men and women hid very well, they couldn't hide from its powerful perception. Of course, it was even more impossible to hide from Guchanga. However, since Guchanga didn't care, it naturally wouldn't overstep its boundaries and care about such trivial matters. The mountain range here was continuous, and the ancient trees were verdant. Every divine mountain was incomparably majestic and flowed with multicolored light. There were also many powerful ferocious beasts living in this area. However, after sensing the three-headed black Jiao's aura, they fled in fear and didn't dare to approach. This was the nature of the ferocious beasts, seeking luck and avoiding calamity. In the distance, colorful fog flowed, and celestial fog lingered. It was impossible to tell that it was a void world created by the aftermath of a battle. The so-called void world was a kind of small world whose exact location was unknown. It was hidden in the void and was very difficult to find. Such a world was generally very barren, and it was very difficult for any vitality to manifest because it was destroyed in the previous battle. The Sons of Fate from the 8 Desolate's 10 regions have appeared. Are they planning to save the situation in the face of danger? 2 Sons of Fate have rushed here. Looks like they're going to give me a surprise. Guchanga's eyes swept across the area in front of him, and the corner of his mouth revealed a faint interest. Before coming here, he only wanted to get rid of Chu Hao. But when he glanced around just now, he found something else that interested him. Other than Chu Hao, another son of fate had appeared. Judging from the blue fate points, they weren't simple either. To Guchanga, this could be said to be a pleasant surprise. However, he didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. He wanted to know what kind of surprise this son of fate would bring him. If he took him down just like that, it would be too boring. Every son of fate, other than being a qualified leak, could also play the role of a treasure-seeking mouse. It seemed like there were many good things hidden in this vast void space. Between the many mountains, there were many extremely rare divine medicines in the outside world, and they were quite old. Of course, Guchanga didn't care about those things. He only deduced that since the void space was created, it was probably the first time a living being from the outside world had entered, breaking the peace of this place. After that, Guchanga followed the aura that Ada left behind. Chu Hao probably didn't know that a stranger had mixed in with the people he brought. With Ada's cultivation, unless he met a true Taoist, no one would be able to discover him. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from afar, as if a large mountain range had collapsed. Dust and smoke rose into the sky, and the mountains on both sides crashed down, revealing a blue lake. It was sparkling and it was vast and boundless. In the depths of the lake there was a dazzling glow. Divine light shot into the sky as if some treasure was about to be born. A vast aura instantly swept in all directions. Bright red light pierced through heaven and earth, alarming many powerful ferocious beasts in this place. One could vaguely see a Tao diagram that was intertwined with black and white like two black and white fishes. It was like a curtain that appeared in the sky. Tao rhymes intertwined as if there were thousands of mysteries of the world evolving. One gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. This was a shocking scene. It could even be seen under the illumination of the black-white Tao diagram. A door appeared in the lake. Immortal mist filled the air, and treasure light shot into the sky. It was extremely dazzling, as if it was a land of inheritance. However, other than the light, there was also a terrifying murderous intent. Some ferocious beasts rushed over with greedy eyes, trying to snatch the Tao diagram. However, they were pierced through by the terrifying saber chi, turning into a bloody mist. Along with popping sounds, bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. This wasn't the power of the formation, but the divine power contained in the black-white Tao diagram. Runes were densely covered, and saber chi swept through the world. Even the giant ferocious beasts were cut into pieces. Under the Tao diagram stood several figures with powerful auras. The person in the lead was Chu Hao, who looked a little excited. Behind Chu Hao, the rest of the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven looked around vigilantly, worried that some living beings would suddenly rush out. The Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven diagram is right in front of me. Chu Hao couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. At this moment he stood there, his body glowing as he chanted ancient scriptures. Bright symbols appeared one after another, interweaving continuously, trying to calm the black-white Tao diagram in the sky. This was the Grand Supreme image of the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. It was once lost here, but after they came in, they used a secret technique to awaken it. There was no doubt that the Grand Supreme image was mysterious and powerful. Although it hadn't been awakened, just the aura that it emitted could easily kill any living beings that came close. The old patriarch of the past didn't completely comprehend the true essence of the Grand Supreme image, but he could still easily dominate a region. However, he didn't expect to meet a difficult opponent after coming to this world. He died of exhaustion and left the Grand Supreme image here. The Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven had been keeping a low profile all these years because of the loss of the Grand Supreme image. It was rumored that the Grand Supreme image was a Khanate treasure that contained unimaginable mysteries. In the ancient era, there were immortals who came to the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven to borrow the Tao diagram and try to comprehend its essence. However, it had been sleeping here for many years. Now that it was awakened, its state was very unstable. A vast scene appeared in the Tao diagram. Mountains, rivers, plants, and stars all appeared. Then they turned into Tao Chi and slashed down across the sky. Under such a terrifying aura, even a supreme being's expression would change and wouldn't dare to approach. Chu Hao didn't expect the Grand Supreme image to ignore their sex scriptures. Looks like I can only use other methods to come into contact with the Grand Supreme Image, and then think of a way to subdue it. I must get the Grand Supreme Image. Chu Hao's expression darkened. Soon he turned into a divine rainbow and rushed toward the door in the lake. The Grand Supreme Image had appeared from there. In the past, the Grand Supreme Image was sleeping inside. Today, it was suddenly awakened by a secret technique and killed any ferocious beasts that tried to approach it. Whoosh! The Grand Supreme Image kept moving, turning into majestic world power. The moon was destroyed and the stars sank. It was a terrifying scene. Chu Hao's expression was serious. Bright symbols bloomed on his body as he tried his best to calm it. At the same time, he took out a supreme treasure from the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. The Grand Supreme Furnace. The moment it was opened, the lid soared into the sky and released Wang Yang that was like a galaxy. It was a reddish-blue flame that contained a terrifying destructive power. It seemed to be able to refine everything. The moment the furnace appeared, it floated above Chu Hao's head and resisted the majestic blade qi that rushed out from the Grand Supreme Image. At the same time, the furnace's 3 legs shone brightly. It turned into a hazy pill Dao shadow and devoured the aftershocks that rushed over. One had to admit that this was an extremely terrifying defensive artifact. Its level was unclear, but it definitely surpassed ordinary Emperor artifacts. Suddenly, a vast fluctuation erupted in this place. It was as if huge stars were falling from the sky and turned into majestic destructive power. The Grand Supreme Image trembled. The mountains that flew out, the remains of the stars, and the exploded matter all disappeared. The entire world was instantly dark. This was the world within the painting. Under such a terrifying technique, even the other powerhouses of the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven had a change of expression and wanted to leave this place. They knew that once the Grand Supreme Image's majestic divine power was absorbed, it would be impossible to escape death. They would be forcefully refined. The sky there is dark. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the rest of the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions who entered later looked at the scene not far away in shock. They could feel the terrifying fluctuations intertwining. It was more like a black sun that rose between heaven and earth. It kept rising and falling, and a wisp of its aura was enough to make the stars explode, the earth overturn, and the mountains and rivers change their paths. Is that the supreme treasure of the powerhouse who fought with the spirit gourd venerable? Goddess Lu Luo stared at the sky in the distance. A black and white Dao diagram could be seen floating in the sky. It kept extending as if it was going to absorb heaven and earth. The other young men and women also nodded. Their eyes were filled with greed and passion. Lin Wu turned to look at her and said in a deep voice, "How confident are you that we can take it?" Goddess Lu Luo was silent for a moment and shook her head. "Unless we can find the mysterious gourd of the spirit gourd venerable before that, we don't even have a 10% chance. What a pity. If we can obtain such a supreme treasure, it will definitely play a key role in the battle with the upper realm." Lin Wu was a little unwilling. Such a supreme treasure had obviously surpassed the level of an emperor weapon. Although it was lost in their world, no one had obtained it after so many years. Now that it had appeared again, but it was in the hands of someone from another world. How could he be willing to accept this? The others also fell silent. They naturally knew what such a supreme treasure meant. If the spirit gourd venerable had not taken action back then, there would have been more powerhouses on their side who would have died tragically. As long as it was a cultivator who understood the battle back then, they would know how terrifying that supreme treasure was. It encompassed heaven and earth and transformed the universe. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden shocking change in the lake in front of them. A black spear appeared, accompanied by a black glow. With a clang, it suddenly swept down from heaven and earth. Many people from the most high grotto heaven were caught off guard. Their faces were filled with fear and anger as they instantly exploded. When the spear swept past, white bone fragments flew everywhere. Even more people were drenched in cold sweat, injured by the shockwaves smashing into the lake. A tall figure wearing a nether metal armor stepped out of the void. His eyes were bright, and he stood there like a peerless war god. He emitted a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. He was incomparably cold. "Who are you?" The rest of the people from the above heaven grotto heaven looked cold. They did not expect someone to follow them in the dark and kill several of them when they least expected it. Moreover, the other party's aura made them tremble. This was actually an existence of the quasi-emperor realm, whose strength was incomparably terrifying. Master has ordered to kill everyone. Ada's voice was cold and emotionless. He stepped out again and attacked the rest of the people from the Most High Grotto Heaven. Master! The people from the Most High Grotto Heaven were stunned. They did not expect that there was someone behind this person who was called Master. Could it be a supreme expert from the 8 Desolation 10 regions? Kill him. This guy is here to steal our Most High Grotto Heaven's Taishang too. We can't let him disturb the mansion, Master. Soon they reacted. An elder roared and displayed his supreme being strength. When crossing the boundary monument sea, they had already paid a great price. Those who surpassed the supreme being level did not come here. Facing such a quasi-emperor, they were more or less uneasy and panicked. However, this was the critical moment when Chu Hao was comforting the Taishang too. They would not allow others to disturb him. Ada was very cold. He held the spear and hacked down. A wave of runes flew out and flooded forward like stars. Everyone coughed out blood and exploded. However, the people from the Most High Grotto Heaven were not afraid of death. They used all kinds of forbidden techniques and attacked Ada again. Damn it! You dare to disturb me at this time. Chu Hao's expression was also ugly. He was very angry and filled with killing intent. The furnace was floating above his head, resisting the Taishang Tu's pressure. He kept chanting ancient scriptures to calm it down. How could he be disturbed at this time? This person's strength is also very strong. However, he's not from our world. When did he come in? I heard that the cultivators from the other world are very warlike. They have endless internal conflicts and it's difficult for them to be united. Today I see that it's true. Lin Wu Luluo and the others hid behind the mountain and watched the battle closely. Although they were also very curious about who the person wearing the underworld metal armor was, the two sides fighting each other was just what they wanted. If the people from the upper world were more united, they would have broken through their defense long ago. Why would there be so many things happening? Compared to the upper world, the 8 Desolation 10 regions were indeed much more united. Of course, it did not mean that there were no conflicts between them. Roar! At this time, a terrifying dragon's roar came from heaven and earth. A pitch-black 3-headed dragon descended from the sky. Its body was extremely huge as if it was made of molten iron. It was like a demonic mountain. Its eyes were black and red like blood. It was bloodthirsty and ferocious. The moment it appeared, it stretched out a claw toward Chu Hao. It released black divine light that contained unparalleled divine might. Chu Hao was chanting ancient scriptures. He did not expect to be suddenly attacked. His expression was furious. Could be said that he was caught off guard. You're courting death. His eyes were cold. He did not care about the Taishuang. He turned around and looked at the 3-headed black dragon behind him. His fists were shining as he attacked this terrifying giant beast. One had to admit that his strength was very strong. Endless Tao light shone on his golden fists as if they were made of divine gold. With a dong sound, it made the void in front of him explode. So strong. The 3-headed black dragon was also shocked. It did not expect this man whose cultivation level was lower than it to be so strong. Under this punch there was a kind of vast power that could purify the world. This was obviously some kind of supreme fist technique. It had no choice but to be cautious and began to fight with Chu Hao. For a moment, this place erupted with dazzling light. The Taishang furnace above Chu Hao's head rose and fell, resisting the pressure of the Taishuang furnace. The two of them fought here, killing each other. Waves of divine power were vast and boundless as they slammed in all directions. Isn't this 3-headed black dragon the mount of that figure we saw before? Could it be that the black figure is also a subordinate of that figure? Lin Wu Luluo and the rest were extremely shocked. They looked around trying to find that mysterious figure. After all, they only saw it from afar, and it left a very terrifying impression on them. While Ada was being held back by the people of the Taishang Grotto Heaven, Chu Hao and the 3-headed black dragon were fighting. Under the dazzling divine light of the lake, a young man appeared in front of the door without anyone noticing. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he looked like a celestial being in the heavens. He was otherworldly. He seemed to be calmly comprehending the mystery of this door of light, giving off an unparalleled sense of tranquility. The young man's body was shrouded in divine light, and there was chaos surrounding him. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the center of all the worlds. The Taishuang furnace in the sky seemed to have sensed something. It was trembling as if it was going to slam down. "He's there." Lin Wu's voice sounded, and there was unconcealable shock in it. Vaguely, everyone felt that there were endless scenes evolving in the Taishuang furnace. It was as if an ancient scripture was awakening, and it was deducing a Taoist technique. This was an extremely shocking scene. The door of light produced Taoist sounds, and the Taishuang furnace was descending. Specks of divine light appeared, and it was incomparably hazy. There was chaos fog shrouding it, and there were also 3,000 worlds surrounding that young figure, making him the only one between heaven and earth, eternally immortal. The chaotic divine flames burned, and every one of them had a supreme aura. They were dazzling, and many people didn't dare to look directly at them. Tears flowed from their eyes, and they quickly closed them. This scene was so familiar that it made Lin Wu's expression change drastically again. Then it became a little pale and hatred surged up. He was almost gnashing his teeth. "It's him. He's the one who killed my brother." His voice was filled with bone-deep hatred, and his eyes were almost red. The scene of his brother's tragic death was still fresh in his mind. Many people recorded it with shadow recording stones and sent it back. So he knew very well that it was this young man in front of him who killed his brother. Could it be that he's the leader of that world? He actually came here, and it's his real body? Lu Luo and the others understood the meaning of Lin Wu's words. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became a little pale. Chapter 449. Luluwa and the others' fear was not without reason. Anyone who knew what had happened that day would understand just how terrifying the leader of that world was. Before this, they had guessed who the figure sitting cross-legged on the three-headed black serpent was. However, they had never thought of that, because it was simply unrealistic. The boundary monument sea had not dried up yet. How was such a terrifying existence able to cross over? "Lin Wu, don't be impulsive." The young man named Huarong held Lin Wu back at this time, telling him not to be impulsive. He was worried that if he rushed out, he would expose their location. He had a good relationship with Lin Wu and could understand his feelings. Seeing the enemy who killed his brother, how could he tolerate Lin Wu? Moreover, the opponent's strength was far greater than theirs. He was not someone they could fight against at the moment. Lin Wu, calm down. The elders from the 8 desolates and 10 regions also advised. They looked at the figure shrouded in endless divine light with fear. Why would that person appear on our side? Could it be that the boundary monument sea can no longer stop them? Someone thought of this and was worried. If the boundary monument sea dried up, they would definitely face endless attacks from the upper realm. I won't be impulsive. At this time, Lin Wu also calmed down. He gritted his teeth, unable to calm down. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if he discovers our tracks, we won't be able to leave. Goddess Lulua's face was slightly pale. The closer she was, the more she could feel the terrifying aura that was constantly spreading. It was vast and deep, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. Her words received the approval of many people, and they planned to leave this place quietly. Although the Taisher diagram was precious and was a rare treasure, one still needed to be alive to fight for it. They could already tell that the scholarly man would most likely die a miserable death here today. Although they were all from the upper realm, the white-robed man obviously would not leave anyone alive. Let's go. Be careful. Don't let that person notice us. Lin Wu nodded. He carefully concealed his aura, not daring to show the slightest abnormality. They still had other things to do. Since the white-robed man was taking the Taisher diagram, then they should take this opportunity to take the gourd of the spirit gourd venerable. The time was just right. Just as Lin Wu and the others were about to sneak away, above the heavens, the Taishang diagram made crashing noises. It was like a scroll painting, continuously extending and swallowing up the heaven and earth. Strange scenes were occurring within. The stars were destroyed, the moon was sinking, and the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Runes of the great Tao pulsated and appeared one after another. Endless radiance sprinkled down and pervaded the air. This was the truth of heaven and earth, and also the sound of the infinite Tao. In a trance, everyone saw a page of an ancient scripture that contained supreme essence appear between heaven and earth. And here, in the middle of the lake, Wuxia stood quietly in front of the door of light. Every single inch of his skin was glowing like a flawless piece of jade, and even his hair was suffused with brilliant chaotic divine radiance. He did not care about the people around him. At this moment, in his eyes, the value of the Supreme Taishang was clearly much more important than the others. This thing clearly surpassed an emperor artifact. It had innate symbols. The flow of yin and yang, the distinction between black and white, was the evolution and display of Tao. This was an unimaginably terrifying sight. Clusters of flame seemed to contain supreme true worlds. They surrounded the area and bowed together. He calmed his heart and comprehended the essence of this, comprehending a kind of understanding of the Tao of the Most High. The great path was like a blade, and the Taishang was merciless. Roar! In the sky, the three-headed black dragon that was fighting with Chu Hao suddenly roared in anger. It felt pain and blood kept flowing out because it was injured by Chu Hao. The two of them fought crazily, continuously displaying their respective moves and divine abilities. Its three bloody mouths spurted out various colored divine lights, enough to turn a mountain peak into ashes. Its cultivation was much stronger than Chu Hao, but it was still at a disadvantage. Its scales exploded and blood rained down. It was not Chu Hao's opponent at all. Chu Hao's strength was very strange. His fist technique was unparalleled, and it was a peerless fist technique that had been lost for a long time. It even turned into an endless gale around it, causing its big claws to be badly mutilated and cracked. Even its horns were almost broken. Go to hell! It displayed its strongest divine ability. Its three bloody mouths opened as if it could even swallow the heaven and earth. However, there were three different kinds of techniques that were evolving. They turned into red flames, purple lightning and black hurricanes, all of which rushed towards Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao was unmoved, and his eyes were extremely cold. In the next moment, golden light surged and his blood was like smoke. The golden fist covered the sky, and forcefully broke the three-headed black dragon's huge mouth. Blood rained down, and the three-headed black dragon was in great pain. It let out an angry roar, but it could not block Chu Hao's fist at all. Many of its bones were broken, its scales exploded, and it was dripping with blood. It did not have any of its previous majesty. This guy, he's actually so strong. I'm not his opponent. If this continues, I'll be killed by it. There was a hint of fear in the three-headed black dragon's expression. It originally thought that Chu Hao was easy to deal with, so it volunteered to kill him with Wuxia. In the end, it was not Chu Hao's opponent at all. It was continuously suppressed by him, and almost died. When it thought of this, it quickly retreated. It did not dare to continue fighting with Chu Hao, or it would definitely die. Where are you going? However, Chu Hao's eyes were cold, and he did not plan to let it go. He was disturbed time and time again, and it really made him angry. He could not wait to kill the three-headed black dragon in front of him to vent his anger. Although Lin Wu and the rest left secretly, they were still paying attention to the situation. Chu Hao's strength had really shocked them, and they could not calm down at all. This was another person that they had underestimated. They had long heard of the three-headed black dragon's bad reputation. It was considered an overlord in the Supreme Being realm, and it was difficult to find an opponent. However, it was severely injured by Chu Hao, and was not his opponent. Previously, they even wanted to snatch the Supreme Taishang diagram from Chu Hao. Now that they thought about it, they were really overestimating themselves. At this moment, the three-headed black dragon that was running away saw Chu Hao coming over with a cold expression. It could not help but feel scared, and it could not help but shout, "Mister, save me." Hearing this voice, even Chu Hao, who was coming over with a cold expression, was stunned. He knew that there was another figure on the scene, but he was focused on dealing with the three-headed black dragon. He did not care and did not ask. Now, the three-headed black dragon that was in the Supreme Being realm actually called that person Mr. This made his heart tremble. Then, he connected it to the nether metal figure that suddenly came over, and his heart sank. At this moment, Chu Hao had a strange feeling in his heart. Almost immediately, he felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the figure standing in the middle of the lake. You can't even kill him, so what's the use of keeping you alive? At this moment, Guchanga, who was in the middle of the lake, also opened his eyes and sighed softly. The three-headed black dragon was trembling at this moment. It did not dare to refute Guchanga's words at all. It quickly knelt down respectfully and said, I can be your steed. Lin Wu, Lu Luo and the rest who were running away secretly could not help but tremble when they heard these words. They felt a chill down their spines. This feeling was not controlled by them at all, and it was hard to suppress. A terrifying beast in the Supreme Being realm actually said that it was willing to become someone's steed. This was simply inconceivable to them. However, it happened right before their eyes. Was this the invincible power of the leader of that world? It's you, Guchanga. At this moment, Chu Hao finally saw the face of the figure in front of the door clearly. His pupils contracted, and he could not believe it. Why are you here? It seems that you were not killed by the red-robed female demon, and you actually managed to escape. He had always thought that Guchanga was doomed. During the calamity of the Divine City, the red-robed female demon had killed many of the strongest people. Guchanga was among them. In the end, he did not expect to appear in the 8 Desolate's 10 regions after such a long distance. I can see that you seem to be a little disappointed. Guchanga's face was filled with an understatement expression. Chu Hao's expression was very serious. When he noticed the Tai-Tu that was slowly descending from the high space, his expression became even more unpleasant. This was the result of his painstaking efforts to appease it. In the end, Guchanga took advantage of it. If he did not have the technique of the Taishang Grotto Heaven, he would not have been able to calm the Tai-Tu down. You stole my love and destroyed my ancient kingdom. Today I'll settle the score. Guchanga, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hatred appeared on Chu Hao's face. He was almost gnashing his teeth. At this moment he did not hide it at all. He could not forget how his beloved Tangwan was forced to leave by Guchanga. If Guchanga had not interfered, how could the ancient kingdom of Phoenix have been destroyed? How could Tangwan have left him? All of this was caused by Guchanga. During this period of time he could not wait to cut Guchanga into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones into dust. Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the rest did not expect that this terrifyingly powerful elegant man would have such a deep-rooted hatred for Guchanga. Even Lin Wu found Chu Hao pleasing to the eye. After all, both of them had the same big enemy. Although both of them were on different sides, they were the same in this aspect. What a coincidence! I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Guchanga said calmly without much anger. I just don't know where you get the courage to say such words to me. Courage? You'll find out soon. Chu Hao said coldly. He knew that Guchanga was very powerful. However, during this period of time his cultivation had improved a lot. Moreover, he had cultivated a few ancient heavenly techniques in the Taishang Grotto Heaven. His strength had increased by another level. Even just now, he had not used many techniques including the Taishang Furnace. Facing Guchanga, it was not as if he did not have the strength to fight. Oh, then I'll wait and see. Guchanga smiled calmly. Standing in the middle of the lake, there seemed to be an invisible golden path appearing under his feet. He walked towards the shore step by step. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Taishang Furnace in the sky with a rumbling sound. The Taishang Furnace was incomparably violent before, with terrifying energy intertwining. However, it was very docile now, quietly floating in the sky. However, when Guchanga's hand was about to reach it, traces of black and white divine light appeared on the surface of the Taishang Furnace. The Tao Law flickered and obliterated his palm. This scene made Chu Hao feel slightly relieved. He could not help but laugh coldly. Guchanga, give up. The Taishang Furnace is the treasure of the Taishang Grotto Heaven. It's not something that an outsider like you can take away. It doesn't matter. After I kill you, I have all the time to refine it. Guchanga said calmly. Since the Taishang furnace still had the intention to resist, he would put it aside for the time being. After all, he would not escape to other places in this place. Kill. At this moment Chu Hao's essence, qi and spirit had reached an unprecedented peak. He charged towards Guchanga. Golden light surged all over his body. The Taishang furnace floated above his head. When the lid was opened, a vast amount of crimson-blue flames rushed out. Could burn everything. Even the heavens and the earth were blurred, and the void collapsed. At the same time he roared and performed the terrifying fist technique just now. Moreover, he deliberately performed a secret technique to increase his attacking power. The power of qi and blood spread out from the top of his head. Almost every punch caused the void to collapse and explode, turning into dust. This kind of strong power was more than a level higher than before. Even the mountains and rivers would be turned into ashes in an instant. The place resonated. Large cracks spread out from behind him in all directions. Chaotic qi rushed out from them. His strength has become even stronger than before. Lin Wu and the others were shocked. From this battle they deeply felt that kind of invincible aura. This was the peerless genius of the upper realm. He was not very old. However, this kind of indomitable and indestructible aura made them respect him. They originally planned to retreat quickly, but now they could not help but slow down their footsteps. They wanted to witness this peerless battle with their own eyes. For a moment the fist light covered the sky and blasted towards Guchanga, who was still walking towards the shore. Chu Hao did not know how many punches he had thrown in an instant. Each punch could cause an ordinary supreme to cough up blood and be severely injured. The void collapsed and the rules shattered. However, there seemed to be an eternal chasm between him and Guchanga. He could not get close at all. All the fist light disappeared into thin air when they were about to land in front of Guchanga. It was as if there was an invisible space in front of him that could isolate everything. It was as if there was a world between Guchanga and him. He could never cross the distance in between. This was a scene that made one feel hopeless. No matter how Chu Hao roared or what kind of terrifying secret technique he used, he could not cross that step at all. This was the difference in level. It was not something that could be made up for by cultivation base. Even the divine fire in the revered furnace was quickly annihilated when it was about to land in front of Guchanga. It could not even cause a ripple. Is this what you call courage? You really disappoint me. Guchanga walked over unhurriedly without any movement. Again. I don't believe it. Chu Hao was shocked and angry. He hated himself for being powerless. He could not even get close to Guchanga when he attacked with all his strength. The real difference in strength was probably even more difficult to make up for. This time he burned his blood essence and used his strongest divine ability. At the same time, he activated the revered furnace and activated its boundless intent. It was as if it could swallow the world and engulf Guchanga. You can feel hopeless. With your strength you are no match for Master. I advise you to just stick out your neck and wait for your death. Who knows, you might be able to die quickly. The three-headed black dragon could not help but mock. It was extremely happy as the injuries on its body healed quickly. Is this the power of the leader of the upper world? This difference is really hopeless. Many young men and women from the 8 Desolates 10 regions turned pale. They were deeply shocked by this scene. Their lips were trembling. It was too surreal. They felt that Chu Hao was invincible just now. However, in front of this person they did not even have the chance to get close. He was so powerful that it made them feel hopeless. The other party had not made a move since the beginning. He was calm and aloof, looking down on everything from above. Lin Wu, Goddess Luluo, looked at Lin Wu worriedly. She was afraid that he would be shocked. This was because the person in front of them was the enemy who killed Lin Wu's brother, Lin Qingyang. How was he going to get his revenge? I'm fine. Lin Wu clenched his fists and teeth tightly. He deeply felt his weakness and powerlessness. His strength was far from enough. It's time for this game to end. At this moment, Guchanga, who looked calm and had not made a move, suddenly stretched out his right arm. He opened his 5 fingers and clenched them forward. The rules of heaven and earth suddenly condensed and turned into a golden spear. It pointed diagonally to the south and stabbed forward. The void froze. A terrifying power swept across the sky like Wang Yang. It landed on the revered furnace in front of Chu Hao with a boom. Boom! Divine waves surged into the sky, covering the sun. The furnace was special. Endless divine talismans burst out in an attempt to resist. However, it was still sent flying and fell to the ground with a boom. After losing his resistance, Chu Hao's expression changed drastically. Cold air swept through his body. All of his strength gathered on his body, wanting to shatter the spear. However, it was useless. Gu Chang'e still stabbed forward calmly. There was no smoke or fire aura, but all of his techniques were destroyed. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, including white bone fragments. It exploded in the void. No, how is this possible? How could I die here? Disbelief and despair appeared on Chu Hao's face. He was unwilling to accept this, but he was easily pierced by the spear. All of his techniques, including the Dharma weapons, Tao arts and divine powers were destroyed. In the next moment, as Gu Chang'e's right arm shook slightly, Chu Hao suddenly exploded into pieces. Chapter 450. The golden spear seemed to have materialized, shining in golden light and surging with divine light. It was extremely sharp, but at this moment it was stained with blood and pierced through Chu Hao. Drops of blood that contained divinity fell from the sky, smashing a bottomless pit in the lake. Bloody mist drifted in the air, mixed with a few sparkling white bone fragments that splashed in all directions. This was a shocking and frightening scene. Gu Chang'e pointed to the south. With a slight shake of his right arm, Chu Hao's body exploded into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Even his spirit was wiped away by him. Chu Hao, the son of fate, fell just like that. There was dead silence all around. One could hear a pin drop. Lin Wu and the rest could not help but shiver. They did not expect this to be the outcome. Someone as strong as Chu Hao could not even get close to his opponent when he gave it his all. He was easily killed in the void. Such strength was really despairing, and they could not even muster up the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They are all from that side, and yet they killed each other. This person is too terrifying. Do we have any strong people who can defeat him? Let's leave quickly. The young man with long red hair, Huarong, could not help but speak. His voice was very soft and trembling, and fear grew in his heart. The rest nodded and held their breaths. They silently retreated into the distance, not daring to show any signs of abnormality. Lin Wu, Lulua and the rest were silent, and their hearts were heavy. This was the enemy they would face in the future. Even such a terrifying strong person like Chu Hao did not have the slightest resistance in front of him. They did not dare to imagine if they were to face Gu Chang'e, what were their chances of winning. This was really despairing. What will the heavenly treasure chest be this time? Gu Chang'e looked in the direction where Lin Wu and the rest left, but he did not care. Although this space was vast, no one could escape from his eyes. Since Chu Hao came here to find the Taishang, then the son of fate from the 8 barren 10 regions should be looking for another treasure. Therefore, he still needed him to help him find that treasure. Besides, Gu Chang'e felt that this son of fate from the 8 barren 10 regions could be used more. He could be a useful chess piece for him to explore the 8 desolates in 10 regions. Before killing Chu Hao, Gu Chang'e had already plundered all of his luck points. Therefore, in the next moment, a faint purple heavenly Tao treasure chest that only he could see dropped from Chu Hao's corpse. There was a hazy purple tint that pervaded the air. It was rather simple and unadorned, appearing extremely mystical. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Chang'e kept the heavenly Tao treasure chest. Then, he turned to look at the people from the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. Chu Hao's death shocked all of them. The manor head is dead. Gu Chang'e killed the manor head. Now his eyes were almost bloodshot, and his entire body was shining. He seemed to have gone mad, and was using all his means to take revenge for Chu Hao. Boundless fluctuations engulfed the heavens above and earth below. They all activated all types of magical artifacts. Divine light shone brilliantly as they descended. However, Ada was terrifyingly powerful. Even when facing so many people, he still had the upper hand. The black spear swept across like a heavenly blade. Strong winds raged in all directions. Puff! Everyone coughed out blood and retreated. Their bodies were in intense pain, and many of their bones were broken. Guchanga noticed that there were two supremes who were the most powerful among them. They were also the ones who had been bitterly holding on. Buzz! In the next moment he squinted his eyes and struck out with his palm again. The void seemed to have frozen. An enormous golden brilliance condensed into a golden palm. Runes flickered and descended upon them. It was going to kill all of them. This palm was like a millstone that could destroy the world. It was terrifying, majestic, and incomparable. No one could stop it. Boom! Along with screams, everyone was in despair. They exploded under this palm. They could not resist at all. Soon they were torn into pieces. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Master! Ada put away his black spear and stood respectfully. The three-headed black dragon also knelt respectfully at the side. The surroundings finally returned to silence. I'll leave these to you. Guchanga nodded. Then he looked at the Taishang Tower. With a thought, a majestic divine consciousness swept out. It was like the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. With an irresistible will, it suppressed everything. The Taishang Tower rustled. It was like a big star was rotating. Mountains and rivers were manifested. Streaks of terrifying blade qi appeared and slashed toward him. It seems that the innate blade qi is only one of the methods. Guchanga looked thoughtful. When he knew about the Taishang Tower, he had already guessed its origin. He wondered if the Taishang Tower was related to the innate Tai Chi diagram in the legends. After all, they were black and white. They divided yin and yang. They could level heaven and earth, water, wind, and fire. With his promise, Ada opened his mouth and roared. He began to devour the blood mist that filled the area. Although many people's Tao techniques had been shattered, their cultivation base was still contained within the blood mist. Now, at least the life origin of an emperor realm existence was useful to Guchanga. Therefore, he did not plan to devour the life origin. He might as well leave it to Ada. After all, Ada was born from a drop of his true blood. If he had not been trapped in the demon abyss for so many years, he would not only be a first heaven boundary emperor. Under Guchanga's forceful refinement, although the Taishang Tower resisted, it gradually weakened. Strands of divine light fell. Black and white qi shrouded it. It was vast and boundless. Then it fell on Guchanga's head. With a thought, the Taishang Tower also transformed into a vast scene. The space in front of him seemed to be able to be devoured and turned into reality. It was indeed extraordinary to have both offense and defense. I wonder what will be in the heavenly Tao treasure chest after killing Chu Hao. After keeping the Taishang Tower, Guchanga took out the heavenly Tao treasure chest that was glowing with purple light. A burst of purple light flashed, and a sparkling and translucent ancient mirror appeared from within. There were many ancient patterns on the back. He did not know what era it was from. This is the mystic mirror? Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He was a little surprised. Then, he carefully read the introduction of this ancient mirror. Since ancient times there had been no mystic mirror. This was a mysterious secret treasure. It could reflect many mysterious scenes. This mysterious scene could be the legendary Netherworld, the Nine Heavens celestial world, or the traces of the long river of time. As for what effect it would have after it was reflected, Guchanga had no idea. She begged for fresh flowers. However, he thought of another item, the space-time steel. If it was used together with the mystic mirror, would there be any magical effects? The next day, Guchanga went to find the revered furnace that Chu Hao had left behind. After sealing it, he found a place to break through his cultivation. Although the revered furnace was magical, it was not very useful to him. Therefore, Guchanga thought for a while. He planned to go to the Purple Pole Elixir sect when he had time and give this furnace to Lin Chohan. She had talent in alchemy. In her hands, this furnace would be more useful. The next day there was a burst of divine light that shot into the sky. The light was hazy and celestial mist lingered. Fragments of the great Tao fell continuously and turned into a big white cocoon on the surface of Guchanga's body. Chaotic light spread out from it. The sound of blood flowing in the blood vessels was like rolling thunder. It was as if the sky was splitting open. After killing Chu Hao and changing a few transcendence bones, his cultivation naturally broke through to the boundary emperor realm. If not for the fact that the heavenly tribulations had disappeared for countless eras, The momentum of his breakthrough would definitely be vast and boundless. Shocking the past and present was not just a saying. This momentum did not last long. Soon, the brilliance of this place dissipated. The big cocoon wrapped in chaotic light cracked open. Gu Chang's figure walked out from it. Someone has come to this space again. It seems like there are two groups of people. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt a faint fluctuation in the space. Then, he took a step forward and appeared on the head of the three-headed black dragon. He tore open the void in front of him and quickly disappeared. According to the news sent by Miss and the others, the void space they should have entered is here. In a mountain ridge not far from here, there was a group of powerful cultivators on their way. One of them was frowning and whispering. The others were also carefully sizing up this strange and vast space. Back then, Venerable Spirit Gourd's supreme treasure was left here. It's a pity that after so many years we didn't know. An old man with red light flowing on his body said. His eyes were filled with emotion. He came from the ancient fire tribe of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. The ancient fire god's blood flowed in his body. Compared to the other world, what we lack is not geniuses and blood, but experts who stand at the peak. If we have one more supreme treasure, we have a higher chance of winning. Next to him was a tall man wearing armor. Hearing this, he nodded and said. His name was Lin Yunxiao. He was an expert of the Dragon Blood Tribe's Lin clan. At the same time, he was also Lin Wu's uncle. The other experts also nodded and glanced around. However, according to Miss and the others, the cultivators from the other world are also silently sneaking into this place. What's there to be afraid of? Since they dare to come to our world, they should be prepared to be destroyed. This group of damn bandits burning and killing all the way. How many of our warriors have died tragically in their hands? Some people were angry and their killing intent was boiling. When they mentioned the upper realm, they wanted to go to the battlefield and kill the invaders from the upper realm. To them, the upper realm had repeatedly invaded and destroyed their peaceful environment. Over the countless years, many warriors were buried on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, leaving their wives and daughters alone in their mansions. How could such hatred be easily resolved? Ordinary. Chapter 451. Someone's coming from behind? At this moment, an old woman with dark green eyes abruptly turned her head and looked in a certain direction as she shouted in a low voice. Dark green light rose from her body as if there was life flowing around her. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then quickly reacted. They took out all kinds of weapons and waited, staring at the void behind them. The old woman was called Granny Lu Chui. She was a super powerhouse of the Green Clan and had the bloodline of the god of life. She had a natural perception of all things in nature. Therefore, in a place like this, she could see all kinds of plants as her eyes, and she could see things that others of the same realm could not. Hearing what she said, no one dared to underestimate her. They all stared behind them cautiously. Shining brilliantly, divine weapons appeared in the sky one after another. They took out their powerful weapons and were ready to attack at any time. To appear here at this time, it could only be a cultivator from the upper realm. Who are you? Hiding your head and showing yourself. Don't dare to come out? The old man from the Fire Clan had a bad temper. Red divine light shone in his eyes. He waved his hand and turned into a sea of fire, falling toward the void behind him. Good senses. You know we're here. In the next moment, along with a cold laugh, behind a rock not far away, a large group of cultivators and creatures appeared. Their bodies were shrouded in divine light, and they wore all kinds of clothes. They came from different forces of the upper realm. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. His face did not look like a human, and there were gray horns on his head. At the same time, he waved his hand and attacked, blocking the attack of the old man from the Fire Clan. You really are from the upper realm. You sneaked here. The rest of the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions stared at the people who suddenly appeared in front of them. They were murderous and their faces were cold. Granny Lu Chui's heart sank. She glanced at the cultivators and creatures in front of her. Judging from their auras, there were people from all kinds of clans and orthodoxies. The young men and women walking at the back were obviously much nobler. They were protected by the powerhouses in front of them, especially a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Her hair was soft and her face was flawless. Her eyes were big and bright, and her body was graceful and charming. The rest of the young men looked at her with gazes that contained faint admiration. The 8 desolates in 10 regions are desolate places. Sooner or later we will conquer them. What's the point of talking about here and there? The middle-aged man who had just attacked let out a cold laugh and glanced at the people from the 8 desolates 10 regions with disdain. This was the attitude of the various races in the upper realm towards the 8 desolates in 10 regions. This was because whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation resources, the 8 desolates in 10 regions could not be compared to the upper realm. In the eyes of many young supreme martial artists from the upper realm, the 8 wastelands in 10 regions were just desolate places that could be invaded at any time. Hearing this, the old man from the fire tribe and Granny Lu Chui both had anger in their eyes. The group of young heavenly talents behind them were also incomparably angry, being looked down upon by the people of the higher realms. They were young and full of vigor, especially when the other party had barged into their territory so naturally. Being so arrogant in their territory really made them furious. They were so angry that they wanted to go crazy. What? Did I poke your sore spot? The middle-aged man who spoke just now was very contemptuous and disdainful. Among the experts on your side at the same level, who would be our match? Could it be that you forgot how many of your people died in the previous battle? Hearing this, the people from the 8 desolates in 10 regions were even more furious, their faces ashen. This was a scar that was difficult to erase. Now that it was mentioned again, how could they not be angry? The older generation could still endure it, but the younger generation could not. Being mocked again and again, how could they endure it? You all are courting death. Several young men and women shouted angrily, about to stand out. However, they were stopped by several elders at the side, not allowing them to act rashly. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were still in the 8 desolates in 10 regions territory. However, this group of people from the upper realm clearly came prepared. They could not be careless and underestimated. What? You all want to die? Seeing this scene, several young men from the upper realm also stood out, indifferently asking. Their chi and blood were powerful, their bodies surrounded by precious splendor. Some people's bodies were hazy with black light, their true appearances unable to be seen clearly, a sign of powerful cultivation. Since they were able to come here, it meant that their cultivation was not simple. In the upper realm, they were all famous young supreme martial artists. Humph! The young men and women from the 8 desolates in 10 regions' faces were all spitting out flames, forcefully suppressing themselves. Don't be rash. Wait until we figure out their trump cards, then we'll consider making a move. Since this is our territory, we definitely won't let them act too arrogantly. An elder's eyes flickered with radiance, transmitting his voice to those people. He had a plan in mind. After all, this void space was within the 8 desolates in 10 regions. Back then, just in case, they even brought along a forbidden artifact that could connect to a supreme treasure from the outside world. When the time came, that supreme treasure would release a destructive strike, destroying this void space. None of the people inside would be able to escape death. They did not fear death, but they did not know if the people from the upper realm had this type of courage. We came here to search for that supreme treasure, not to start a conflict with them. I wonder what young Lady Gu plans to do? At this moment on the upper realm's side, a young man slightly shook his head, waving his hand to stop the others, speaking like this. His facial features were handsome, his figure tall and straight, faint starlight swirling about his body. As he spoke, he looked at the woman in the blue dress, revealing a slight smile, looking very elegant. The woman in the blue dress nodded slightly, saying, "Then we'll do as Brother Song says." Hearing this, the others also nodded and quieted down, no longer mocking the people from the 8 desolates in 10 regions. The young man who spoke just now was obviously quite prestigious. His name was Song Yunfei, and he was a young supreme being from the Taishang Grotto heaven. When he was in the upper realm, he was also quite famous and was invincible. He obviously had some kind of pursuit and admiration for the woman in the blue dress. That was why he took this opportunity to reveal the secret of the Taishang Grotto heaven, planning to bring people here to search for it, and to make the beauty smile. Song Yunfei knew that the mansion master Chu Hao was here with the powerful cultivators from the Taishang Grotto heaven. That was why he was not worried at all, and was not afraid that after he told the others about this, they would steal the supreme treasure of the Taishang Grotto heaven. However, he did not expect to meet the cultivators from the 8 desolates and 10 regions here. Following this, the two groups of people split up and did not fight, as they each had their own plans and did not want to fight here. The people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions quickly headed in the direction of Lin Wu and the others. At the same time, they were worried that Song Yunfei and the others would attack them, thus they kept an eye on them. After seeing them heading in another direction, they were relieved. I feel that these people are up to something. They must be busy looking for something, which is why they purposely avoided us. However, Song Yunfei and the others did not go too far, and stopped midway. The woman in the blue dress frowned slightly, as she seemed to be confused. Song Yunfei said with a smile, "If that's the case, why don't we chase after them and see what they're up to?" He knew that even if they found the supreme totem now, they would not be able to take it away. Therefore, why not see what the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions were up to? The woman in the blue dress pondered for a moment before nodding. She knew that since Song Yunfei was willing to tell her about the supreme totem, he was not afraid that she would take it away. Therefore, at this moment it was more reasonable to look for another supreme treasure that was lost here. Could it be related to the inheritance of the mysterious powerhouse who died here after fighting with the supreme powerhouse of the supreme grotto heaven? The other young supreme being's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something. Let's just go and take a look. Could it be that they can still stir up some waves? Song Yunfei waved his hand, appearing to be quite confident. In front of a beauty, he tried his best to maintain his image. One had to know that the woman in the blue dress before him was a direct descendant of the Longevity Gu clan. She was beautiful and had a noble status, so it was rare to see her. If he could seize this opportunity to gain her favor and enter the Longevity Gu clan, it would be a great opportunity for him. What was the point of being a disciple of the Supreme Grotto Heaven? By now, all the orthodoxies in the upper realm knew that the Longevity Gu clan was mysterious and powerful. They had a long history and could be said to be unfathomable. At the same time, not far away from here, crimson rays of light intertwined in the sky, as if a blood cloud was shrouding it. There was a shocking murderous intent. It was more like an endless army of golden spears and armored horses charging out from it, transforming into a vast ancient battlefield between heaven and earth. This was a low valley, and the mountains on both sides were very tall and majestic. It was like the ancient divine mountains of the most ancient era, flickering with brilliant rays of light and surrounded by colorful mists. There were purple rays of light gushing out, and there were also golden rays of light spreading out. It was incomparably mysterious. If one looked at it from the sky, this place looked like the mouth of an inverted gourd. There were many gourd vines hanging on the mountains on both sides, taking root in the cracks and swaying in the wind. There were many gourds of different colors on top of it. They were the size of a palm and shone brightly. Now light rushed out from this place, as if some supreme being was awakening here and was about to reappear in the world. This kind of terrifying pressure was simply like a surging ocean, like a surging wave, and it possessed a world-shocking aura of slaughter. Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others were standing at the location of the gourd cave, their expressions very solemn. This was especially so for the group of elders. They looked behind them with some uneasiness, worried that someone would rush here at this time. This was because the abnormality here was too shocking. It had probably shaken hundreds of thousands of miles away. They had never thought that coming here to find the mysterious gourd lost by the spirit gourd venerable would cause such a huge commotion. Lin Wu, enter the valley. We'll wait for you here. Goddess Lu Luo's expression was solemn as she said to Lin Wu. She knew that he was the one who had caused the abnormality here. Brother Lin Wu, be careful. You are our hope. The other young men and women also had serious expressions. Although they also wanted the item in the valley, they knew that they had their own limits. However, they also knew their own limitations. Among those present, except for Lin Wu, No one else had the qualifications and ability to do so. At this time, all they could do was stall for time for him. If someone sensed the commotion and rushed over, they would be able to stop them and stall for time for Lin Wu. Hearing this, Lin Wu nodded his head and said with a solemn expression, "I understand. You must be careful." After saying this, his figure flashed and rushed into the gourd cave. At the same time, a yellow light appeared in his hand. It was a yellow gourd leaf that looked like it was carved from yellow jade. It gave off a faint light and looked very mysterious. It was this thing that had caused the abnormality here. This was the gourd leaf that Lin Wu had obtained by chance. It was said that it was the leaf of the mysterious gourd that the spirit gourd venerable had. Through this gourd leaf he had been able to find this place. Now he was very sure that the mysterious gourd that had been lost here was sleeping in the depths of the gourd cave. As long as he had some time, he would be able to find the mysterious gourd and bring it out. Chapter 452. After Lin Wu's figure disappeared into the entrance of the gourd cave, Goddess Lulua and the other young geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. They turned and stared into the distance with the other elders. They took out all kinds of divine weapons and felt uneasy. The commotion here was too shocking. They were worried that Guchanga would sense the phenomenon here and rush over. In this void space apart from Guchanga, they didn't need to fear anyone else. However, Guchanga's strength was too terrifying. They couldn't fight against him at all. After witnessing it with their own eyes, it left a terrifying impression in everyone's minds. I've already sent a message to my uncle. Once they know, they will rush over. When there are more of us, we'll be safe. There's no need to worry. The red-haired Huarong said as he stared into the distance. He seemed to be explaining to everyone, but also seemed to be reassuring himself. He was also a top genius in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Although he wasn't as dazzling as Goddess Lulua and Lin Wu, he couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the tribe behind him was the ancient fire tribe. They had a long history. He was also a genius with the purest fire god bloodline in this generation. He was very talented. Hearing this, the others also felt a little relieved. It was said that Huarong's uncle carried a precious treasure of the fire tribe. At critical times it could draw on the power of the outer realm. If he came here, it would be a lot more reassuring. We must get the mysterious gourd of the spirit gourd supremacy. It belongs to us. In this battle, we obviously didn't have as many supreme treasures as the other side. If the other side gets it, our situation will be even worse. Goddess Lulua also spoke. Her facial features were beautiful, her figure was tall, her hair was like black, and her eyes were a faint dark green. At this moment, she looked very calm and composed, like a female general who was about to volunteer for the battlefield. When Lin Wu wasn't around, the other young geniuses all looked to her as their leader. It had to be said that she and Lin Wu were a good match. However, the situation in the 8 Desolates 10 regions was very bad. It wasn't the time to talk about love. Therefore, Lin Wu and Lulua restrained themselves. I hope Lin Wu can get that thing. Even if we die here, it will be worth it. The old men's eyes were filled with the intent of death. Their gazes were cold. They were planning to stall for time even if they had to stay here, so that Lin Wu could obtain the treasure. Hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Although this was the worst-case scenario, they still had to be prepared. So it's here. However, at this moment, a faint fluctuation suddenly came from the void. It was accompanied by the calm voice of a young man. Goddess Luluo and the others widened their eyes in shock. The space in front of them was suddenly torn apart, and a terrifying primal chaos chi spread out from it. Roar! A massive 3-headed black flood dragon appeared, bringing with it a vast pressure that swept through the heavens and the earth. Its 6 pairs of eyes flickered with a cold, bloodthirsty light. A young figure stood on its head. He didn't seem to care about the people in front of him. Instead, he looked at the gourd cave behind him. Misty crimson divine light soared into the sky. It was as if thousands of murderous intents were interweaving there, transforming into all kinds of peerless divine weapons. They could even vaguely hear the sound of weapons clashing, shaking the world and making the universe tremble. This was a terrifying power. Although it hadn't fully awakened, it was already shocking enough. Guchanga narrowed his eyes, but his expression was still calm. The moment Guchanga appeared, the expressions of Goddess Lulua and the others changed dramatically. Fear filled their faces. Their bodies trembled, and even their souls seemed to be frozen. This was an uncontrollable fear. They couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. They really didn't expect this, so they prayed in their hearts that Guchanga wouldn't find this place. However, he suddenly appeared and tore through space without any fluctuations. Even the few old men with the highest cultivation bases were clenching their teeth and trembling like a sieve. Not to mention the group of young men and women. Standing in front of Guchanga was already the most they could resist. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, even if they didn't do anything, every inch of their skin could collapse the void and make it difficult to withstand the terrifying fluctuations. Obviously, in their eyes, Guchanga had already reached this level. Every inch of his skin was filled with divine light and chaotic energy. His body was unbelievably strong. Guchanga. At this moment, Goddess Luluo suppressed the fear in her heart and forced herself to calm down. She tried to speak to Guchanga. She planned to stall for time. On one hand, she wanted to wait for Lin Wu to obtain the mysterious gourd. On the other hand, she wanted to wait for reinforcements to arrive. You know my name? Hearing this, Guchanga retracted his gaze from the valley. He looked at Luluo, his eyes calm and deep without any ripples. Luluo couldn't help but pale. She felt that the other party's gaze was as calm as a bottomless abyss. This wasn't looking down but a kind of pure disregard and indifference. It was as simple as looking at a speck of dust or a pebble beside his foot. It was just that simple. The other young prodigies didn't have the courage to look at Guchanga. They felt that his gaze was more terrifying than any divine ability and could shatter their souls. Luluo suppressed the fear in her heart and said calmly, "That's what I heard that person call you." Before Chu Hao was killed by Guchanga, he had called out this name, so she remembered it. After all, he was a leading figure in the upper realm. She naturally had to pay attention. "Oh, are you planning to stall for time?" Guchanga saw through her plan at a glance and asked calmly. Luluo's face turned even paler. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling a terrifying sense of suffocation envelop her. The expressions of the elders changed drastically. They stood in front of her and tried to resist the terrifying pressure from Guchanga. "What's the name of the person who went in?" Guchanga asked calmly. Luluo braced herself and replied. "His name is Lin Wu." "Lin Wu." Guchanga nodded and didn't continue speaking. He didn't move to the gourd valley. Instead, he waited at the same spot, because there was no need for that. It seemed that this son of destiny was quite fortunate to be able to help him bring out the treasure. Seeing this, the cultivators from the 8 Desolates 10 regions couldn't guess what Guchanga was thinking. They were terrified and didn't dare to say anything. Only Luluo was shocked. She could roughly guess Guchanga's intention. He planned to wait for Lin Wu to come out and snatch the treasure from him. Her expression changed slightly, but she felt a lot more relieved in her heart. When the spirit gourd supremacy obtained the mysterious gourd, it was said that many people tried to snatch it, but they all failed in the end. That was because after the mysterious gourd recognized its owner, it would be difficult for others to activate it. Even if they obtained it, they couldn't do anything. As its owner, no matter how far away it was, he could retrieve it. Although Guchanga's strength was terrifying, when the mysterious gourd fully awakened, it was still unknown who would be stronger. It wouldn't be easy for him to snatch it from Lin Wu. "What's your name?" While all sorts of thoughts were running through Lulua's mind, Guchanga suddenly spoke and looked at her. Luluo's heart trembled again, but she didn't dare to hide it and replied, "Luluo." "Luluo?" Guchanga smiled faintly when she heard this. Then she suddenly made a move. Her palm reached out toward her. Wind and thunder intertwined in the void. Runes flashed as if they had turned into a giant hand that easily covered the sky. Goddess Luluo. Seeing this, the elders' expressions changed. They were shocked and furious, and they tried to save Luluo. They took out their artifacts to defend against this palm. Boom! However, following the explosion, terrifying shockwaves poured out. Under this palm, everything was covered. It was vast and boundless. Everyone's magical tools collapsed and exploded, turning into dazzling fragments that filled the sky. They all coughed up blood and their bodies were torn apart. They had almost died from the shock waves. Everyone's expression was incomparably fearful, as they felt a sense of hopelessness. Luluo's face was also pale. However, she knew that she couldn't resist, let alone escape. She could only accept her fate and close her eyes in despair, waiting for death. Stop! However, at this moment, in the distant horizon, a roar sounded. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard as several figures with powerful auras rushed over. The one who spoke was an old woman. She held a green snake staff, and with a wave of her hand, a dazzling green light bloomed, turning into the image of an ancient divine tree. It rushed towards the palm in an attempt to save Luluo. It was the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions who had come to help. Seeing this, the other experts also attacked, shooting out divine lights of various colors. Dazzling spells and divine abilities intertwined in the sky, turning into dense chains of laws. However, before they could get close, a black spear suddenly swept through the air. It was accompanied by a torrential black light that swept through the world like a wave. Everyone's expressions changed, and they hurriedly defended. Boom! Suddenly, a vast and mighty aura erupted in this place, as if stars were exploding one after another. The attacks they launched were all turned into dust by the sweep of the black spear. Everyone retreated in horror, looking at the figure in the nether metal armor that had suddenly appeared, somewhat frightened. I won't kill you now. Why are you so afraid? Guchanga shook his head slightly, his tone somewhat strange. He grabbed at Luluo, who was standing there waiting for death, and directly sealed her spirit sea, placing a restriction on it, then threw her at his feet. Luluo fell to the ground, despair still remaining on her face. She didn't expect to survive. However, when she saw her cultivation sealed and thrown at Guchanga's feet, she couldn't help but feel fear. In the end, no matter how calm and collected she was still a woman in her 20s. Today's matter had truly terrified her. She had truly taken a trip to the gates of hell. It was difficult for her to truly calm down. Let go of the young miss. Who are you? Seeing this scene, Granny Lu Chui, who had killed her way here, had a gloomy expression. Dense green light suffused the green serpent staff, and she was ready to attack at any time. Guchanga's strength was very strong, and she couldn't see through him. However, that didn't mean that she would watch her young miss be humiliated like this. The other experts who had rushed over also looked at Ada in fear, feeling that his aura was very terrifying. Even Supremes weren't his match. Such an expert had actually infiltrated this place, which made them feel very uneasy. Granny, don't worry about me. None of you are his match. Luluo suppressed the fear in her heart and couldn't help but shout, worried that Guchanga would suddenly kill Granny Lu Chui. Young miss. Granny Lu Chui's heart trembled, and her eyes widened. She clearly didn't expect Luluo to say this. For a moment she was stunned, not knowing what had happened. This young man was clearly standing in front of them, but it was as if he was separated from all of them by a distant universe, vague and indistinct. If you don't want all of them to die here, then obediently listen to me. 527. Maybe I'll let you live. Guchanga didn't care about the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions who had rushed over, and said to Luluo indifferently. In his eyes, other than the son of destiny Lin Wu and the mysterious gourd that was similar to the immortal slaying flying knife, the others were more important. He didn't care about the life and death of the others. It was just a matter of a few slaps. Yes, Luluo's heart was filled with fear, and she didn't dare to refuse. He's the one who manifested his Dharma body in front of the boundary monument. See? How is that possible? At this moment, someone behind Granny Lu Chui couldn't help but exclaim, and his eyes widened as he recognized Guchanga. His expression was very shocked, as he never thought that he would see Guchanga here. Although it was just a Dharma body separated by countless distances, its aura wouldn't change. It's him? Why is he here? Granny Lu Chui and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. They naturally knew that this matter could be said to be a serious blow to the morale of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. They knew that it was the doing of a leader from the upper world. But now this person actually appeared in this world and appeared here? For a moment they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts, and they didn't dare to attack like before. Looks like he's coming out. He's quite fast and he didn't let me down. Wuchanga ignored everyone's shocked expressions. Instead, he stared at the gourd valley with interest, and then smiled slightly. He felt that the vast aura inside was dissipating continuously. The murderous aura that filled the space before was now gathering continuously, as if it could break through the clouds at any time. In the next moment, a burst of murderous aura rushed to the sky, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, and it could cut down countless suns, moons, and stars. The inside of the gourd valley suddenly split open, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. The mountains on both sides collapsed with a boom. Then a yellow gourd filled with multicolored light rushed out from within, and chaotic chi intertwined. Streaks of sword chi swallowed and spat out, making clanging sounds. It was boundlessly terrifying, and a sword appeared, circling around the mouth of the gourd, surrounded by a terrifying red glow. It was a bloody glow caused by too many killings, and it had already condensed into a red glow. Very quickly, the streaks of sword chi flew back into the gourd, and the glow disappeared, becoming plain and simple. In the end, it fell from the sky into the hands of a young man below. I got it! After Lin Wu obtained this mysterious gourd, his face couldn't help but show some joy and excitement. Though the process was a bit difficult and he almost failed halfway, he did it in the end and made it appear. The heavens don't disappoint those who work hard. I did it. At this time, Lin Wu still didn't know what happened in the outside world. After taking the yellow gourd, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a shadow and quickly ran out of the gourd valley. Chapter 453. Outside the valley, Lu Luo and the rest of the 8 Desolates 10 regions sensed the commotion in the valley. Mountain rocks tumbled down and the mountain range collapsed, turning into a terrifying Great Rift Valley. Judging from the commotion, Lin Wu had most likely obtained the mysterious gourd from the spiritual gourd sage. Otherwise, the murderous intent that shrouded this place would not dissipate so easily. However, it was precisely because of that their expressions became very unnatural, and even somewhat nervous. After all, Wuchanga did not kill them. Thinking about it, he must have other plans. He was probably going to threaten Lin Wu to hand over the mysterious gourd. Apart from that, they could not think of any other reason why Wuchanga kept them alive. At this moment, not only did Lu Luo think of this, but the others also thought of this, their faces turning pale. Granny Lu Chui and the other supreme experts were also frowning with grave expressions. They were no match for Wuchanga. Even if they worked together, it would be difficult for them to escape in the end. The only way was to draw in the power of the stars from the outer realms and destroy this void space. At the same time, they would bury Wuchanga here. But in truth, no one was willing to die here. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for no reason until the last moment? But would Lin Wu be willing to give up the mysterious gourd that he worked so hard to get? Do you guys think that Lin Wu is willing to use the gourd to exchange for all of your lives? Wuchanga's gaze fell on the valley that was gradually collapsing. She seemed to be somewhat interested in asking. Everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions felt a chill. From his words, it seemed that Wuchanga had admitted his intentions. They could not help but waver. Would Lin Wu be willing to exchange their lives for the gourd? Was it worth it? Although Lulua and the others knew Lin Wu very well, they knew that he wouldn't ignore their life and death. But in this kind of righteous situation, it was very likely that it was not up to Lin Wu to decide. After all, the immortal slaying gourd did not belong to Lin Wu alone. It belonged to the 8 Desolates 10 regions. If it fell into Wuchanga's hands, Lin Wu would be the sinner of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. It was the same for them. Perhaps in the eyes of many cultivators, their lives were not as important as the immortal slaying gourd. The immortal slaying gourd is the supreme treasure of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Don't even think about snatching it away. Keep dreaming. We would rather die than submit. At this moment, many of the experts of the older generation finally reacted to Wuchanga's sinister intentions and couldn't help but curse out loud, as if they would rather die than submit. Obviously, Chang'e was trying to incite internal strife among them. If the people's hearts were in chaos, what would they use to fight Chang'e? Oh really? If that's the case, then all of you can die. Chang'e glanced at them and sent a palm strike at them. The runes rolled back and a vast wave of energy swept out, causing the expressions of those who had just spoken to change drastically. They wanted to resist, but the divine ability they had just activated collapsed almost instantly. Then, in the midst of regret and despair, they exploded one after another, and their bodies and souls were obliterated. They didn't expect Chang'e to be so ruthless. Just then they were just saying those words. They wanted to maintain their dignity in front of everyone and weren't very stubborn. However, Chang'e didn't care at all and directly killed them all. Seeing this, Lulua and the others couldn't help but turn pale. Chang'e didn't mind and smiled. Do you think you can leave here alive? The immortal slaying gourd will fall into my hands sooner or later. What's the point of resisting like this? Hearing this, everyone's faces turned even paler. Their hearts were filled with fear and anger. Many of the younger generation's faces were filled with despair. If they fought against others of the same generation and died on the battlefield, they wouldn't complain. However, the gap between them and Chang'e was simply too great. They were unwilling to die in such a humiliating manner. However, all of them neglected one thing at this time. In terms of age, they were about the same age as Chang'e. Boom! At this moment, waves of fluctuations suddenly came from the distant sky. It was a series of divine rainbows that quickly flew across the sky and landed here. The leaders were several old men with profound cultivation bases. Their chi and blood surged, and they were even more terrifying than the young people. Their faces were very old. There were humans and foreign races, and they were all from various orthodoxies of the upper realm. That's young Lord Chang'e. Why is he here? The moment this group of people arrived, they recognized Chang'e at first glance. The few old men in the lead were shocked and couldn't believe it. The young people behind them were even more shocked. They didn't expect to see Chang'e in person here from hundreds of millions of miles away. In the eyes of many of the younger generation, Chang'e's existence was almost equivalent to worship. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. At that moment they couldn't care less about what happened here and immediately bowed to Chang'e. Song Yunfei, who was in the crowd, was also extremely shocked. As for Chang'e, they had only heard about him in rumors. They had never seen him in person. Previously, he even heard that their mansion master Chu Hao had a conflict with Chang'e, and had suffered a great loss at his hands. After returning to the highest cave abode, mansion master Chu Hao began to cultivate in seclusion and broke through to the supreme stage. It was just that he couldn't understand. It was rumored that Chang'e had disappeared without a trace after the battle with the red-robed demoness. How could he appear in the 8 Desolates 10 regions and in this void space? Chang'e! The lady in the blue dress beside him couldn't help but blink. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy, and she couldn't help but walk forward. Hearing this, Chang'e turned around in surprise. He looked at her from head to toe and had some impression of her. Elder sister Shuang. The lady in the blue dress was the granddaughter of the Longevity Gu clan's 3rd elder. Speaking of which, she knew Chang'e as they were both direct disciples of the clan. Although she was slightly older than Chang'e, Shuang pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes curved as she asked, "Why are you here?" When she saw Chang'e, she couldn't help but blush. She couldn't help but think of the last time Chang'e returned from the lower realm, before he was appointed as the young master. At that time he was arrogant, powerful and cold. He challenged all the geniuses of the clan alone. Everyone attacked together, but in the end they were no match for him. At that time Chang'e even stepped on her face. No matter how tears welled up in her eyes, he didn't move his foot. Chang'e's coldness and strength had always been deeply ingrained in her heart. At that time she was still young and indignant about this matter. However, as she grew older, she gradually got over it. Moreover, Chang'e's strength had already grown to the point where they couldn't see his back. It wouldn't be long before he succeeded the position of patriarch of the Longevity Gu clan. She no longer took this kind of small matter to heart. Moreover, she guessed that Chang'e probably didn't remember such things either. I heard that the battle between the Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions was intense, so I came here to take a look. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. He didn't expect to meet the Gu clan's disciples here. Gu Yingshuang walked to his side and looked curiously at Luluo and the others, especially when she saw Luluo, who had been thrown at Gu Chang'e's feet. She paused and said, "Are these the geniuses of the 8 Desolates 10 regions?" She could sense the strength of this group of young people. Gu Chang'e nodded. In terms of strength, they should be considered geniuses. Song Yunfei and the others were shocked. They swept their eyes over Luluo and the others. They hadn't noticed this group of young geniuses just now. Moreover, the experts of the 8 Desolates 10 regions that they had encountered before had also appeared. They didn't dare to act rashly. It seems that because of young Master Chang'e, they don't dare to act rashly now. A skinny old man couldn't help but sneer. He swept his gaze over Luluo and the others with ill intentions. Granny Luluo and the others fell silent, their hearts heavy. I don't know if young Master Chang'e has seen the people from our Most High Paradise. Previously, our Manor Lord had already brought people here to retrieve the supreme treasure of our Most High Paradise. It's just that we haven't seen any traces of them yet. At this moment, Song Yunfei looked around in confusion and couldn't help but ask Gu Chang'e. Just now, when he saw the divine light erupting into the sky, he thought that the supreme treasure of the highest paradise had appeared, so he hurried over. Unfortunately, he didn't see Manor Lord Chu Hao or any of the elders here. This made him puzzled. "You're a disciple of the highest paradise?" Gu Chang'e looked at him and asked calmly. Song Yunfei didn't dare to look him in the eye, but he still nodded. He didn't know why Gu Chang'e asked this. "Yes. I wonder if young Master Chang'e has seen any traces of the Manor Lord and the others here?" Song Yunfei continued to ask. "I have." Gu Chang'e nodded. A look of joy appeared on Song Yunfei's face. He couldn't help but ask, "Then can young Master Chang'e tell me where the Manor Lord and the others are now? They've already been killed by me." Gu Chang'e said casually. His tone was very casual. "What? Young Master Chang'e? Are you joking?" Hearing this, the joy on Song Yunfei's face suddenly froze. He couldn't believe his own ears. The Manor Lord of the highest paradise had been killed by Gu Chang'e? How was this possible? Gu Yingshuang and the others also widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. "They've already been killed by me." Gu Chang'e glanced at Song Yunfei indifferently and repeated. His tone didn't fluctuate much, as if he was talking about a small matter that had nothing to do with him. "The Manor Lord of the highest paradise, Chu Hao, colluded with the 8 Desolates 10 regions and plotted against us, so I killed him. Are you dissatisfied with something?" "No. I wouldn't dare." Song Yunfei's voice trembled. He couldn't help but shiver. He only felt that his head was buzzing and blank. He didn't dare to believe it, but he also didn't think that Gu Chang'e would lie to him. How long had it been? Their Manor Lord, several elders, and a group of experts had been killed by Gu Chang'e. If this matter were to spread, who knew how big of a wave it would cause? Gu Chang'e said that they colluded with the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Who knew if this accusation was true? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Luluo and the others had personally witnessed Gu Chang'e's appearance, and the entire process of her personally killing Chu Hao. When did he collude with the 8 Desolates 10 regions? These words were without evidence. It was all Gu Chang'e's side of the story and false accusations. However, everyone's expression changed drastically. They were silent, not daring to say anything or ask anything. This scene made them shiver uncontrollably. They felt a suffocating sense of fear and despair. How terrifying was this power to make everyone so fearful? "What? You know this person?" Gu Chang'e noticed the slight change in Gu Yingshuang's expression and asked casually. Gu Yingshuang shook her head and smiled. "He's just a toad who wants to climb up the Gu clan." Hearing Gu Yingshuang's heartless and honest words, Song Yunfei's face turned even paler. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. However, he didn't dare to show it. He was disappointed. The other young heaven's favorites from the upper world were now a distance away from him. Just then at the entrance of the Gourd Valley, a gray figure suddenly appeared. It was Lin Wu, who went in to retrieve the immortal slaying gourd. He looked rather haggard. There were some wounds on his body. It was obvious that this trip didn't go well. However, the way he looked at Guchanga was full of shock. Especially when he saw Goddess Lulua, who was thrown under his feet. His face turned green with anger. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart, making him clench his fists. When he entered the gourd valley, Guchanga appeared and suppressed everyone. This was the cause and effect he could see now. Lin Wu, Lulua Huarong, and the other young heaven's favorites from the 8 Desolates 10 regions saw Lin Wu come out. They were worried that he would act rashly at this time. With the immortal slaying gourd in hand, even if Lin Wu couldn't fully control its power, it wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could deal with. As long as he used it a little, they had a chance of survival. Lin Wu calmed down quickly. He stared at Guchanga and said, "Let them go. If there's anything, come at me." Guchanga looked at him with interest and said, "You seem to hate me very much. You killed my brother. This hatred is irreconcilable." When Lin Wu heard this, his face turned even colder. He couldn't hide his hatred and said word by word. Guchanga shook his head and said, "Who's your brother? I don't remember killing such a person. If I accidentally stepped on him, then it's a different story." Lin Wu was furious. He didn't expect Guchanga to not even know who his brother was. To Guchanga, this was like trampling an ant to death. She wouldn't even remember which ant it was that was trampled to death. Chapter 454. Hand the immortal slaying gourd to me, and I can promise to spare their lives, Guchanga then said. He reached out and grabbed Lulua, who was beside his feet, and lifted her up. Lulua's face was pale. Her magical powers were restrained, and she could not even commit suicide. He knew that this mysterious immortal slaying gourd needed to be subdued by special means. If he was too forceful, it would escape into the depths of the earth, and it would be difficult to find it. Otherwise, Guchanga could just snatch it. With Lin Wu's current ability, it was impossible to stop him. Even if a miracle happened and the protagonist's aura activated, it would not work. Let go of Mississippi. Granny Lu Chui of the Green Clan gritted her teeth and shouted with a cold expression. She could not calm down at all. Lulua, who had been the apple of the Green Clan's eye since she was young, had never suffered such humiliation. "Granny, don't worry about me. You are not his match." Lulua's face was pale, and she felt that she could not breathe. However, she was still stubborn and did not beg for mercy. However, this expression made Lin Wu's heart ache. The other young prodigies also fell silent. "I don't have the best patience." Guchanga shook his head slightly and said calmly, "I don't like to repeat myself." Lin Wu's expression was uncertain, and he was very conflicted. The immortal slaying gourd's preciousness was needless to say. This was a supreme treasure that shone brightly during the battle with the upper realm. Many powerhouses of the upper realm were beheaded by it and buried in the Boundary Monument Sea. How could he be willing to give it to Guchanga? However, if he did not give it to Guchanga, Lulua would definitely be killed. He had seen Guchanga's ruthlessness with his own eyes. Even the most powerful powerhouses of their world were killed without batting an eyelid. What else in this world could he not do? "Lin Wu, don't worry about me. The immortal slaying gourd cannot fall into their hands, especially Guchanga's. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him." Lulua's expression was firm. She endured the fear in her heart and persuaded Lin Wu. However, she wasn't done yet. Guchanga grabbed her chin and dislocated it with a crack. The pain caused her face to turn pale and her body to tremble. However, 527 was Guchanga. His expression did not change much. He was indifferent and unperturbed. In his eyes, the worthless red powder was no different from a skeleton. "Next time it won't just be her chin that's going to be removed," Guchanga said indifferently. Lin Wu's heart was filled with pain, and he wanted nothing more than to roar at the sky. In particular, when he saw Luluo's pained expression, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but feel moved. "You release Lulua and I'll give you the immortal slaying gourd. But you have to swear on your Tao heart. Otherwise I won't believe you." Lin Wu's heart was filled with pain and hatred. He forced himself to calm down. At this moment he could not be impulsive. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Lulua was both touched and sad. She hadn't expected Lin Wu to actually agree. Now is not the time for you to negotiate with me. You don't have the right. However, Guchanga did not agree. He still shook his head slightly. You don't go too far. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. He was simply mad with hatred. After so many years of cultivation, he couldn't calm down at all at this moment. It was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying opponent that made him feel helpless and desperate. Before this, no matter what kind of danger he encountered, he could always turn it into a blessing and turn it into a safety. And this time it was clearly the biggest crisis he had encountered since he started cultivating. At this moment, the irascible old man of the fire tribe suddenly looked up at the space above. He was a little shocked. He didn't expect to sense the aura of that great treasure. If anything happens to us here, you definitely won't be able to leave this space. Now our world has activated the great treasure, the divine mirror of universe, to gather the energy of 100,000 star regions. If there are any strange movements here, the divine mirror of universe will descend to destroy. Including you, everyone will be buried here. Our lives are worthless. It doesn't matter if we die, but for someone like you to die like this, you won't be willing to accept it, right? At once he calmed down and felt confident. He sneered at Guchanga. After all, he was going to die anyway. If they could drag Guchanga down with them, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. With Guchanga's strength and status, nobody in the upper world could compare to him. If he died here, to the upper world it would be a terrifying blow. To the 8 barren 10 regions it would be an exciting event. The divine mirror of universe. Hearing this, everyone from the 8 barren 10 regions was stunned, including Lin Wu. Their hearts were in great shock as they suddenly remembered something. It was a treasure that was the result of the efforts of countless ancestors from the 8 barren 10 regions. It took millions of years to make. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. With a single strike, all living beings would vanish into thin air and be reduced to ashes. Even those who truly achieved the Tao wouldn't dare to say that they could take the attack head-on. With the power of the divine mirror of universe, it wouldn't be difficult for it to destroy this place. Therefore, when the time comes, they could just bury everyone here. With Guchanga dying with them, what more could they ask for? The divine mirror of universe? So this is why you are so confident. But where did you get the confidence to think that it can kill me? Hearing this, Guchanga just smiled faintly. Since he dared to show up in the 8 barren 10 regions territory, he wasn't afraid that they would team up against him. Though the divine mirror of universe's attack was powerful, it would be ridiculous to think that it could kill him. Even if you don't die, the people behind you won't be able to escape death. Lin Wu said coldly. He felt that someone like Guchanga definitely had flaws. There was no way he didn't care about anything. Wasn't there a woman in a blue dress before him who was from the same clan as him? Do you think I care about that? Guchanga continued to shake his head. His expression was mocking, as if he had just heard a very stupid and funny statement. Okay, then I will give you the immortal slaying gourd. Lin Wu's face was full of struggle and conflict. He was having a battle in his heart. In the end, he could only accept it unwillingly. Just as Guchanga had said, he was not in a position to talk about conditions. Don't worry, I am a man of my words. When the time comes, I will let you go. Guchanga still had a calm expression, not surprised at all. He knew that Lin Wu would give in. As the son of destiny, Lin Wu was still loyal and affectionate. However, compared to the so-called righteousness of the 8 desolates 10 regions, this was nothing. Then Lin Wu clenched his teeth and no longer hesitated. He took out a yellow gourd the size of a palm. On top of it, there were strands of purple fog that were as sharp as swords. The fog seeped out from the mouth of the gourd and converged into it. From the outside it looked very strange. There were mysterious vibrations intertwining. Suddenly, everyone saw a heavenly sword that was stained with blood and could be unsheathed at any time. Is this the immortal slaying gourd of the 8 barren 10 regions? Everyone from the upper worlds was shocked as well. They couldn't help but be attracted by this yellow gourd. Before this, they had only heard of the legend of this gourd. During the war against the 8 barren 10 regions, the immortal slaying gourd shone brightly. Many powerhouses were beheaded by that flying sword that was bound to draw blood. They lost their lives and were buried in the monument sea. Here, Lin Wu tossed the immortal slaying gourd to Guchanga. He didn't dare to play any tricks because Lu Luo was still in Guchanga's hands. He could kill her at any time. You sure are straightforward. Guchanga smiled and took over the immortal slaying gourd. A black rune of the Tao landed inside. At this moment he could clearly feel a terrifying resistance coming from it. Although it was thrown over by Lin Wu, it still resisted and didn't want to recognize Guchanga as its master. This thing was indeed something born from nature. It contained an amazing spirituality and knew who to follow to avoid being enslaved. Guchanga didn't plan to refine it now. After sealing it with a special method, he threw it into the Sumeru ring. After doing all this, he looked at Lin Wu with interest. Now it's time for you to redeem your promise. Lin Wu stared at him with fear, afraid that Guchanga would go back on his word. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Guchanga waved his hand, and the restrictions that fell on Horong and the others were all removed. But when his gaze fell on Lu Luo, he stopped. What do you mean? Seeing this, Lin Wu was stunned. Then he was puzzled and angry. He was very uneasy. Are you going back on your word? I can promise to let them live, but I didn't say I would let her go. Guchanga's tone still didn't change in the slightest. Lu Luo was also stunned. Then despair appeared in her eyes. You're despicable and shameless. Lin Wu was shocked and angry. He never thought that Guchanga would let everyone go, but not Lu Luo. The others were also shocked, and at the same time incomparably furious. If you want to save her, then come find me at the Boundary Monument Sea in half a month. Guchanga's expression didn't change much. He looked up at the boundless sky, feeling the vast fluctuations gradually enveloping them. Then with a wave of his sleeve, a boundless golden fog rose, turning into a golden path that tore through space and took everyone away. Lu Luo, Lin Wu clenched his teeth, his eyes red with hatred, especially when he saw Lu Luo's desperate expression when she was captured by Guchanga. His heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife, as if it was being torn apart by thousands of cuts. Let go of Mississippi, Granny Lu Chui roared and chased after him. She waved the green snake staff, shooting out beams of light in an attempt to save Lu Luo. But Guchanga didn't look back, as if he didn't hear her. Ada swept down with his spear, like a punishment from the heavens. The rumbling black light flooded over like a star, making her body tremble. She spat out blood and flew backward, almost exploding. And at the moment when Guchanga tore through space, a terrifying and vast world-destroying pressure descended from the sky, turning into endless pillars of light that were about to blast this region. The universe mirror has awakened. It's planning to kill us all here. The people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions reacted to this scene and their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing the power of the heavens. What a cruel heart. Many people were furious and felt indignant. The cultivators from the 8 Desolation 10 regions were planning to sacrifice them to kill Guchanga and the others here. Unfortunately, Guchanga reacted quickly. The moment he sensed the aura, he tore through space and left. He didn't stay for long. Unfortunately, his reaction was too fast. He left just like that. And took Miss Lu Luo with him. Someone sighed. The vast energy wave in the sky slowly dissipated, but it didn't fall in the end. The universe mirror needed a huge amount of energy to awaken. After seeing Guchanga leave, it obviously wouldn't waste another attack. Lu Luo, Lin Wu roared at the sky. His fists clenched and his hair stood on end. His eyes were as red as a beast's. Guchanga, I'll kill you one day. He was angry at himself for being weak and powerless. If he was a little stronger, he wouldn't have to watch his beloved be taken away with his own eyes. Chapter 455. Above the border of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, an ancient and vast divine mirror was awakened. The divine light was sparkling and translucent, and endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gathering towards it. Black clouds rolled, and the stars in the outer realm trembled as if they were about to collapse. because the energy that filled the air was too majestic. This was no longer like a mirror, but a majestic ancient continent that could fall from the sky at any time. Rays of dazzling and brilliant divine light intertwined, turning into a mountain ridge that was as thick as a small mountain that was about to crash down. At this moment, no matter what level of cultivator they were, they all felt a sense of fear. The divine mirror of heaven and earth was a treasure that belonged to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. It would only be awakened in the face of major events. Even though they had been fighting with the upper realm for almost half a year, they had never used the divine mirror of heaven and earth. The reason for that was because the energy required to activate it was simply too terrifying. The resources consumed every time were incalculable, and it had to devour the spiritual chi of many star regions. The awakening of the divine mirror of heaven and earth this time was the unanimous decision of many ancient families in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Because they had received news that the leader of the upper realm had suddenly descended to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, and his figure happened to appear at the place where the Honorable Spirit Gourd and the ancestor of the Taishan Grotto Heaven had fought. Because of this, they did not consider for long and unanimously decided to use the divine mirror of heaven and earth to destroy and bury him here, eliminating this great threat. Although there were other cultivators and living beings from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions in that place, there were even many young geniuses who were outstanding figures of their respective clans, and could be called the seeds of the future. However, in order to destroy the leader of the upper realm, they could no longer care so much. It could be said that they did not hesitate. Guchanga's threat to them was far greater than the other ultimate powerhouses. Moreover, it was said that he was only in his early 20s. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a talent could be described as one of a kind. If he continued to grow, he would definitely become a disaster for the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Once this news spread, it immediately caused a stir in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Many cultivators witnessed the divine mirror of heaven and earth for the first time. Such a vast and majestic scene could be said to be countless suns, moons, and stars gathered together, falling in a certain direction. Under such an aura, even those who had attained the Tao would not have much of a chance of survival. The Dragonblood Forest Clan, the Green Life Clan, the Fire Clan, and other ancient clans were all incomparably furious. He wanted to stop all of this, but there was nothing he could do. It was because the hope of their clan was still in that void, trying to find the immortal slaying gourd that was once lost there. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the pressure of the cosmos divine mirror dissipated and did not kill them. This saved the lives of the Sky Prides. This was because Guchanga had already torn through space and left from there. Even if they bombarded him, it would only be a waste of resources and cause casualties for no reason. This matter caused a huge commotion in the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. Especially at the end when many people found out that the immortal slaying gourd that was once lost was actually taken away by Guchanga. It caused even more shocking waves. Lin Wu's actions made many cultivators furious. They felt that he was selfish, losing the immortal killing gourd because of love. With such a precious treasure in the hands of Guchanga, it could be said that he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Guchanga's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. Who could keep him in check in the future? As for the kidnapping of Goddess Lulua, the Pearl of the Green Tribe, although many young Sky Prides were enraged, no one dared to go to the Boundary Monument Sea to look for her. Not to mention that the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea was now almost filled with the army of the upper realm. Even if they found Goddess Lulua, who could be confident that they could rescue her from Guchanga? This was an unsolvable situation to begin with. Meanwhile, in a remote town not far from the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, a wave of fluctuation came from the void, followed by a tear in the void. Guchanga and the others appeared from within. We have troubled young Lord Changa for today's matter. Thank you for saving our lives, young Lord Changa. The people of various clans and orthodoxies were all frightened. They immediately opened their mouths and expressed their gratitude. When the terrifying wave of the cosmos divine mirror came, they thought that they would die and be buried in it. If not for Guchanga's help, everyone would have died there. Therefore, they were very grateful to Guchanga from the bottom of their hearts. Even Song Yunfei had mixed feelings. Even if the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven was framed for colluding with the 8 barren 10 regions, it was already set in stone and could not be changed. As long as the people in front of him were not stupid, They would know what to say when the time came. Should they offend Guchanga for the sake of a faction that the mansion lord and the elders had already been destroyed? Or should they try to build a good relationship with Guchanga? This obviously did not need to be considered. As for the truth of the matter, it did not matter. It was just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. With a slight smile on his face, Guchanga waved his hand. The 8 Baron 10 regions did not even care about their sky prides in order to kill you. Guingshuang stared at Guchanga and smiled. In their eyes, you must have attracted a lot of hatred. Everyone agreed with this. After all, even the Cosmos Divine Mirror had been used. It showed how determined the 8 Baron 10 regions were to keep Guchanga there. The 8 Baron 10 regions will be even more unwilling to lose the immortal slaying gourd. It will be a huge blow to their morale. Someone looked at the pale and despairing Lulua and said with a strange look in his eyes. They did not know why Guchanga had captured her. Guchanga's intentions were not something they could guess. Once the boundary monument sea dries up, the 8 Baron 10 regions will definitely hide in Sky Deer City. With the help of the 9 mountains and boundary abyss, they should be able to hold on for a while. Guchanga shook his head. He glanced at Lulua and said, "Let's go meet up with our clansmen first. The 8 Desolaces in 10 regions matter right now. The final battle hasn't started yet." "That's good." Then, everyone turned into divine rainbows and left the desolate town, heading to meet up with the Upper World Army. Along the way, Guchanga inserted Great Dao runes and continuously refined the immortal slaying gourd, reducing its resistance by quite a bit. As an innate offensive weapon, this item could devour killing intent and refine it into an immortal slaying flying sword. Its power was terrifying and unparalleled. In the hands of different people, the effects it could play were also different. If Guchanga took it out, even if he could not kill the arch in one strike, he would definitely be able to severely injure him. If he refined it again and refined the primordial true feather that he obtained from the demon world's Qi Shao demon emperor into it, its power would increase by several levels. As for the Great Picture Scroll, it was a supreme treasure that was both offensive and defensive. Its offensive power surpassed many of the arch weapons. In terms of defense, it did not lose to the Sky Palm Tower. Guchanga counted his gains during this period. Apart from the Providence points obtained from killing the Son of Destiny and the Heavenly Dao treasure chest, as well as the time-space steel and the Mystic Mirror, his gains were the Great Picture Scroll. His greatest gains were the Immortal Slaying Gourd and the Great Picture Scroll. These 2 supreme treasures clearly surpassed many man-made the arch weapons. They contained innate Great Dao runes and innate Dao runes. Guchanga even felt that their current level was not their limit. For example, the Xianyang Heavenly Saber and the Primordial True Feather were man-made. In terms of level, it was very difficult to have a major breakthrough unless one went against the innate or remodeled. Even the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts were mostly man-made. However, the forging method was rather special, causing their level to surpass many of the arch weapons. However, their true power was still far from that of the arch weapons. This was because their level and power were not equal. Among them, the Sky Palm Tower and the Sky Palm Sword were said to be very special. This was because the Sky Palm Tower was an artifact that suppressed the foundation of the Immortal Palace. If its level was not high enough, it would definitely not be able to suppress it. As for the Sky Palm Sword, it was an offensive artifact that controlled the Immortal Palace. It could even trigger the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth, the earth, water, wind, fire, and thunder above the 9 heavens. At the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, huge waves surged into the sky. They kept crashing, making rumbling sounds that shook the sky as if an ancient world was rotating. In the sky, ancient warships that looked like ancient continents floated in the air. They were majestic, shrouded in chaotic fog. Specks of starlight could be seen in the distance, as if the Milky Way was flowing backwards. On the ancient warships, palaces and pavilions were everywhere. There were divine mountains and ancient mountains standing there. It did not look like a simple warship, but more like an ancient continent. There were many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies stationed here. Although it was difficult for supreme experts to cross over, the combat strength here was still not to be underestimated. Just their numbers alone were incomparably vast, and could be said to be endless. They were a black mass that covered the heavens like black clouds. The news of Guchanga's appearance in the 8 Desolates 10 regions had spread very quickly. Therefore, many cultivators knew that he had come here and snatched a supreme treasure of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Previously, the universe divine mirror in the 8 Desolates 10 regions had been revived because of him. The moment Guchanga arrived, several powerful and terrifying divine consciousnesses swept over and confirmed his identity. After all, they were now in the territory of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. There might be some spies, so it was better to be cautious. After confirming Guchanga's identity, streak after streak of divine rainbows and great golden paths flew out from the ancient warships one after another, continuously extending, descending here. They were all the leaders of various clans. Greetings, young Master Changa. An old man with white hair was the first to arrive. He was an ancestral patriarch of the Yi clan in the primordial deity realm. She begged for fresh flowers. He valued Guchanga very much and knew that Guchanga's strength had reached a level that made them respect him. The people behind him were either from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain or forces like the Human Ancestor Palace. They had a long history and were not comparable to ordinary large sections. As for the people of Buddha Mountain, they were also stationed here, but they did not show themselves. Previously in the Divine City, many ancient monks died tragically at the hands of the red-robed female demon. But Guchanga survived and came to the 8 Desolates 10 regions without a word, stirring up a storm. This was unacceptable to the people of Buddha Mountain. They felt that the deaths of the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain were related to Guchanga. They wanted to find Guchanga and ask him what had happened that day. However, they also guessed that Guchanga would not say anything, so they did not waste their efforts. Moreover, the whereabouts of the red-robed female demon had become a mystery. No one knew whether she was alive or dead. Why did young Master Changa suddenly come here? The people of various clans and orthodoxies were very interested in this question, and could not help but ask. After I tore through space with a secret treasure to escape, I was hit by the red-robed female demon's palm and passed out. When I woke up, I was drifting in the boundary monument sea. As for what happened, I'm not sure. Guchanga's expression did not change. He shook his head slightly and seemed to be a little regretful. I only just heard about the tragedy that day. I didn't expect that the others could not escape. At this point he sighed. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed and fell silent. They did not ask any more questions. They did not dare to question Guchanga. It was hard to judge whether it was true or not, but they were all people who had lived for a long time. They would not believe Guchanga's one-sided story so easily. After that, Guchanga and the others talked about what happened in the void space, but did not mention the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. As for the immortal slaying gourd, although everyone was envious, they knew not to ask. They did not have the guts and strength to snatch something from Guchanga. After that, Guchanga bid farewell to everyone and took the captive Luluo. He turned into a divine rainbow, and went to the area where the Longevity Gu clan was stationed. When Gu Yingshuang came here, she was separated from him. Guchanga did not plan to continue to care about her. Luluo went from despair to realizing that Guchanga did not care about her, and treated her as air. She gradually calmed down. After all, she was going to die anyway. There was nothing to be afraid of. Now that she saw this terrifying scene, she could not help but tremble. There was a kind of fear that came from inside out. This was the power of the upper realm. Almost every orthodoxy could easily send out tens of millions of troops. She even suspected that when the final battle came, the orthodoxies of the upper realm would be able to send out hundreds of millions of troops. This was unimaginable. If not for the orthodoxies of the upper realm fighting for themselves, the 8 Desolates 10 regions would have been conquered long ago. Do you think that your sweetheart will come here to save you in half a month? At this time, Guchanga's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Luluo had already let go of the fear in her heart and was much calmer now. She said calmly, I believe that Lin Wu will come to save me, but I don't want him to take the risk. Guchanga smiled and said, what a touching couple. It's a pity. What's a pity? Luluo looked up at him, her eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water. What a pity, he will die here for you. Do you think he can save you? Guchanga said casually. I think you don't want him to die either, right? A ripple appeared in Lulua's calm eyes. She did not want Lin Wu to die because of her. It was not worth it. If it wasn't for the fact that her cultivation was sealed by Guchanga, she probably would have already destroyed her own meridians. What do you mean? She could not help but look at Guchanga and ask. If you don't want him to die, then listen to me obediently. Not only will I let you live a good life, but I will also let him live a good life. Guchanga smiled but did not explain anything. He then ordered someone to take her away. Lulua was a little frightened. She could vaguely guess Guchanga's intentions and could not help but feel cold all over. After Lulua was taken away, Guchanga dismissed everyone in the hall. He planned to enter the innerverse to see the changes in Chanhongi. However, before he could open the innerverse, he could feel a faint evil aura emanating from it. He could not help but frown. It hasn't even been a month this time. Is it difficult to continue suppressing it? Chapter 456. Within the palace, all of the servants had been dismissed, so it was rather quiet. However, there were traces of hostility emanating from the inner universe. It was like a crimson glow with a strong stench of blood. Guchanga could not help but frown. Although this aura was very weak, the entire inner universe was under his control. How could he not sense it? According to his estimation, the duration of suppressing the hostility should be maintained for at least 3 months. However, this time had quickly shortened to a month. This could only mean that Chanhongi's recovery speed had exceeded his expectations. Of course, it could also be because Guchanga had collected a lot of life origins during this period of time, allowing her to recover. Therefore, he was now considering whether to show himself and meet Chanhongi. During this period of time, Guchanga had put in a lot of effort into the life origins that she had absorbed. This was to prevent her from going berserk. When the time came, he would have a plan to deal with it. However, if he fought with Chanhongi now, the fluctuations here would definitely spread and attract the attention of other orthodoxies. The degree of this evil aura isn't as strong as the last time. It seems that suppressing it is not useless. Compared to the last time, perhaps she is more clear-headed. With that thought, Guchanga narrowed his eyes and made a plan. Then, he waved his hand and sent out runes. Lines of Dao patterns spread out and sealed the palace to prevent any aura from leaking out. After doing this, he felt a spatial fluctuation in front of him. A glittering silver door appeared, seemingly leading to another mystical world. Guchanga quickly stepped in and disappeared. Ever since the inner world had evolved into the inner universe, this space had undergone a huge change. Divine mountains were majestic, immortal islands were dazzling, and vast ancient forests were unfolding. There were countless immortal trees and divine vines, as if they had existed for countless eras. Rich immortal chi filled the air, and in the depths, there was a scene that resembled an ancient heavenly court. The heavenly palace was magnificent, and the palaces were splendid. It was magnificent and magnificent. The 4 poles of heaven and earth were like towering pillars that were as tall as heaven and earth. Golden light shone brilliantly, the great Tao surged, supporting the heavens from falling. In the depths of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars rotated. Ancient universes could even be seen rotating, emitting boundless and majestic sounds. Any living being that stepped into it would be instantly crushed into ashes and crushed into pieces. That was the vast and real power of the world, surpassing any level of power in this world. After entering the innerverse, Guchanga did not stop. With a single thought, he appeared on top of a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was very flat, and there was a cold wind blowing. A simple house was built not far away. It was made of bamboo, quiet and unique. Bluestone floated in the air, forming stairs. There was also a cold pond next to the house. A silver waterfall fell from above, smashing into the pond, causing silver splashes to splash out. One after another, extremely rare divine fish swayed their tails in the cold pond. Her palm-sized body was slender and translucent, and there was an astonishing surge of chi and blood. Further away were medicinal fields, birdhouses, and so on and so forth. It was peaceful and tranquil like a simple paradise. Somewhere on the mountain peak, There was a simple bluestone and a peach tree that was not very tall. After arriving and seeing this scene, Guchanga's expression became a little complicated. It seemed to have sensed his arrival. In the house, a woman in red pushed open the door in surprise. She was tall with black hair hanging down. Her face was like jade, fair and delicate, ethereal like dust. Her palm-sized face was adorned with exquisite and flawless facial features. Her eyes were like black gemstones, shining with a moving luster. At this moment, she was rolling up her sleeves, revealing her flawless snow-white wrist as she dealt with a pheasant. "Did you arrange all of this?" Guchanga nodded. He glanced at the house, the bluestone, and the peach tree in front of him and asked calmly. His deep gaze fell on Chan Hongyi, as if he wanted to see through her. Seeing Guchanga's expression, Chan Hongyi seemed to think that she had made him unhappy. She could not help but shrink back and explain in a panic, I remember. When I lived with Master it was like this." Guchanga nodded and said, "You are very thoughtful." Hearing that Guchanga did not blame her, Chan Hongyi seemed to be secretly relieved. Then she handed over the cleaned pheasant and said with a happy smile on her face, "Masahongyi wants to make roasted pheasant for you. When did you learn all of this?" Guchanga walked over and reached out to wipe off a little bit of ash on her nose. It was the uncle who hunted at the foot of the mountain who taught me." Hearing this, Chan Hongyi suddenly felt a little uneasy, as if she was afraid of being scolded by Guchanga. "Then why didn't you tell me before?" Guchanga smiled and pinched her nose. "Master, you would never let me learn such useless things. I was afraid of being scolded by you." Chan Hongyi lowered her eyes and explained with a faint blush on her face. "So this is my image in your heart?" Guchanga seemed to be smiling. No, master, you are the person who treats me the best in my heart." Chan Hongyi quickly shook her head like a rattle drum. "Is that so? Then I will try your cooking today." Guchanga smiled with a gentle expression. Chan Hongyi's face was filled with happiness. She turned around and started to build the fire pit. Her clothes fluttered, and her figure was tall and slender. Because her head was tilted, her black hair cascaded down her shoulders, making her face even more perfect. She was so exquisite that not a single flaw could be found. Her beauty had already surpassed the words of the world. Guchanga's gaze was deep as he watched her work alone. Then he shook his head and waved his sleeve. A light appeared in front of him, and a stone table and chair appeared. A wine cup appeared and a rich wine aroma filled the air. Soon a fire appeared, and the roasted chicken was pierced through by a bamboo pole. Chan Hongyi held it and rolled it continuously. Golden droplets of oil dripped down, making sizzling sounds. A rich aroma filled the air, making one's appetite wet. Chan Hongyi was very serious as she stared at the roasted chicken. The light from the fire shone on her face, giving her a warm glow. Guchanga's gaze was on her, but he did not speak. It was as if he was waiting for her to finish cooking the roasted chicken. Master, the roasted chicken is done." Finally, when she felt that the roasted chicken was completely cooked, Chan Hongyi smiled happily and quickly walked over with the roasted chicken. It was obvious that she had cooked it carefully. Golden oil was still sizzling from the roasted chicken, and there was a brilliant glow gushing out. After all, this roasted chicken was not a simple one. Since it was kept in the innerverse by Guchanga, it was not simple. The rich spirit energy and the glow intertwined, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the void. It was as if a single bite could make a cultivator ascend to immortality. "It looks pretty good." Guchanga smiled and took the roasted chicken from Chan Hongyi, but he did not taste it. Instead, he looked at her and asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Chan Hongyi did not seem to understand what he meant, and a blank look appeared in her eyes. Master, what do you mean?" She shook her head and asked, puzzled. However, Guchanga did not explain. Instead, he smiled and began to taste the roasted chicken that she had personally cooked. He ate very seriously and carefully, even appearing to be very leisurely, as if he did not want her painstaking efforts to go to waste. "I didn't expect Hongyi to have such skills." Guchanga ate as he raised the white jade wine cup and took a sip. He could not help but sigh in admiration. At this time, Chan Hongyi watched him eat the entire roasted chicken, leaving nothing behind. She could not help but fall silent. Master, is it delicious? She asked. As long as it's made by you, it's delicious to me. Gu Chang'e smiled and then unhurriedly poured a cup of wine. However, before the wine cup could reach his mouth, a stream of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he did not seem to care, or perhaps he had already expected it. His expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, he calmly took out an embroidered handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the blood was like a reservoir that had been opened, and could not be stopped at all. Soon large mouthfuls of blood gushed out from his mouth, dyeing the clean and white embroidered handkerchief black. It was to the extent where even the lapels of his clothes were dyed black, revealing a terrifying jet black color, giving off a decaying aura. You already knew? Seeing this scene, all the expressions on Chan Hongyi's face disappeared, and she became cold and emotionless as she stared at him. Gu Chang'e nodded. Her smile was still as light as the wind and clouds. He was not surprised and did not show any emotions. How could you hide such a small trick from me? However, I am quite gratified by your caution. A lion will naturally use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. With your current strength, you actually use poison to kill me. It seems that I did not teach you for so many years in vain. As he spoke, he sighed, and blood flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. It seemed that his injuries were quite serious. This is the demon-dissolving water that has been accumulated at the bottom of the demon burial abyss for countless eras. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are poisoned by it, there will be no chance of survival. Chan Hongyi's eyes were cold and emotionless, and her tone was extremely emotionless. It could be said that his appearance was completely different from before. So it's the demon-dissolving water? I was wondering why it was so painful. Gu Chang'e smiled, his expression still as light as before. It seemed that he could not feel any pain. This pain is far less than what I have endured all these years. Chan Hongyi's expression was still cold and emotionless, without any change. Gu Chang'e was still smiling, and said casually, "Didn't you want to kill me for revenge? Now that I am poisoned and right in front of you, why don't you dare? What is there to hesitate about? You can rest assured that I have not prepared any backup plan." When Chan Hongyi heard his words, a shocking viciousness suddenly appeared in the depths of her eyes. "You want to be killed by me so badly? You know it is poisonous, but you still ate it." Her voice was bone-chilling. Gu Chang'e said indifferently, "What's wrong with killing me as you wish? Do you think that after I kill you, the hatred between us will end? Let me tell you, that is impossible. You know that the road ahead is full of darkness, and there is no light, so why do you give me hope again and again? But you shatter it again and again?" Chan Hongyi's eyes were overflowing with viciousness. Scarlet color spread to the bottom of her eyes, and her hair fluttered in the wind, looking extremely terrifying. Is that so? Hope and darkness are not necessarily at odds with each other. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. "I will kill you, but not now. I will let you experience the despair that I once felt over and over again. I will let you know what I have experienced over the countless years." Chan Hongyi's tone was filled with endless coldness. She suddenly stretched out her white jade-like hand and tore apart Gu Chang'e's chest. With a hiss, black blood splattered out. Every bone was crystal clear, and one could see the texture of divine gold. There was a Taoist rhyme intertwined, and chaos filled the air. Gu Chang'e looked at her calmly and did not resist. His eyes were as deep as a bottomless abyss. Whoosh! In the next moment, the space of the innerverse was suddenly torn apart, and a terrifying crack stretched across the horizon. Chan Hongyi took a step forward and disappeared. The overflowing viciousness gradually calmed down with her departure. The huge and terrifying crack also closed, and it became deathly silent. She didn't kill him in the end, right? That's a little surprising. Gu Chang'e's eyes were deep and calm as he watched Chan Hongyi disappear. Then he looked down at the wound that had almost torn his entire body apart. His expression did not change at all. It was as if the injury did not happen to him. If Chan Hongyi had killed him, he could guarantee that the person who left the innerverse in the end would not have been her. Soon strands of divine light appeared in the wound, and like life chains they mended his torn body. The terrifying injury also quickly healed. After devouring the Nirvana Green Lotus, Guchanga was almost immortal. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as there was enough time, it could be healed. However, what made him feel a little troubled was the poison of the demon-dissolving water. Chan Hongyi clearly knew that he could devour everything in this world, including all kinds of poison. However, she still chose to poison the roasted chicken, which was enough to show how overbearing the demon-dissolving water was. This was because it was condensed from the poisonous qi of the demon lord's true blood, and it could dissolve all demons in the world. Although the demon-dissolving water did not affect him, it still consumed some of his origin source, so Guchanga pondered for a moment before leaving the innerverse. There are no signs of damage to the restrictions in the palace. It seems that Chan Hongyi did not leave this place. Guchanga scanned the various arrangements in the palace. The runes that he had inserted earlier did not change much. This meant that Chan Hongyi had left through another space without alarming anyone else. From this, it was enough to see that she had recovered a lot and was not as reckless as before. Otherwise, no matter how strong she was, she would have been surrounded and killed sooner or later, just like what had happened in Divine City. After changing his clothes, Guchanga called Ada, intending to order him to capture some people. "Master, you seem to be injured." Ada quickly appeared and greeted him respectfully. However, he was very surprised. With his keen senses, he could sense that Guchanga was abnormal. He was now even taller, and his nether metal armor flowed with radiance. He looked like a terrifying god of war standing in the mortal world. After all, he was a first firmament quasi-emperor, an invincible force that was hard to find in the current boundary monument sea. Guchanga nodded. "There was an accident. Go and capture 10 supremes for me no matter which realm they are from." "Yes, master." Ada's expression turned solemn. After receiving the order, he quickly left. His figure was shrouded in a misty black light as he stepped into the void and quickly disappeared. 10 supremes' origin sources should be enough. Now that the various races of the upper world have gathered here, including the 8 desolates in 10 regions, it won't be difficult to find them. Guchanga softly muttered to himself and quickly put this matter aside. The consumption of the demon-dissolving water did not affect him much. However, he did not want to leave any damage to his body. In the next few days, there was another massacre at the Boundary Monument Sea. The armies of the 8 desolates in 10 regions had arrived. Several powerhouses carried artifacts. Vague and terrifying phantoms appeared between heaven and earth. Strand after strand of natural laws slashed down like heavenly blades, powerful and fierce, making one feel horrified and shocked. They planned to launch a sneak attack while the sky was dark. They wanted to give the orthodoxies of the upper realm a heavy blow. The leader was a supreme realm ancestor of the Green Tribe. He wanted to save Lulua, who was captured by Guchanga. This battle started very quickly, and at the same time it also ended very quickly. The upper realm's armies were gathered. They came from various orthodoxies and were endless. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun. Under such a powerful force, even a sneak attack would result in a crushing defeat. They quickly collapsed and fled. There was no other outcome. The several supreme being leaders were all suppressed. However, during this battle, some people realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be another force hiding in the dark. The supreme realm leaders of a few orthodoxies from the upper realm were ambushed and went missing. The sneak attack is fake. The real thing is that they are secretly plotting against our supremes. These 8 desolation 10 regions deserve to die. How dare they hide in the dark? Do they really think that our army won't fill them up? This caused many orthodoxies stationed at the Boundary Monument Sea to be furious. They felt that the 8 desolation 10 regions had been plotting for a long time. The sneak attack was just a cover. The purpose was to kill their supreme realm existences. This was enough to prove that there were powerhouses beyond the supreme realm hiding in the 8 desolation 10 regions. Once this news spread, it immediately caused the upper realm to be furious. More armies were crossing the Boundary Monument Sea. During this time, the death of Chu Hao and the others in the 8 desolation 10 regions also caused a lot of commotion. Some said that they colluded with the 8 Desolation 10 regions and tried to destroy the orthodoxies of the upper realm who were searching for the Taishang Supreme Realm. Unfortunately, their scheme was seen through and they died tragically there. Some said that they were ambushed by the 8 Desolation 10 regions and couldn't escape. In the end they died. Many rumors were true and false. It was difficult to distinguish between the truth and lies. The tragic death of the new Taishang Supreme Cave Master in the upper realm made the old Taishang Supreme Cave Master furious. He brought many powerhouses and tried to come here to find out the truth. Chapter 457. Guchanga, you actually hid so deeply, ah. In the dark and deep dungeon, a series of terrified and furious screams rang out. Guchanga slightly closed his eyes, his expression calm and emotionless. His palm slapped the forehead of a supreme being of Buddha Mountain. Wisps of black chi slowly and methodically permeated, like flowers of the great Tao, taking root and blossoming. Very quickly they penetrated his skin, flesh, lungs and bones, probing into his source. Bursts of dazzling divine light erupted, like the last dazzling fireworks, and then gradually returned to deathly stillness. The exhaustion is more or less healed. Guchanga slowly opened his eyes, and with a jolt of his magical power, the already withered corpse in front of him exploded with a bang, turning into dust that filled the air, dissipating into the air. He turned his head to look at Lulua, who was imprisoned on the other side. Her expression was terrified, she could not help but tremble, and her face was pale. So you've woken up. Lulua's face was pale, and she could not help but tremble. She did not expect to see such a scene the moment she woke up. This really frightened her, and she felt a deep sense of uneasiness. On the day she was imprisoned in the dungeon, she had fainted due to exhaustion. Therefore, she did not know what had happened during this period of time. But just now, a supreme being was killed in front of her eyes by Guchanga. His source was completely devoured, turning into dust that dissipated into thin air. This made her involuntarily recall an ancient and terrifying rumor. I didn't see anything. Her face was pale, her voice trembling, and she did not dare to look straight at Guchanga's eyes. Guchanga smiled. It doesn't matter even if you saw. Calculating the time, it's about time that your sweetheart came to save you. Lula's body shook. She did not expect to be unconscious for so long. But would Lin Wu really take such a huge risk to come to this tiger's den to save her? Even if he was willing, the people behind him would not. And how could he possibly bring her away from this place, unless Guchanga was willing to let her go? But how could Guchanga be willing? Despair appeared in Lulua's eyes. I heard that in Sky Deer City of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the core of the formation array of the past masters of Sky Deer City is sealed. It is the greatest barrier of Sky Deer City. As long as he's willing to open the core of the formation for me, I can spare your life, and I can spare his life as well. The clans behind you can even be brought to the upper realm, and become a subordinate force of the Gu clan. You'll be protected by my clan. Rather than staying in the 8 Desolates 10 regions and being exterminated sooner or later, why don't you submit to my race and enjoy eternal immortality? Guchanga leisurely walked towards her, a faint smile on his face. But this only caused Lulua's body to tremble even more intensely. Her face was pale, and her heart was filled with fear. Her head was buzzing. She didn't even dare to think about these words on a normal day. The core of Sky Deer City's spirit formation was the greatest barrier protecting Sky Deer City, and the 8 Desolates 10 regions behind it. How could it be opened? This type of action was no different from betraying the 8 Desolates 10 regions. It would cause the 8 Desolates 10 regions to fall, be broken through by the higher realms, and plunge all life into misery and suffering. If she dared to do so, she would definitely become a sinner that could not be redeemed even with 100 deaths. Even if the clans behind them were brought to the upper realm, this would become a humiliation that could never be erased. Furthermore, with their status, it was impossible for them to come into contact with the core of the formation. You just kill me. I won't betray the 8 Desolates 10 regions. I won't betray our realm. Lulua gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. She would not compromise just like this. Think about it carefully. This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you don't want to send Lin Wu to his death, I advise you to think about it carefully. Gu Chang'e was not surprised that she would say this. He just smiled, then turned and left the dungeon. As the iron door slammed shut, the place returned to its dark, cold, and damp state. Luluwa couldn't help but shiver. Her mind was still replaying what Gu Chang'e had just said. Her face was filled with despair. After leaving the dungeon, Gu Chang'e went straight to the main hall. He planned to discuss the matter of attacking the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. He did not plan to use the magic bottle of speed to control Luluwa. This was because she did not fear death. Even if he controlled her life, she might not necessarily do as he told her to. And Lin Wu's existence was a suitable entry point to make Luluwa under his control. After some time she would think it through. There was no room for refusal. The main hall was filled with the upper echelons of the Longevity Gu clan, who had come to the Boundary Monument Sea this time. They held great authority in the clan and their strength could not be underestimated. Chang'e, you came at the right time. After the failed sneak attack, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions army retreated. Now, there are no creatures from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions near the Boundary Monument Sea. Do you think we should choose to camp here and wait for the army to arrive? Or do you think we should pursue and kill? Seeing Gu Chang'e arrive, the eyes of the upper echelons lit up and they could not help but ask. Now, Gu Chang'e's power in the upper realm had reached the point where he was on equal footing with many sect leaders of the imperishable sects. That was why they were now faintly seeing Gu Chang'e as their leader. At this time they naturally had to listen to his opinion. I think we should put the matter of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions aside for now. Now that the army has not arrived, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions have retreated to Sky Deer City. The Boundary Abyss and the 9 Mountains are difficult places to conquer. Since ancient times, many powerhouses have died there. If we go now, we will only cause unnecessary casualties. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He planned to let the Gu clan camp here first. Before the Boundary Monument Sea completely dried up, it would be a waste of energy to attack. Not to mention other things, just in terms of the general strategy, it was very rare to succeed on the first attack. The retreat of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions this time was a ploy to lure the enemy in. Moreover, compared to the upper realm, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were obviously more united and had a mysterious blessing. That was why he did not plan to let the Gu clan attack now. If they had the time, it would be better to occupy this place first and then plan slowly. Then let's do as Chang'e said and let the other orthodoxies test it out first. After all, it is indeed impossible to break through Sky Deer City's defense in a short period of time. A few of the higher-ups nodded and looked at each other in agreement. Oh right, Chang'e. Do you have any ideas about Sky Deer City's barrier this time? At this time, one of the higher-ups' eyes flashed and could not help but ask. This was because they knew that Gu Chang'e had captured a woman from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. After thinking about it, they finally thought of this possibility. The upper realm is the best target for many of the tribes in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions to rely on. When the time is right, many tribes will definitely lean towards this side. That is why we don't have to worry about Sky Deer City's barrier. That is not a problem that we need to worry about. Gu Chang'e only smiled and did not explain much. You're saying that the tribe behind that woman is the key? Hearing this, a few of the higher-ups' eyes flashed and their hearts shook as they pondered. Then they admired Gu Chang'e even more. In such a short period of time, he had already thought so far ahead. Sky Deer City's barrier had always been a headache for the various orthodoxies. Judging from the current situation, Gu Chang'e had already thought of a way to break through the barrier. With Chang'e around, why should the Gu clan worry about not being able to last through the ages? They looked at each other, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. At the same time, in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, Sky Deer City. This was a majestic and ancient divine city. It was majestic, vigorous, and full of vicissitudes. It looked as if it was made of countless stars. Huge stars floated in the sky, intertwining with each other and shining brightly. It was extremely dazzling. In the distance, a vast amount of chaotic chi could be seen surging, forming a terrifying array that surrounded the entire Sky Deer City. The Milky Way fell, filling the air with a misty silver light that scattered everywhere. From afar it looked holy and otherworldly. As the biggest barrier in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, Skydeer City had stood tall for countless years and had never collapsed. Even when the upper realm cultivators came knocking, they would unleash an endless amount of divine power to block them outside the city. In the eyes of countless cultivators and living beings in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, Skydeer City was their guardian. Of course, the many soldiers and living beings guarding Skydeer City were also unable to break through, and they rushed over one after another. Apart from Skydeer City, there were 2 other barriers in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. One was the 9 mountains. Legend had it that they were 9 immortal mountains that had split off from a certain place in ancient times. They were extremely mysterious and hard to find. The 9 mountains had a supreme position in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. At the same time, they were the most mysterious and unfathomable. Their location was not the same. Instead, they drifted around the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Once, there were cultivators who mistakenly entered and were bestowed with immortal spells, becoming the strongest of their generation. They established their own sects and spread their influence. Over time, the 9 mountains became the symbol of immortals in the eyes of the cultivators and living beings in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. When the upper realm invaded, the 9 mountains would appear. They would either send out immortal guards or send out their descendants to fight against this disaster. In this era, although no traces of the 9 mountains had appeared, in the eyes of many living beings in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, in the most dangerous times, the descendants of the 9 mountains would appear in the world. Apart from Skydeer City and the 9 mountains, the last barrier was the Empyrean Abyss. That was a strange place formed by the spatial turbulence between the 8 Desolates 10 regions and the upper realm after the 2 regions split. This strange land was right outside of Skydeer City. If one wanted to pass through this strange place, they would definitely be attacked by Skydeer City at the same time. It was extremely dangerous. Without a specific route, it was impossible to pass through the Empyrean Abyss. In the end, one would get lost there. Even those who had attained the Tao had to be careful and not rashly enter. On the streets of Skydeer City, a man with a worried expression was trudging through the streets. The city was extremely spacious, and the streets were endless. There were even stars that had once fallen, densely covered with the marks of swords, spears, and halberds. However, it was very quiet now, and there were few traces of people. Because of the great battle, Skydeer City could be said to be in a state of panic. Half a month has passed. Will that guy make things difficult for Lulua and kill her? What do I have to do to save Lulua? The man walking on the streets was Lin Wu, who had returned to Skydeer City. However, his expression was very ugly now, and he was full of worry. He was not as confident and steady as before. Thinking about Lulua, he could not help but clench his fists, hating himself for being weak and powerless. Not only did he lose the immortal slaying gourd, but he also caused Lulua to be captured by Guchanga. He wanted to go to the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea alone to save Lulu. However, he could not go to the Boundary Abyss outside Skydeer City alone without someone to lead the way. Furthermore, even if he could reach the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, he did not have the strength to save Lulu. Even if he could save her, could he escape? This was an unsolvable situation. Even the family behind Lulua had given up on her life and death, not wanting to interfere. Lin Wu hated himself for being so weak and powerless that he could not even save the person he loved. At the same time, he hated Guchanga for being despicable and not keeping his promise. He had said that he would let everyone go, but he went back on his word and did not let Lulua go. Damn it! Lin Wu strolled on the streets, unable to think of any way to save Lulua. It was not that he did not want to save her, but there was no other way. Even the family behind him advised him to give up. Of course, if he insisted on going, the family would still send experts to go with him. After all, Lin Wu was the most outstanding genius of the Lin family. At this moment, the streets suddenly fell silent, and an inexplicable atmosphere shrouded the area. It was as if the world had suddenly separated, and it was incomparably deep and quiet. Lin Wu noticed this abnormality and could not help but frown as he looked forward. "You are?" He could not help but ask, looking at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him in shock. This woman was dressed in white, and she looked ethereal. She stood there quietly, and there seemed to be a divine light in her eyes, as if she did not exist in this world. "Lin Wu?" I've been waiting for you for a long time. The woman in white smiled, giving off a gentle and natural feeling. Her figure was very slender, taller than the average woman, and incomparably beautiful like a Buddhist lotus. She walked in this world, as if she was experiencing the world. There was a kind of holiness and transcendence that no one dared to ignore. Who are you? Although Lin Wu knew that the other party had no ill intentions, he was still cautious and continued to ask. This was because he sensed that the other party's cultivation was unfathomable, and was not someone he could fight against. I am the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden. The woman in white smiled, and her voice was magnetic, moving one's heart. Her beauty was otherworldly, as if she was not from this world, but from the legendary celestial world. Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady? Lin Wu's heart trembled and his eyes widened. You are this generation's Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady? He knew that there had always been an Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady behind Sky Deer City, and she was in charge of protecting and maintaining the city's operations. However, this Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was very mysterious, and no one had seen her before. He did not know who this Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was. Was it the previous Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady, or the current one? This was because in every generation, a suitable woman would be chosen to take on this role to protect Sky Deer City. There was once an era when the army of the upper world came. A ferocious primordial race and a powerful person who had attained the Tao knocked on the door, and they were invincible, looking down on the world. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady, who had come out of seclusion, killed him in front of Sky Deer City, causing a sensation at that time. Is it important which generation's Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady I am? What's important is that I can help you save your sweetheart. The woman in white continued to smile, but she did not reply. Lin Wu's heart trembled again, and he could not believe his ears. He was a little emotional, but he calmed himself down and said, Are you really willing to help me save Lulua? Seeing that Lin Wu did not shout and quickly calm down, a look of admiration flashed across the woman's eyes. Of course I am willing to help you, she replied with a smile. Chapter 458. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was very beautiful. She was tall and slender like a Buddhist lotus. His features were peerlessly exquisite, and his entire body flowed with divine light. He was emitting a type of brilliant divine light, causing others to be unable to overlook his existence. However, on this street, other than Lin Wu, the rest of the people seemed to have turned a blind eye to her. Around her body there was a special field. Unless it was someone she wanted to see, no one could see her. This was not only a sign of a profound Taoist technique, but also the manifestation of a mysterious supernatural power. The history of Heavenly Deer City was very ancient. It was said that it had existed before the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions, and the upper world split. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was even harder to find. Over the course of countless eras, the number of living beings and cultivators who had seen his true appearance could be counted on one hand. I want to know why you want to help me. Now, all the forces in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions think that Lulua has fallen into the hands of the upper world and can no longer be saved. No one will choose to help me at this time. Lin Wu saw that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's attitude was sincere. He gradually relaxed and smiled bitterly, but there was still some doubt in his heart. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy smiled. Let's talk as we walk. It has always been our responsibility to protect the safety of Heavenly Deer City, and all the living beings in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions. What's there to be confused about? The street was quiet and spacious. It was foggy and there were traces of war. In some places there were still some motionless figures who seemed to be sitting cross-legged, but there were no signs of life on them. For countless years, Heavenly Deer City had stood tall between heaven and earth, resisting the invasion of the upper world. I understand. Lin Wu nodded and silently followed behind the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. His heart suddenly felt heavy. There were not many people on the street, and many of them were familiar faces to Lin Wu. But now, when they looked at him, their expressions were full of sympathy and pity. The news of the immortal slaying gourd being stolen by the upper world had caused a stir in Heavenly Deer City. Many people thought that Lin Wu's actions were too selfish. He saved a small number of people, but many more would be sacrificed in the future. However, some people knew that this matter was not up to Lin Wu. Even if he did not hand over the immortal slaying gourd, it would have been useless, because Gu Chang'e was simply too strong. Many people guessed that his strength had already surpassed the sovereign realm. With such a huge gap between them, did Lin Wu have any other choice? In the end, even his beloved was taken away. He is also a pitiful person. I just don't know what he will choose to do. Many people sighed in their hearts as they watched Lin Wu's figure gradually disappear. However, they did not see the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden walking in front of Lin Wu. Soon Lin Wu and the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden arrived at a pavilion. This was one of the most famous ancient pavilions in the Sky Deer City. Beside him there was a spiritual spring gurgling, water vapor rising, immortal mist dense, multicolored light flowing nearby. A young woman had been waiting here for a long time. She was also dressed in white and had a beautiful face. She had a similar temperament to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. When she saw Lin Wu and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden smiled and waved her hand, indicating that she did not need to say anything. Lin Wu was also a little confused. This young woman in front of him looked to be about the same age as him. However, he had never seen this face before. He was very tactful and did not ask any more questions. Sit. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden gestured for him to sit before walking to the other side. At the same time, she waved her hand and a faint light sprinkled down, enveloping the ancient pavilion to prevent the commotion here from spreading. Lin Wu looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden in front of him in confusion. He wanted to know what she was planning to do that required her to be so cautious. The Sky Deer City is actually not safe. There are many spies in the upper realm. In fact, they have already planted people here without us knowing. So it's better to be careful. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden saw that he was a little confused and could not help but explain with a smile. Lin Wu was shocked. He did not expect the upper realm to have spies in the Sky Deer City, which he thought was the safest. Since the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden said this, it could not be false. There was probably no one in this world who knew the Sky Deer City better than her. I understand. What do you need me to do? Lin Wu's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, 3 days later, I will leave the Sky Deer City with you and go to the Boundary Monument Sea to save your sweetheart. Before that, don't reveal my whereabouts, and don't mention this to anyone. I need you to promise me this, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden said as she looked outside the ancient pavilion, seemingly in the direction of the Boundary Monument Sea. Lin Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and promised, I can do this. I believe you. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's expression was very gentle as she continued, in that case, 3 days later, let's meet outside the Sky Deer City. During this time, you can find someone you trust to help you. With that, she waved her hand again. A misty light sprinkled down, but Lin Wu had already disappeared and reappeared outside the ancient pavilion. Such a mysterious method made his heart tremble. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden just now did not seem to be simple. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt more confident in his heart. Liu Luo, wait for me. I'll come and save you immediately. Then Lin Wu strode away, his heart filled with excitement and nervousness. He rushed to the Lin family's encampment, intending to gather help. At the same time, he sent a message to Granny Lu Chui, asking her to go with him to save their young miss. After Lin Wu's figure disappeared, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden in the ancient pavilion no longer had a gentle expression on her face. She seemed to be deep in thought. Master, are you really going to the Boundary Monument Sea? The young woman behind her had a look of doubt and worry on her face. She was very uneasy. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden nodded, an inexplicable doubt aura appearing on her face. Then she sighed and said, I don't know if I will live or die this time. The road ahead is boundless. If I can't come back, then I'll leave the safety of the Sky Deer City to you. You don't have to take revenge for me. If even I can't solve this problem, then it's useless for you to take revenge for me. So, it's better for you to stay in the city and cultivate properly. Her words were very calm, as if she had already known all of this. Hearing this, the young woman's face was filled with sadness and reluctance. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, even you aren't confident?" She knew that with her master's personality, she would not easily say words like her last words. This could only mean that even she was not completely confident in going to the Boundary Monument Sea this time. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden smiled faintly. She was still very calm, as if she already knew what she was going to face. "I've divined that Guchanga a total of 10 times, and 9 times I've suffered backlash. Even once I only managed to see a patch of darkness. Master, you know how strong he is, so why do you still want to go?" The young woman's lips were pale and trembling slightly. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden shook her head. "As the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, this is our destiny. You don't have to be too sad. Actually, I should have given you the identity of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden a few years ago. But you're still young, and your cultivation is not up to par. Also, the upper realm is invading, so I'm really worried. But now that things have come to this, it's no longer up to you or me. You also need to grow up gradually and shoulder the responsibility of your own destiny. If the city exists, you will. If the city dies, you will die." "I understand, Master." Hearing these words, the young woman knew that it would be difficult to persuade her master. She could not help but nod heavily with reddened eyes and a choked voice. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden revealed a gentle expression and patted her head. "Don't be so dejected. What if I can come back?" Although she said so, she was also not confident. Back then, when the immemorial royal family of the Upper Realm came knocking and killed their way to Empyrean Deer City, she was completely confident that she could kill them. However, when facing a peerless genius of the era, she felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. She had no confidence at all. Not to mention, the Boundary Monument Sea was now a tiger's den with various orthodoxies and countless experts. Once her whereabouts were exposed, she would definitely be hunted down by everyone. However, in her opinion, this was also the only chance to get rid of Guchanga. A direct confrontation would not work, so she had to catch him off guard. Soon 3 days passed. At the gates of Empyrean Deer City, in front of a majestic ancient altar, Lin Wu led many living beings and cultivators to wait. Every cultivator and living being was shrouded in divine light and wearing battle armor. Their auras were powerful. Apart from him, there was also Granny Lu Chui and the others from the Green Clan who had escaped with him. However, the most powerful cultivators were only supremes. There were only 2 of them. One was Granny Lu Chui, while the other was an old monster from the Lin clan who had been sent to protect Lin Wu. This time, the rescue of Lu Luo was extremely dangerous. First, no one was willing to go along. Even if a supreme being were to go there, it could be said that there was no chance of survival. However, considering Lin Wu's identity, the Lin clan still sent some people to accompany him. Therefore, at this moment, everyone's faces were silent and solemn, as if they had already expected the outcome. That was because Lin Wu had not mentioned the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's existence to them as promised. He also knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's existence was like a trump card that could not be exposed easily. Around the teleportation altar, many young living beings and cultivators stood, watching everything with complicated expressions. Among them, there were young geniuses from the 8 Desolate's 10 regions who were extremely talented. Some were even comparable to Lin Wu. Their bodies were shrouded in divine light, and there were golden flames jumping on their shoulders. Some of them also wanted to rush to the Boundary Monument Sea with Lin Wu. However, they were all persuaded by the clans behind them. At this moment, they were all silent as they sent Lin Wu and the others off. At this moment, a faint fluctuation came from the void. Divine light filled the air, and an inexplicable rhythm spread. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden appeared. However, apart from Lin Wu, the others did not notice her. She was still wearing a spotless white robe, ethereal. Her entire body was shining brightly, accompanied by a fragrance, as if she was a celestial being. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden smiled at Lin Wu. She was clearly standing there, but no one could see her. This method caused Lin Wu to be even more confident in his heart. "Let's go." Soon, the teleportation altar lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Lin Wu led everyone and stepped into it. A wave of spatial fluctuations spread, and then everyone seemed to be shuttling through a universe tunnel. Many stars could be seen floating, and the Milky Way rolled, filling the sky with silver light. In the sky, a brilliant divine light could be seen. It seemed to have torn the universe apart, turned into a tunnel, and landed in the direction of the distant Boundary Monument Sea. At the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, chaotic fog flowed on a majestic and ancient warship, surrounded by colorful clouds. Palaces and pavilions stood tall, as if the divine world's treasures had fallen here. A black mass of troops was stationed here. Their chi and blood surged into the sky, and the murderous aura filled the 9 heavens. The terrifying murderous aura turned into banners that fluttered between heaven and earth. This was a terrifying force. Just the murderous aura that spread out caused many ancient worlds to tremble. Even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away, the 10 regions in all directions were terrified and did not dare to approach. They could only watch from afar, guarding against a sudden attack. Although many orthodoxies chose to camp here, waiting for more troops to arrive. However, there were also powerhouses who led their cavalry to charge forward without any hesitation. They were like a torrent that swept through everything in their way, and no one could stop them. However, in front of that seemingly boundless chaotic abyss, he stopped in his tracks. Over there, even those who had attained the Tao had to be careful, not daring to be careless because there was a risk of getting lost. Moreover, there were countless storms of the great Tao, void turbulence and chaotic seas. It could be said to be terrifying, and could easily shatter one's bones. As the first barrier of the 8 desolates 10 regions, there was no need to talk about the dangers of the boundary abyss. It would take a lot of time to decipher the correct route. During these countless years, changes were happening in the boundary abyss all the time. Even the cultivators of the 8 desolates 10 regions had to pay attention at all times to find the correct route. The mighty army stopped in front of the boundary abyss. Some powerhouses began to deduce, trying to decipher the correct route. And somewhere in the boundary abyss, a blurry light flashed. On an ancient altar, several figures appeared, then broke through space and disappeared again, not causing any commotion. At the same time, in a dark and damp dungeon, Luluo's face was slightly pale. Looking at Guchanga, who opened the door and walked in, she could not help but shiver. "I gave you 3 days. Have you thought it through?" Guchanga casually glanced at her. He estimated that when Lin Wu arrived it should be about time. "Don't even think about it. I will not betray my world." Although Luluo's expression could not hide the fear, she was still very stubborn and did not yield. "Is that so? If that's the case, then do you plan to watch Lin Wu, who came to save you, die here?" Guchanga didn't take it seriously and smiled. Then, outside the dungeon behind him, a tall woman with pale moonlight white skin walked in. There was a faint golden pattern between her eyebrows. Her facial features were beautiful, and she was quite charming. What do you want to do?" Seeing this scene, Luluo did not understand Guchanga's intentions, but uneasiness rose in her heart, and she could not help but retreat. "Let's begin." Guchanga did not pay attention to her, but said to the tall woman behind him, "Yes, young Master Changa." The tall woman was very respectful to Guchanga. Hearing this, she walked in front of Luluo and, ignoring her frightened and uneasy expression, placed her hand on her forehead. "Wang!" In the next moment, a burst of multicolored light appeared, like a hazy divine light interweaving. The tall woman became blurry, and her bones, flesh, and lungs seemed to be remodeled. Her facial features, figure, aura, and temperament were all changing. This was not a simple disguise, but a body that melted away all the bones, flesh, and blood and then remodeled. In almost the blink of an eye, she had changed into Luluo's appearance. Apart from some differences in her dress, the rest looked like they had been carved from the same mold. They were practically identical, and no differences could be found. Even the expression of fear and uneasiness was imitated perfectly. Who are you? What do you want to do?" Luluo's face was pale as she looked at the woman in front of her who looked exactly like her, and the fear in her heart deepened. She could vaguely guess Guchanga's intention. "Not bad, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm afraid you can't hide from the universal mirror. But it should be enough to fool that guy called Lin Wu." Guchanga did not pay attention to Luluo. Instead, He carefully looked at the woman in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. The woman in front of him was called Shen Chun, and she was the favored one of the Shun demons. He had sent people to find her. This was because the Shun demons were the best at disguising themselves, especially those who had cultivated the Shun pearl. They could hide their original aura very well, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. However, it would be difficult to sneak into Skydeer City because of this. This was because the universal mirror was suspended in the air, and could reflect the true form of the living beings in the upper realm. The environment of the two realms was different, and the rules of the Great Path were different. It was easy to detect the difference. However, it should not be a problem to fool Linwu in a short period of time. When Linwu comes to save you, do you think he will know that he is saving an imposter? Gu Chang'e looked at Lu Luo and smiled faintly. But even if he knows, he won't dare to do anything. After all, you are still in my hands. You are a devil. Hearing this, Lu Luo finally understood Gu Chang'e's sinister intentions. Her voice trembled, and her heart was filled with fear and sorrow. It turned out that he had never planned to let Linwu save her. He planned to use her to force Linwu to do things for him. To her, this was torture, and torture that was worse than death. How could she stand by and watch Linwu being used by Gu Chang'e? Just as Gu Chang'e had said, she had no other choice. However, she did not expect Gu Chang'e to do this. Lu Luo's face turned pale. However, Gu Chang'e had already left with Shen Chun, and did not care about her, who was paralyzed on the ground. If Linwu dares to show up this time, it means that he has someone backing him. The backing of the Son of Destiny should not be too simple. Linwu is not a stupid person. Without confidence, he would not come to save this woman. Then, it seems that I have caught a big fish. Soon the space in front of them was torn apart. Gu Chang'e's eyes were strange. He brought Shen Chun and stepped into it, heading towards the Boundary Monument Sea. He was actually curious to know how many Dao attainments were left in the 8 Wildernesses' 10 regions. After all, the 8 Wildernesses' 10 regions were not like the upper realm. Dao attainments were almost the most powerful. Even if there were remnant immortals, they had not appeared for countless years. Chapter 459. Yellow sand billowed, white bones flew, and the setting sun was like a full moon, giving off a bloody aura. Rays of light sped across the sky, rushing to this place. Linwu's hair billowed behind him, and his body was like a dragon, streaking across the sky. He had a shocking chi energy. His cultivation was among the top of his generation in the 8 barren 10 regions. Right now, he was not much slower than the older cultivators. He was angry and unwilling, but more than that, he was worried and uneasy. After leaving Skydeer City, they passed through the boundary abyss and left quietly, then rushed to the Boundary Monument Sea. They did not stop at all along the way. However, what they saw made them bristle with anger. The 8 barren 10 regions were now occupied by the orthodoxies from the upper world. Many places were still burning, and it was difficult to put them out. Hundreds of thousands of miles of land were barren, and there was no sign of life. However, in the face of such a situation, they were powerless. They could only watch helplessly and then quietly leave. Those damned beings from the upper world, burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes. They won't stop until they break through Skydeer City's defense and kill their way into the 8 barren 10 regions. What kind of grudge do we have against them? Some cultivators' faces were red because they could not control their anger. They were filled with hatred, but at the same time they felt a deep chill. Because the people they were about to face were thousands of times more terrifying than the orthodoxies they saw on the way. On this journey there was no chance of survival. They were already prepared to die. After saving your sweetheart, you can take them and leave. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had been following behind Linwu and the others. Hearing this, she could not help but sigh. She remembered an ancient secret, and her expression became complicated. Then she said to Linwu. She did not want these people to die for no reason. Linwu was stunned. Then he asked, "What about you, Mystic Fairy?" He respected the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy from the bottom of his heart. Because of what happened during this time, she was so dedicated to the safety of Skydeer City that she did not hesitate to go to the Boundary Monument Sea, Even if her life was in danger, she could not escape safely. This kind of kindness and benevolence, working hard for the countless cultivators and living beings in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, really made him admire him endlessly, and he had no way to repay him. I'll stay behind and cover your retreat. At the same time, I'll get rid of the 8 Desolates 10 regions' greatest threat. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden said with a smile, giving people a natural and refined feeling. It was as if this was just a small matter. Lin Wu remained silent. He wasn't strong enough to help the Empyrean Maiden right now. This made him clench his fists and feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Soon after, at the limits of heaven and earth, the sound of great waves crashing into the heavens could be heard. The momentum was tremendous and incomparable, as if one world after another was being pushed and smashed over. This was the world strength of the Boundary Steel Sea. It was said that a single wave was formed from broken ancient worlds and universes. One could even see small worlds tumbling about within it. After arriving here, he could feel the murderous aura surging into the sky, spiraling between heaven and earth. Countless experts had fallen here. The resentment of their death shrouded the heavens and the earth, forming a gray mist. On the cliff in front of him, he saw 3 figures standing in the distance. They were very blurry, and there was light and shadow fading, as if they were separated by an ancient universe. Guchanga! Lin Wu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He saw that young man from afar. He still had that calm and indifferent expression, looking high and mighty. His clothes were whiter than snow, untainted by a speck of dust. He looked like an immortal in the heavens, extraordinary and otherworldly. His entire body was enveloped in divine light, and chaotic chi swirled around him. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the center of all worlds, and even the void couldn't withstand it. He seemed to be calmly waiting for their arrival, giving people an incomparable sense of tranquility. He clearly had the face of an immortal, but his methods were cruel and indifferent, making people tremble in fear. Behind him, the great waves of the Boundary Steel Sea surged, but they collapsed behind him, turning into ashes that filled the sky. Are you finally here? You didn't disappoint me. Guchanga stood on the cliff, looking at Lin Wu and the many experts rushing over with a faint smile on his face. Guchanga, I've come here according to your request. Quickly release Luluo. The figures of Lin Wu and the others descended from the sky. Everyone was on guard, staring at Guchanga with vigilance. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Miss, Granny Lu Chui looked worriedly at Luluo, who had her cultivation sealed and was firmly bound to the ground. Lin Wu, why are you so stupid? I'm not worth you saving me. Although Luluo's face was pale, she couldn't hide her emotions. Her eyes were red, as if she could cry at any time. Luluo, are you okay? Lin Wu looked at her with concern, worried that she would be hurt during this period. However, although Luluo's cultivation was sealed, her aura wasn't chaotic, and her chi and blood weren't weak. This made him feel more at ease. I'm fine. Luluo shook her head. She looked both touched and worried. The two of you are so sincere. Even I'm a little moved. Guchanga interrupted the two and waved his hand to signal Ada behind him to grab Luluo. Guchanga, release Luluo and come at me. I've already come here according to your request. What else do you want? Seeing this, Lin Wu's expression changed again. He was very angry, and his eyes were almost spitting fire as he stared at Guchanga. If it weren't for his low cultivation, he would have rushed up and fought a few hundred rounds with Guchanga. You can release her, but you have to agree to one of my requests. Otherwise, if I throw her down from here today, I don't know if she can withstand the aura of the Boundary Monument Sea or if she'll be smashed to pieces. Guchanga smiled casually and signaled Ada behind him to make a move at any time. A terrifying wind swept up from below the cliff. Even the older generation who had reached the Supreme Saint Realm didn't dare to approach, let alone the younger generation. Luluo's expression turned pale from fear, but she clenched her teeth and didn't say a word. She didn't beg for mercy, as if she wasn't afraid of death. Guchanga, stop. Lin Wu's expression changed. His whole body trembled as he clenched his teeth. He was going crazy with hatred. The experts behind him also changed their expressions. They were worried that Gu Chang'e would order his subordinates to throw Lulua down. Lin Wu don't agree to it. He wants you to be a spy and open the formation core of Sky Deer City. I'm already very satisfied to see you come to save me. I can die without regrets. However, at this moment, Lulua revealed a satisfied smile. It was so beautiful that it was like the sunset that was about to fall into the horizon. Lulua, Lin Wu felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. His eyes were red and he couldn't calm down, especially when he heard Lulua's resolute words. He felt like his heart was about to be torn apart. It hurt. What she said is my request. If you agree, I'll let her go. If you can't, then pray that you can see her in your next life. Gu Chang'e still had an indifferent smile on his face. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. He glanced at Lin Wu and then at a certain spot behind him. He seemed to be interested. Whoosh! At this moment, a sparkling rain of light sprinkled down. With a sizzling sound, it turned into terrifying stars that rumbled and covered the sky. The sky was filled with golden rays of light. With an invincible aura that was like the weight of a mountain, it rushed towards Gu Chang'e. Finally willing to make a move? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He didn't seem to be surprised. He merely pointed forward with his finger, and the vast amount of energy was enough to crush the entire universe. All the stars in the sky crumbled. The heaven fell and the earth cracked. The entire universe trembled. Terrifying chi rolled out and pierced through the clouds. This was a chi that surpassed the supreme realm. The first thing it did was to charge out of the outer space. The life stars began to tremble one after another. They began to tremble, about to fall. Under this kind of aura, all living beings who were endlessly far away could feel it. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship this peerless monarch. What? Other than Lin Wu, everyone else was watching this in awe. They didn't think there would be such a powerhouse hiding in the dark. This chi also made them tremble uncontrollably. They couldn't help but to kneel down and worship this chi. That was an extremely slender white-clothed figure. She was like a Buddhist lotus, sparkling and resplendent. Divine multicolored light interweaved as she walked out from the void, causing others to suspect that this was a female immortal that descended from the immortal world. Her temperament was ethereal and divine. Her white hand moved, and hazy clear light appeared, producing all types of powerful divine abilities and magical techniques. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, universe, great, 8 ancient characters. They were brilliant and dazzling, containing a mysterious natural luck aura. They slaughtered their way over. Luluo. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Wu shouted loudly, activating a forbidden artifact he had prepared for a long time. It turned into waves of terrifying symbols, carrying a world-shocking aura as it slaughtered its way towards it. When the others saw this, they all took action, displaying all types of powerful methods to save Luluo. Even though they were already prepared before coming here, they were still not Ada's opponent. He only raised his palm, sending it forward. Everyone coughed out blood and flew backwards, almost exploding. Even the 2 supreme realm existences weren't a match. They coughed out blood continuously, flying backwards, their bodies covered in blood. Lin Wu was the first to bear the brunt. With a muffled groan, his entire body was blasted apart, almost turning into powder. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, a green true dragon's figure appeared in his bloodline, as if it was reviving. An ancient aura surged, quickly healing his injuries. However, he was still severely injured and lost the ability to fight. Is this why you're so confident? Gu Chang'e glanced at Lin Wu and said casually, looking at the woman in white who appeared with interest. He knew that a big fish would appear, but he didn't expect it to be such a big fish. Judging from the energy waves just now, she had already surpassed the average Dao Attainment Realm cultivator. There weren't many Dao Attainment Realm cultivators in the 8 barren 10 regions who could be named, let alone a woman. I seem to have found out your identity. Gu Chang'e sized up the woman in white in front of him. Bright symbols flashed in his eyes like endless fragments of gold, crushing with the power of the great path, causing the void to rumble with muffled sounds of thunder. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. So what if you know? She had attained the Tao countless years ago and thought that she had seen countless elites, whether they were from the 8 barren domains or the upper world. But she had never seen an incredible elite like Wuxia. He was in his early 20s, but his cultivation was already at the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. He could even exchange many moves with her, a veteran Tao cultivator, and not be at a disadvantage. And until now, Wuxia hadn't shown other skills, such as the immortal slaying gourd that he had obtained. If he was a real first heaven quasi-emperor cultivator, he would have been killed by her palm. You are indeed very strong. You are the most powerful elite I have ever seen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you are unparalleled and unparalleled. The heavenly deer mystic fairy sighed softly, then smiled. Her face was peerless and sacred, and it was so bright that it made the sky pale in comparison. It was enough to make any living being in a trance and tremble. But Wuxia's expression didn't change at all. Since the heavenly deer mystic fairy thinks so highly of me, why don't you come under me? After we conquer the 8 barren domains, I'll make you the ruler of the endless territories. You will have more freedom than staying in Sky Deer City. If you don't want to, I still need a concubine by my side. If the heavenly deer mystic fairy follows me into Sky Deer City, there will be a place for you behind me in the future. He smiled faintly and raised his hand to attack. With a buzzing sound, a golden spear flew over with a murderous aura that seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. It was formed by the runes of the great Tao and surrounded by countless laws. It was going to pierce the golden page of the heavenly deer mystic fairy. The heavenly deer mystic fairy's eyes didn't change. She just shook her head and said, "People of different paths can't work together. Wuxia, you should forget about it." The next moment, she raised her hand and shot out waves of runes. The emperor's might was vast and the blurry airflow rotated. It was like a vast universe that drowned the world and neutralized Wuxia's art. At the same time, its power didn't decrease and it continued to attack. And its target wasn't Wuxia but Ada, who was holding Lulua. She wanted to force Ada to retreat and save Lulua from him. Ada's expression changed slightly when he saw that. He didn't dare to take this art head-on and had to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, the heavenly deer mystic fairy's misty chaos chi turned into a jade-white hand that blotted out the sky and slammed down on him. Ada, who had already received Wuxia's order, didn't hesitate to let go of Lulua and quickly retreated in another direction. The heavenly deer mystic fairy quickly waved her sleeve and pulled Lulua back. Lulua, Lin Wu and the others were a little surprised. They didn't expect the heavenly deer mystic fairy to save Lulua. They hurried forward. But before they got close, the heavenly deer mystic fairy shot out a beam of light that cut open the space in front of them and sent them all away. For a moment, only she and Wuxia were left. Lin Wu and the others had already appeared 1,000,000 miles away in an instant. Wuxia saw this and didn't stop them. He looked a little strange. Then he shook his head and said regretfully, "Why are you doing this, heavenly deer mystic fairy? Are you going to sacrifice yourself to save them? I don't think it's worth it." The heavenly deer mystic fairy seemed to be relieved after doing that. Her eyes became calm again. "It's not about whether it's worth it or not. Besides, I can only deal with you after sending them away," she said. There was a bright light between her eyebrows and there was a fragrance around her body. That was the embodiment of the Tao entering her body and carrying the will of heaven. "Really? Deal with me? That's actually what I want." Wuxia smiled, but the smile on his face quickly disappeared and he became indifferent again. The next moment, an overwhelming gray fog suddenly appeared behind him. It was surging like a deep sea, as if it had manifested from another unknown dimension. Time had dried up and lightning had turned into ashes. In an instant it covered the endless sky and enveloped the universe. Seeing this, the heavenly deer mystic fairy seemed to have thought of something and her calm face changed. Chapter 460. At the edge of the boundary monument C on the cliff, Wuxia stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was slender, and his white robes were whiter than snow. He was extraordinary and his bones were divine. However, his expression was unusually cold. As he rolled up his sleeves, Numerous large stars seemed to have descended from the universe outside the realm. Fire fell from the sky, and hurricanes appeared on the ground. Black Tao runes flooded over one after another. It was vast and endless, and one could not see the end of it. This was a vast and mighty force. Even the most ancient runes could not construct such a frightening scene. Countless living beings in this universe were frightened from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they were facing a demon that could destroy the world. As it whistled, it was as if there were hundreds of millions of heavenly demons roaring. The gray fog suddenly swept over and shrouded the heaven and earth. This was a fog that came from an indescribable and inconceivable latitude. Between heaven and earth, there was only a vast and endless gray. All kinds of chaotic auras were intertwined with each other. Under such an aura, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even supreme martial artists who had cultivated for tens of millions of years would be horrified. Their Tao hearts would be tainted by the demonic aura. The legendary Thousand Transformations demonic region is without a trace. It is one of the 9 unfathomable worlds. It is said that any living being who falls into the demonic region will eventually be lost. But from ancient times until now, there are very few cultivators who have seen the Thousand Transformations demonic region with their own eyes. I always thought that the Thousand Transformations demonic region was a mysterious space in the legends. I did not expect it to be a trick. And so, this is your hidden identity. I was too careless in the end. The heavenly deer mystic fairy looked at the gray fog that covered the heaven and earth. Her expression changed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Zen and Buddha nature appeared on her body. She spoke softly and sighed. Then a glow surged on her face, and she began to chant the ancient scriptures. Her celestial skin was sparkling and was accompanied by a fragrance. Runes evolved under her skin. They were like ancient celestial scriptures, shining brightly and dazzling. This was more like a Buddhist lamp in the darkness. It was solemn and could not be underestimated. It could expel the gray fog. But it still seemed powerless and couldn't do much. This scene was like a candle flame in a dark abyss, but it could only illuminate a small area around her. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden frowned and became more cautious. She sat down cross-legged on the ground. All of the Kingi's characters were imprinted in the air, trying to resist this power. At this time she had already given up on the idea of attacking. After cultivating for countless years, she had seen all kinds of things in the world. Buzz! The void trembled. The Buddhist light and the Taoist rhyme were intertwining. There was an endless amount of light that appeared here. In the air around her, the Kingis lit up and they kept burning. They wanted to destroy the fog that was coming for her. It was as if stars were falling one after another, colliding here and then exploding. The waves were so vast that it was as if the heavens were falling. Apart from those who had attained the Tao, no one could withstand it. Even her face was pale, and her body was trembling non-stop. Is your so-called Tao heart really that strong? Guchanga was very cold. Almost in an instant, her figure appeared in front of her. He raised his hand and pressed forward. There seemed to be an ancient universe in his palm, and then it came down with a rumble. The aura was so terrifying that it kept destroying the regal runes around the Empyrean fairy. The light dimmed and quickly shattered. Vaguely, it was as if millions of heavenly devils were howling towards her, wanting to pass through her heart and spirit and enter her soul palace's Tao heart. Sizzle! If your Tao heart doesn't exist, how can you move forward on the path of cultivation? The Empyrean fairy's expression didn't change. She only gave a simple reply to Guchanga. At the same time she used another Tao skill. Clear light appeared in her sleeves, which turned into thousands of Tao swords. Each Tao sword was enough to destroy the sky. The thousands of swords fell together with an indestructible power to resist. At the same time, a peaceful and holy light appeared above her head. It was a lotus with 9 petals. It was golden and dazzling, and it contained a mysterious and unfathomable intent. This golden lotus was obviously some kind of connate object with connate patterns and runes. The Tao rhyme turned into chains and pierced through as if to subdue the demon. However, at this moment, one could clearly see strands of black chi flitting across her face. But it was firmly suppressed by her. The longer she stayed in the myriad transformed demon region, the more demonic qi she would be contaminated, even with her constitution. As time went on, she would be greatly affected. If she couldn't get out, she would be in danger. From the beginning until now, Wuxia hadn't taken the initiative to attack. He just watched her resist. This made the Empyrean fairy's heart sink. Boom! I'd like to see how long your Dao heart can last, Wuxia said calmly. He still shook his robe and shot out beams of divine light. They were like divine swords, heavenly knives, and heavenly thunders. They were extremely powerful and shot toward the Empyrean fairy. The regal glyphs around her dimmed quickly. The Dao swords were also collapsing. The light on her body was fading quickly. I don't believe you can maintain this myriad transformed demon region forever. The Empyrean fairy's gaze fell on his face. She was calm like an old monk who had entered meditation. But from what I can see, you're not in a good state right now, Wuxia attacked again. Behind her, billions of gray fog surged and surged. It was incomparably vast and mighty, completely enveloping her. The Buddha shadow collapsed. The world fell silent as if they had fallen into endless darkness. This was an unknown power that was trying to drag her in. But the Empyrean fairy was still resisting. Billions of golden lotuses appeared behind her. The Buddha light shone, trying to drive away the darkness. Around her were numerous golden lotuses. It was extremely shocking. Each golden lotus seemed to have taken root in the universe. It was vast and boundless. For a moment, the area around her seemed to have turned into a Buddhist land. Heaven and earth resonated, and the light was hazy. Gods and Buddhas were chanting, trying to pull her in. One had to admit that the Empyrean fairy's methods were shocking. No wonder she was a veteran. If it weren't for the environment, perhaps she would have entered a higher level by now. She had resisted for so long in the myriad transformed demon region and even used powerful methods. What a surprise! But what's the point of this pointless persistence? Wuxia's expression was cold and calm. He shook his head and reached out his hand again. This time he didn't use any other methods. Instead, divine light shone in his hand and turned into a crystal clear mirror. The mirror quickly expanded and finally reflected an image in the void space. What? The Empyrean fairy's expression changed when she saw the image. Just as her state of mind was shaken, all the demonic qi in the area surged and swept over. The Empyrean fairy finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her white clothes were dyed red, and the Buddha image behind her cracked inch by inch and turned into powder. Her body trembled slightly. The black qi became thicker and thicker, covering her entire face. It was dark and heavy as if she had been poisoned. But if one looked closely, they would see wisps of black qi running around her body. At this moment, she couldn't even see the scene in front of her clearly. Everything had become extremely blurry. Yu Shi, who had been calm, couldn't hide her anger as she stared at Wuxia. What's wrong? Isn't this a normal development? Wuxia couldn't help but laugh, but his eyes were still cold. You are really despicable. The Empyrean fairy's eyes were cold and angry. The image in front of her was of Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others whom she had spent a lot of effort to save. However, Lin Wu and the others weren't in good condition now. They were either injured or dead. Especially Lin Wu, whose injuries were extremely serious. There was a wound in front of his body that almost tore him apart. His face was filled with grief, shock, anger, and disbelief. And the Lu Luo that she had spent so much effort to save was now another woman with an unfamiliar face. With a cold smile, she held a long sword and pierced through Lin Wu's body. The Empyrean fairy still didn't understand that the Lu Luo she had saved was just an imposter. Wuxia didn't bring the real Lu Luo out, so she didn't know whether she was really dead or not. She didn't expect Wuxia to be so sinister and despicable. When she saved Lu Luo, she didn't think about this at all. But even if she was suspicious, it would be difficult for her to find anything unusual. With Wuxia's shrewdness, she definitely wouldn't find anything unusual. In the end, all her efforts were in vain. Not only did she fail to kill Wuxia, but she also dragged herself, Lin Wu, and the others in. Tell me, how are you going to fight me like this? Wuxia's words were calm, but at this moment, it was as if billions of demonic shadows in the world were summoned, and they all rushed toward the Empyrean fairy. She vaguely saw a scene as terrifying as hell. Demons wreaked havoc and heavenly demons wreaked havoc. It was a scene of devastation. The once prosperous and ancient heavenly deer city had been reduced to a pile of trash. There were corpses everywhere and there were burning flames everywhere. The city walls had collapsed, and the pavilions had been reduced to ashes. Her disciple had died tragically in front of a pool of blood. His body was covered in wounds, and there was no sign of life. The army had arrived, and the 8 wastelands' 10 regions had fallen. Endless flames of war swept over. The ancient city, territory, and living beings that had been protected had been reduced to ashes. In this battle they had been reduced to ruins. She even saw herself opening the enchantment of Heavenly Deer City with her own hands and destroying it. This was the scene that she didn't want to see the most. Although her heart told her that this was all an illusion, it didn't really happen. She still regretted it. It was as if she had predicted what would happen in the future. Impossible, this is all fake. I'm still trapped in the Great Destruction demonic zone. This is just one of your tricks. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy shook her head, as if telling herself what had happened. However, her face was full of black chi, and the light on her body was gradually dimming. The black chi wrapped around her, and she finally fell silent. She begged for fresh flowers. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. How can you be sure that what you see now is not a corner of the future? This so-called Tao heart of yours is actually just a flaw. Guchanga's eyes were still cold. With just one slap, the imperial runes, Buddha shadows, and Zen statues around the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy broke apart inch by inch and quickly collapsed. Endless gray fog enveloped her from all directions, as if it had turned into a huge black cocoon. Strands of rules fell, and the great Tao rumbled. The momentum was shocking, and black demonic chi filled the air. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy looked up blankly, but her eyes gradually became clear. However, the golden lotuses behind her suddenly turned pitch black, giving off a sinister aura. The demonic chi had entered her bones. However, it was different from the Taoist heart demon. She was possessed by the Taoist heart demon. Although there was a difference of one word between the two, they were completely different, because the Taoist heart demon was caused by external objects and could be controlled by others. On the other hand, the Taoist heart demon was caused by one's own Taoist heart demon. It was deeper, and one could only act according to one's will. Looks like you've thought it through. Guchanga looked at the woman, whose aura was completely different from the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy from before, and asked with interest. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy from before gave off a holy Buddhist aura. She was otherworldly and untainted, like a Buddhist lotus. But now she had a completely different kind of evil. She was more like a demonic lotus, taking root and growing in the demonic chi. You're right. That scene can't be seen in the future? If we want to prevent all this from happening, the only way is to make the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy surrender and minimize the casualties. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy nodded, and her eyes returned to normal. If one didn't feel her aura, they would think that she was not much different from before. But I don't believe you. Hearing this, Guchanga looked deeply at her, as if he wanted to see through her completely. Then he smiled faintly. I'll use my actions to prove it to you. Zero, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy, also looked at him calmly. Her eyes were calm, and there were not many ripples on her flawless face. Is that so? Guchanga smiled and then said, if you want to prove it to me, then go open the barrier of the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy now, and tell me the correct path to the Empyrean Abyss. Otherwise, how can I believe you? No problem. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's eyes landed on his face. Hearing this, she nodded seriously without any hesitation or resistance. You agreed so decisively. How can I believe you? It wasn't easy to catch you. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? Guchanga was slightly surprised, but he still smiled. He didn't believe the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's words. Even if she was tainted by demonic chi, it was impossible for her to change so quickly. If he were to let her go, then all his efforts would be in vain. As for control, how useful could it be when one reached the level of Tao attainment? Although the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's Tao heart had turned into a demon, and her actions were quite different from before, her original goal was still the same. She wanted to stop the invasion of the upper world and protect the heavenly deer mystic fairy and the 8 desolates 10 regions. Then what do I have to do to make you believe me? The heavenly deer mystic fairy frowned, then relaxed, as if she was seriously considering this question. That's not what I need to think about. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to make me believe you? Guchanga raised his eyebrows, then held her delicate chin, bent down and stared into her eyes. Seeing that the heavenly deer mystic fairy's expression didn't change, and she didn't show any signs of resistance, he couldn't help but smile. You don't even know how to resist now? That's why I won't believe you. With that, he let go of her chin. With a wave of his sleeve, the monstrous gray fog that shrouded the universe also dispersed, as if it was all an illusion. The sky and earth returned to normal, and rumbling sounds came from the boundary monument sea not far away. The ripples from the battle here alarmed many cultivators and living beings. However, before they entered this place, they had already been killed by Ada, who had received orders to not disturb Guchanga. The heavenly deer mystic fairy seemed to be in deep thought, and she was seriously considering Guchanga's words. I'll convince the cultivators and creatures in the heavenly deer city to give up resistance and surrender to the upper world. But you need to promise that you won't hurt them, and that you'll minimize the casualties. Then she spoke again and told him her plan. Do you think that's possible? Guchanga was still smiling, and he seemed to be mocking her. Nothing is impossible when the city is about to fall, said the heavenly deer mystic fairy. In the end, you just want me to let you go? Before I trust you, I'd advise you to give up on that idea. Otherwise, I'll really kill you. Guchanga frowned and glanced at her coldly. Why don't you believe me? The heavenly deer mystic fairy frowned. Guchanga didn't believe her. She was just a prisoner now. It was only a matter of time before the heavenly deer city fell. Unless a miracle happened in this era, what she saw was the real future. If they wanted to save the people of heavenly deer city, they had to make sacrifices. I don't need you. I can take heavenly deer city, Guchanga said indifferently. In his plan, even without the heavenly deer mystic fairy, he only needed Lulu. He could also force Lin Wu to submit. As the son of fate, Lin Wu could definitely come into contact with the formation core of heavenly deer city. Now that he had the heavenly deer mystic fairy, it was like having another bargaining chip. When the time came, how would Lin Wu choose? It wasn't hard to figure it out. For most of the Sons of Providence, the importance of friendship was often reflected in themselves and the people related to them. The life and death of others didn't matter to them. And from the fact that Lin Wu was willing to hand over the immortal slaying gourd to save Lulua, one could see his personality. This time, the people who came to save Lulua didn't have any other clans or factions. They all chose to be bystanders. Even if Lin Wu didn't say anything, he probably had complaints in his heart. Fan. Chapter 461. Guchanga's plan was very meticulous. Even if Lin Wu did not act according to his plan, he had other ways to take down Sky Deer City. After all, Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden was in his hands. Her life was in his hands. Since Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden accompanied Lin Wu to save Lulua, she must have been prepared to die. Thus, she must have made arrangements. She had a disciple or successor who would take over her identity and continue to guard the formation core of Sky Deer City. Guchanga was thinking about this. Since Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden was in his hands, Guchanga had a way to force her to submit. After all, there were very few cultivators in this world who could disregard their master's danger. Not to mention the disciple or successor, who was personally nurtured by Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden. Even if their personalities were different, it would not be much different from hers. As the guardian of Sky Deer City, Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden had fallen into his hands. When the final battle broke out, the 8 desolates 10 regions would be in a perilous situation. Furthermore, there was no more suitable hostage in this world than Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden. Furthermore, no one in the 8 desolates 10 regions knew more about Sky Deer City and Jekong Abyss than her. It seemed that the correct route to pass through Jekong Abyss would have to start with her. After that, Guchanga took the two of them and left. He planned to capture Lin Wu and start the next step of his plan. Who exactly are you? Where is Lulua now? At the same time, in a desert a million miles away from the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, yellow sand billowed, revealing many skeletons buried under it. It was obvious that this was once a battlefield. A young man was filled with grief. His body was covered in blood, and his injuries were shocking. He was angrily asking the tall woman in front of him. The young man was Lin Wu. However, there was a wound on his body that was so deep that his bones could be seen, and blood was flowing out of it. The rest of the people he brought with him also surrounded the tall woman in front of him. Their expressions were also cold and angry. They did not expect that Lulua, who they had saved, would be an imposter. While Lin Wu was not paying attention, he had almost cut him in half. If it wasn't for Lin Wu's quick reaction that far surpassed the others and his powerful strength that allowed him to dodge quickly, that sword strike would have been enough to heavily injure him. The tall woman was Shen Chun, who was disguised as Lulua under Guchanga's orders. At this moment her expression was very cold and mocking. Even though she was surrounded by everyone, she was not worried at all. She seemed to be very confident. If you want to know whether that guy is dead or alive, then I advise you to be more polite to me. If something happens to me, then she can forget about living, Sha Chun said indifferently. He did not care about the murderous looks on everyone's faces. She was also holding a blood-stained longsword in her hand. It was sparkling and translucent, and a powerful aura was circulating around it. It was this sword that had almost pierced through Lin Wu. Damn it! Lin Wu was shocked and angry at the same time. His face was cold and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. However, he didn't dare to make a move against the tall woman in front of him for fear of harming Luluo. Before Lulua's life or death was confirmed, he couldn't relax. This feeling of his weakness being firmly grasped by the other party simply made him feel extremely depressed and resentful. In the end, all our efforts were in vain. I wonder what happened to that expert who attacked us? Granny Lu Chui and the others had bitter expressions. They did not expect things to turn out like this. They were very angry, but more than that, they were unwilling and fearful. They thought that the matter was over, and they could escape back to Sky Deer City. Who would have thought that the young lady they saved would be an imposter? Guchanga is really despicable. He looks so aloof, but he did such a repulsive thing. They kept cursing in their hearts. If cursing was useful, Guchanga would have been killed by them countless times. At this moment in the distant sky, a great path suddenly extended over, as if it was tearing the universe apart. Soon it landed in front of everyone. Guchanga! Lin Wu and the others could not help but be frightened as they looked at the young man who had crossed millions of miles in the blink of an eye. If it was not Guchanga, who could it be? Behind Guchanga there were two other figures. One was Ada, wearing the dark metal armor. The other was naturally the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady. But what made Lin Wu feel incredulous and frightened was that the current Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady did not look much different from the one he had seen before. But her aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. It was strange and deep, with a frightening uneasiness. It was as if she was a completely different person. He could not help but be shocked. A great sense of absurdity and uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be that something had happened to someone as strong as the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady and had become like this? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was his greatest support now. He thought that she could deal with Guchanga, but who would have thought that she would become like this in the blink of an eye? Why did it become like this? Is Guchanga really so strong that he is invincible? This made Lin Wu feel even more uneasy. He even felt helpless and hopeless. Could it be that he was really going to die here today? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady looked at Lin Wu and the others calmly as if she did not know them. The shock in Granny Lu Chui and the others was actually similar to Lin Wu, but they did not know the identity of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady. I didn't expect that the existence who saved us just now would be captured now. They felt bitter in their hearts, and waves of despair and powerlessness surged. Guchanga, you can kill me or torture me as you wish. But you have to remember, even if you kill me, you can't make us surrender and beg for mercy. Lin Wu's expression was very firm at this moment. His eyes were full of cold hatred. He had thought everything through and calmed down. After all, he was going to die anyway. What else did he care? He was just short of cursing. The others were all silent. At this time, resistance was futile. In fact, before they came here, they were already prepared to die. But when they finally saw hope, it was destroyed again. This feeling was like falling from the clouds straight into the abyss. Don't worry, I don't plan to kill you now. Hearing this, Guchanga only glanced at everyone indifferently. His gaze stopped on Lin Wu. He was a little interested to see what kind of cheat he had. But before conquering Skydeer City, it was better to let him live first. Behind Guchanga, Ada saw this and shot out a black rune. It merged with heaven and earth and turned into bracelets and ankles, building a cage to imprison everyone. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to resist. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. He was sullen and angry, but because of the terrifying gap between them, he could only submit. If he resisted, he was afraid that everyone present would die. Then Guchanga rolled up his sleeves and everything became blurry. The void was torn apart, and a passage through the universe appeared, bringing everyone imprisoned to the place where they were stationed. Senior Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady, what's going on? Lin Wu was imprisoned in the rune cage. He looked at the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady in front of him and could not help but ask. Hearing this, the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady looked at Guchanga. Seeing that he did not care, she turned back and looked at Lin Wu. She said calmly, I want to save Skydeer City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Her words were short, and she did not explain much. Lin Wu was stunned. Judging from her expression and the way she spoke, the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady was obviously the same as before. But why did she say that? How could she save Skydeer City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions? Was she going to feed the demon with her body? After saying that, a strange Taoist rhyme appeared on the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady's face. Gradually, her face became blurry and could not be seen clearly. There were no restrictions on her body. She could move freely and was not suppressed like what Lin Wu and the others thought. Seeing this, Lin Wu was stunned and could not react for a long time. He had always thought that the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady was suppressed by Guchanga and became a prisoner. But the truth in front of him made him confused. He could not figure it out at all. Compared to before, the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady's aura was obviously different. But her actions, the way she spoke, the changes in her expression, and the fluctuations of her cultivation were all the same. I thought you would beg me to let them go. As the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady, you don't care about their lives? On the golden path, Guchanga looked at the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady and smiled thoughtfully. The Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady shook her head. There is no point in doing that. If you want to save the 8 Desolates 10 regions, there will definitely be sacrifices. So in your eyes, they have become necessary sacrifices. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes. Then he looked at her seriously, as if he wanted to see if she was pretending or if that was her plan all along. To him, it did not matter if the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady was pretending, or if she was tainted by the demonic chi. It was the same. As long as she was in his hands, with such a hostage as bait, he could make the array defense of Empyrean Abyss and Skydeer City useless. Moreover, after her demonic heart, the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady's attitude towards the invasion of the 8 Desolates 10 regions had changed greatly. The most fundamental reason was the tragic scene of the destruction of the city, and the death of the people in the Great Destruction demonic region. Subconsciously, the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady had already thought that it was a fact that could not be changed in the future, a manifestation of a fragment of the future. After all, at her level, she was very clear about the truth of many things. Even she thought that it was a fragment of the future, which was why she developed her current demonic consciousness. If sacrificing them can protect Empyrean, dear City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions, then it is worth it. The Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady's voice was very calm. Guchanga smiled. There was a strange look in his eyes, and he did not say anything else. Soon, the golden path extended and landed directly where the Gu family was stationed. Except for Lin Wu, everyone else was locked up in the other dungeons by Guchanga, including the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady. As a captive, Guchanga did not trust the Empyrean, dear Mystic Lady. He still needed some time to observe. However, she was after all a person who had attained the Tao. The power of ordinary seals and restrictions did not have much effect on her. Therefore, the Gu family had sent more powerhouses to watch over them. If there were any unusual movements, they would know at any time. Finally, in the dungeons, Lin Wu and Lu Luo met again after a long time. Both of them had very complicated expressions. During this time, he did not make things difficult for you, right? Lin Wu was the first to speak. Looking at Lu Luo, who had obviously become much more haggard, he felt powerless again. Now, even he had become a prisoner. Lu Luo shook her head, her face pale. She noticed the injuries on Lin Wu's body and said worriedly, "Did that imposter hurt you?" Lin Wu smiled bitterly and nodded. "It's fine now. At that time, I did not know that the imposter was not you. I thought that I could escape with you, but in the end..." He let out a sigh and explained the entire sequence of events to her. Of course, he did not mention the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's identity. This was also the reason why the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady did not ask him to reveal her whereabouts. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's identity was very special and noble. If the 8 desolates in 10 regions knew that she had fallen into Guchanga's hands, it would cause a huge commotion and endless panic. At that time, if the other powerhouses knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was by his side, they would definitely be shocked. They would never allow the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady to be in danger. Unfortunately, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady had also met with misfortune. Compared to before, she was very different. It even made Lin Wu feel that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady now was not the same person as before. After hearing Lin Wu's story, Lu Luo's face turned even paler. Especially when she heard that almost everyone in Sky Deer City had given up on her. It was the same for the family behind her. She couldn't help but tremble. Although she had guessed that this would happen, she still felt waves of sadness. It seems that what he said has happened. Luluwa glanced outside the prison and saw Guchanga, who had a faint smile on her face the entire time. She couldn't help but shiver in fear. From beginning to end, the development of the situation was exactly the same as what Guchanga had told her. Even the attitude of the people in Sky Deer City towards her and Lin Wu was not bad at all. This method of guessing people's hearts made her uneasy. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Wu's heart was also very heavy. In this cold, damp and dark dungeon, he could not see the slightest bit of hope. "Lin Wu, why don't we listen to Guchanga?" Lu Luo's face was very pale, and her voice was trembling. It was easy to imagine how much decision and determination she had made when she said those words. "What did you say? Listen to Guchanga?" When Lin Wu heard this, he felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if it had been struck by a giant bell. Suddenly his mind went blank. He even doubted his ears. Did he hear wrongly? Lu Luo, who should have viewed Guchanga as her greatest enemy, was now saying that they should listen to Guchanga? "Lu Luo, tell me, are you being threatened by Guchanga? Or did he use some method to control you? Why are you saying this?" Lin Wu widened his eyes in disbelief. His voice was also trembling. "For 9-inch no. Nothing at all." Lu Luo shook her head, a bitter smile on her face. She said, "Now that we are in Guchanga's hands, do you think the people of Sky Deer City will come and save us?" When he heard this, Lin Wu fell silent. Not only would they not, but they would also be worried that they would expose the many secrets of Sky Deer City. But that was something that could not be helped. At this time, whoever came to save them would face certain death. Was it worth it to pay such a huge price for 2 young prodigies? But this is not a reason for us to betray the 8 desolates, 10 regions and the families behind us. Lin Wu's face was filled with righteousness as he rejected. Lu Luo knew that it would be difficult to persuade Lin Wu. The family behind him valued him greatly. After Lin Wu displayed his great talent, they had poured in many resources. With Lin Wu's character, he would not betray his family. But Sky Deer City will be conquered sooner or later. All the powers will be drowned by the army of the upper world. Actually, we can bring the families behind us and submit to the upper world's powers. The Longevity Gu family behind Guchanga is the oldest power in the upper world. Its foundation is unfathomable. As long as we help Guchanga, he can guarantee that our families will be safely transported to the upper world. Lu Luo said bitterly, saying this with difficulty. She had never planned to do this before. But after seeing Lin Wu today, all her plans were shaken. Her family had treated her well, so even after knowing that her family had abandoned her, she did not complain. But what had the powers of Skydeer City and the sects of the 8 Desolates 10 regions done for them? What right did they have to lose their lives in this dark place for the sake of those sects? And she knew that if Lin Wu refused, Gu Chang'e would definitely use other methods to force him. They had no other choice from the start. Chapter 462. What? Safely extradited to the upper realm? How could you say something like that? Lin Wu's body trembled as he stared at Luluo in a daze. Just now, he thought that Lulu only mentioned it because of her hatred for Heavenly Deer City. She wasn't serious about it. But when she said those words, his heart was shaken like waves, and he couldn't believe his ears. If he returned to the upper realm and persuaded the family behind him to become a subordinate of the upper realm, wouldn't that make him a sinner of the ages? The shame of betraying the 8 Desolates 10 regions would forever be engraved on him, and the family behind him could never be washed away. He suspected that Luluo was already controlled by Gu Chang'e. Even her mind had been cleansed. She was not the Luluo from before. How similar was she to the Heavenly Deer mystic fairy now? Oh, are you serious about all that you said? Lin Wu's expression was slightly pale. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, but the exceptionally calm Luluo asked sorrowfully. His heart twitched painfully as he recalled the first time he had met her. At that time she was dazzling. She was the apple of the Green Life clan's eye. She had a noble status and was doted on by everyone. Countless geniuses chased after her. Her title as the goddess was peerless. But now she was just a miserable prisoner in an enemy's prison. She was even considering betraying the 8 Desolates 10 regions. When had she ever been so down and out? Luluo knew that Lin Wu would blame her wrongly, especially when she saw his unfamiliar and pained expression. But her heart was exceptionally calm. She nodded lightly and turned her gaze to the young man outside the prison. She said calmly, Lin Wu, I'm sure you've seen Master Gu's strength. He's the same age as you, but his cultivation has already surpassed the supreme realm. And you're only a saint. The gap between you two cannot be estimated with words. The Longevity Gu clan behind Master Gu is the oldest clan in the upper realm. There's a bloodline that surpasses the immortal realm flowing in your body. Your future is limitless. If you follow Master Gu, when she said this, she actually couldn't bear it, so she had already thought of what kind of reaction Lin Wu would have. Her expression was very calm. It was as if he was stating a fact. Lulu, you don't have to say anymore. However, when Lin Wu heard these words, he was first stunned and somewhat dazed. Soon after, he waved his hand to interrupt her, a look of regret appearing on his face as he did not allow Luluo to continue speaking. He really didn't expect that he would receive such an answer after leaving Heavenly Deer City to save Luluo, and almost losing his life. How could she say something like that to him? She persuaded herself to follow her enemy, Gu Chang'e. Did she forget that her brother, Lin Qingyang, was killed by Gu Chang'e? It was said that there were 9 major arrays in total, and they were located at the center of the array core. The array core controlled the 9 major arrays. Even if they only opened one of the major arrays and created a small gap, it would allow countless soldiers from the upper realm to attack. For countless years, cultivators from the upper realm had tried to find the array core, but to no avail. The array core. Lin Wu was shocked and his face paled. He had already guessed that Gu Chang'e's intentions were related to conquering Skydeer City. However, he could not believe that his target was the array core of Skydeer City. It could even be said that the array core was the foundation of Skydeer City's survival. If the array core was opened, it would only be a matter of time before Skydeer City was conquered. Once Skydeer City was conquered, the 8 Desolates 10 regions behind it would be like ordinary people without armor and swords. They would be defenseless. How could the 8 Desolates' 10 regions resist the terrifying Upper Realm army? He was afraid that the only path they could take was destruction. What, you can't do it? Gu Chang'e asked as he looked at Lin Wu's pale face. With my status, even if I agree, I can't come into contact with the Array Corps. Lin Wu forced himself to calm down, but his heart suddenly wavered. Even if he could do it, it would be tantamount to opening the door for the Upper Realm army and allowing them to invade. This kind of betrayal was more shameful and infuriating than bringing the tribe to surrender to the Upper Realm. The Array Corps is in the hands of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady of this generation. Since you've already come into contact with her, how can you not find the Array Corps? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady of this generation should have a successor or disciple. You might have even seen it with your own eyes. Now you're saying that you can't come into contact with it? How can I believe you? Gu Chang'e only smiled faintly. A strange aura appeared in the depths of his eyes, causing Lin Wu's face to turn paler. He could barely withstand this aura. If Gu Chang'e had not been restraining himself, otherwise with his current strength, just a strand of his aura could cause Lin Wu to explode, destroying his body and soul. I understand. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and even the back of his shirt was wet. He did not forget the difference in strength between himself and Gu Chang'e. If he wanted to, he could kill him 1,000,000 times over without even lifting a finger. If that's the case, then I'll wait for your good news. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and retracted his aura. At the same time, he drew a line in the air with his hand. Bursts of golden light flashed, then turned into an ancient word seal that landed on Lin Wu's forehead. Chapter 463. What is this? Lin Wu felt his forehead heating up. There was a strange energy that was imprinted in his soul. Before he could figure out what it was, he felt the energy disappear. Furthermore, even his martial arts practice space did not have any reaction. This made his heart sink. He felt uneasy, as if his life was in Gu Chang'e's hands. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. After this is done, I will remove this inhibition spell for you. Plus, as long as you don't try anything funny, this inhibition spell will not activate. Gu Chang'e faintly smiled. His expression was natural and nonchalant. He did not care about Lin Wu's darkened face. Lin Wu was silent. He knew that it was impossible for Gu Chang'e to completely trust him. However, the situation was beyond his control. He could not refuse. Based on the current situation, it was not like he did not have a chance. I will give you half a year. In this half a year, do not try to remove this inhibition spell. In this world, other than me, no one can do it. If you still cannot do it after half a year, then the inhibition spell will activate. Not only will you die, even your lover Luluo will be dragged down by you. Don't think that I will kill her. In this world, there are thousands of ways to torture a woman. A pair of jade arms for thousands of people to sleep on. A pair of red lips for thousands to taste. I don't think you want to see this happen. Then Gu Chang'e continued. With Lu Luo as a hostage, he was not worried that Lin Wu would go against his orders. You are despicable. As a leader of the upper world, you act so shamelessly. After hearing these words, Lin Wu's expression changed rapidly, turning ashen. However, Gu Chang'e ignored him and ordered someone to send Lin Wu away. As for how to avoid the armies of the other orthodoxies and safely return to Sky Deer City, that was Lin Wu's problem. As the child of fate, if he could not even do this, then it would be Gu Chang'e's mistake. In half a year, the Boundary Monument Sea will welcome its last wave. Then it will quickly dry up. In other words, within half a year at the latest, the Upper Realm would launch an attack on the 8 Barren 10 regions. During this time, Gu Chang'e planned to arrange the forces under his control. Immortal Ancients Clans, Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Absolute Beginning Divine Sect. All dispatched great armies here. The 8 Desolates in 10 regions were related to the secrets of immortal ascension. He had to seize the opportunity first. Since the Heavenly Deer Empyrean Maiden is in my hands, then the correct path to the Empyrean Abyss will be obtained by me sooner or later. Now all we need is to break the enchantment of Sky Deer City. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. He had other plans. Since the heavenly dear mystic maiden wanted him to believe her, then he could try using the matter of the Empyrean abyss. Then, Guchanga pointed out with his finger. Multicolored light blossomed in front of him and a door appeared. Then clear light filled the air continuously. It was very misty, as if it led to another world. The heavenly dear mystic fairy was a Taoist after all, so her imprisonment was naturally different from that of Lulua and the others. Guchanga quickly entered. The small world was very dry. It was originally a small world that the Longevity Gu clan had seized from those experts when they were fighting in all directions. It was filled with traces of battle. The light was dim and there was a lack of light. There was a gray mist flowing. 12 terrifying pillars could be seen in the distance. They were like pillars that supported the sky. All kinds of ancient runes were engraved on them. There were true dragons, white tigers, vermilion birds, kuanpongs and other creatures. There were chains made of immortal black iron on these pillars. They were as thick as an arm and surrounded by multicolored light. They could seal the most powerful experts. Greetings, young master. When Guchanga appeared, the experts in charge of guarding the place all greeted him with respectful expressions. A Taoist from the 8 Desolates 10 regions was currently imprisoned here. They didn't know much, but they knew that this powerful Taoist was personally suppressed by their young master. To have such terrifying strength at such a young age, he could be said to be looking down on the past and present. No one could compare to him. Leave this to me. You guys can go out. Guchanga nodded and stepped forward, crossing over to the area where one of the pillars was located. A beautiful woman in white was sitting there with her hands and feet bound by the immortal black iron. She was exceptionally tall. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her white clothes were purer than snow. She was as beautiful as a dream, ethereal and ethereal. There were rays of multicolored light surging on her body. Wisps of black chi were hidden and couldn't be expelled. It seemed to have taken root in her body. As if sensing Guchanga's arrival, she suddenly opened her eyes. Boundless white mist suddenly rushed out from her moving and beautiful eyes. Those were terrifying symbols that contained the most powerful divine splendor, annihilating the void. It was as if even the universe would be torn apart and collapse. This was a terrifying attack. It was as if endless galaxies were exploding, and it was going to kill Guchanga. However, Guchanga only raised his hand. Strands of crimson-colored divine clouds that were like smoke signals suddenly charged out from this place, and they pierced through the heavens and the earth like a sword of the heavens that swept out and eliminated this move of hers. You've been bewitched. Guchanga walked forward with a strange look in her eyes. However, Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy didn't seem to hear it. Seeing that Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy was still going to attack, Guchanga reached out with his hand. It seemed to have turned into a universe in his palm. Vast chaotic chi spread out, suppressing and refining everything. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy's eyes weren't clear, as if she was still in a certain state. She was just acting according to her instinct, but she was still extremely powerful. At the level of the Tao attainment level, she was able to dominate the world and was unbeatable. That was how powerful Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy was. The arrays, runes and even the immortal black iron chains here couldn't really suppress her. As Guchanga attacked, he suppressed her energy. Her body glowed. Every inch of her skin seemed to be filled with a fragrance and became as smooth as jade. Her jade body was tall and slender, swaying back and forth in front of him. Her head of beautiful hair scattered down. Her appearance extremely enchanting. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy was in a strange state, and her consciousness wasn't clear. Although she was looking at Guchanga, she seemed to be looking at someone she didn't know. Her body glowed and a fragrance spread out. This aura was very breathtaking and even a little seductive. It was like a body fragrance. It wouldn't show on normal days, but now it was extremely charming. Guchanga felt an inexplicable aura invading his sea of consciousness. Some charm appeared, which was enough to make many cultivators with weak states of mind lose themselves. However, his eyes didn't change much. He looked at Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy seriously and finally confirmed a fact. Suchinga had the Taiyin mystic body, which was an extremely special cauldron physique. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy in front of him also had a very special physique. although Guchanga couldn't tell what kind of physique it was. But judging from the charm just now, it wasn't much different from the Taiyin mystic body. And because Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy had a high cultivation level, she was a Dao attainment cultivator. Her physique was so strong that the influence was obviously much deeper than Su Qingga's. If this situation happened in other places, it would definitely be a tragic scene that swept across millions of miles. The horror of this kind of physique was that it could hurt cultivators by their own charm. The fire in his heart burned, and his soul turned into ashes. He died silently. Thinking of this, Guchanga had a strange look in his eyes. He attacked again and walked forward. Runes fell like a heavy rain from the sky, suppressing Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's aura. She seemed to have noticed it as well. The confusion in her eyes was gradually dispersing as she began to suppress it. Not long after, Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's eyes regained clarity. She looked at Guchanga in front of her and then looked at her current posture. She gently tucked the hair in front of her forehead without any embarrassment. However, such an action was extremely seductive when she was doing it now. "Thank you for what you did just now." She opened her red lips slightly. Her hair was soft like silk and very smooth. She said to Guchanga, "You're welcome. After all, you've let me feast my eyes." Guchanga smiled, but his expression did not change. Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's gaze fell on his face. "Young Master Gu, you're calm and composed. I admire you." She knew that her physique was special. At this time, even a true Dao expert would find it difficult to remain calm. However, Guchanga was only at the first heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm, but his expression did not change and he was unmoved. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation but one's temperament and state of mind. She could not help but wonder if Guchanga's heart was made of stone for him to be so unmoved. "No, I'm just worried that this is your trap." Guchanga only shook his head slightly. Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's expression stiffened slightly. Then she frowned and said, "Young Master Gu, do you not trust me that much?" Her hands and feet were still bound by the immortal mysterious iron, and there was no way she could break free. How could she hurt Guchanga at this time? Even at her peak, she was not Guchanga's opponent, not to mention now. Caution is the parent of safety. What if I fall at your hands? Who knows? Guchanga was still smiling and shaking her head. She had a stubborn look on her face. He wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could get information about the Jikanjayuan from Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy. Now, he naturally had to test her. Moreover, Heavenly Deer City was one of the oldest cities in the Eight Wastelands. As its guardian, he did not believe that Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy did not have any tricks up her sleeve. There was nothing wrong with being a little cautious. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden sighed. Then she suddenly smiled. Her beautiful and dreamy face had a beauty that made one's heart tremble. "Young Master Gu is so careful of me. What is it about me that you don't trust? Is it my identity or my methods? You locked me here. How can I prove to you that I'm trustworthy?" She asked 3 questions one after another. Her eyes landed on Guchanga's face. There was a demonic aura around her, completely different from the pure and holy aura she had at the beginning. "The method is actually very simple. You just have to tell me the correct route to the Jikanjayuan." Guchanga did not answer her question. Instead, he smiled and mentioned the Jikanjayuan. However, Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy seemed to have expected it. She said, "Okay, but it's useless to tell you the route to the Jikanjayuan. I have to personally lead you there to know." As if she was afraid that Guchanga would be suspicious, she continued, "Because the Jikanjayuan changes almost every moment, the route is not the same. Every time you pass through there, you need a guide. Unless you can find the correct route in this world, you will be lost forever." "Guide." Guchanga frowned and looked at her. He was thinking if Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy was telling the truth. However, her beautiful eyes just stared at him without any other changes. It was hard to tell if she was telling the truth from her expression. In the past, when the Upper Realm invaded the 8 Desolates in 10 regions and crossed the Jikanjayuan, they did spend a lot of time to deduce the correct route. However, that route could only be taken once. The second time there would be changes. For example, when people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions returned to Heavenly Deer City, they would need a special method to receive them. It was very troublesome. If Master Gu doesn't believe me, then I can't do anything. Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy nodded. Her temperament was completely different from before. There was a demonic nature. However, her mind was very clear and not chaotic. Her words were reasonable and hard to find flaws. So, if I want to pass through the Jikanjiayuan, I have to rely on you? Gu Chang'e stared at her again. Divine light shone in his eyes, and the scene of reincarnation appeared. The world seemed to be hazy, and there was an inexplicable aura descending. His face became blurry and light overflowed. It was as if a river that flowed through the heavens had appeared. The rain of light fell, causing the Tao of heaven and earth to become chaotic. The embryonic form of the long river of time. You've actually touched this level. Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy frowned. Then she was very calm and allowed Gu Chang'e to examine her. She knew that this was one of Gu Chang'e's methods. It was very mysterious and profound. It could trace the traces of heaven and earth, including karma. Based on these things, Gu Chang'e could easily determine whether she was telling the truth or not. For a moment, the rules and order of this place and many of the chi of heaven and earth became blurry. Many scenes appeared in front of Gu Chang'e. Strange lines became clear, as if they were connected to the mysterious river. His brows furrowed tighter. All the brilliance in his eyes disappeared. I didn't lie to you. Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy knew that Gu Chang'e didn't find anything. All her emotions disappeared, but there was still a faint smile on her face. It was as if she had expected this. What you said just now, you didn't lie to me. Gu Chang'e's brows relaxed. Then he quickly reached out with his palm. A misty sword light appeared, and with a crack, the restriction on the undying dark iron was removed. It loosened from her hands and feet. Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy saw Gu Chang'e unchain her so decisively. For a moment she was still a little stunned. She obviously didn't expect Gu Chang'e to let her go so quickly. You finally believe me? She asked. It seems that I do need you to bring me to the Jikanjiayuan, but not now. Gu Chang'e shook his head. His gaze was a little strange. He didn't answer her question. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.